This chapter starts as at a bar in some corner of the world. A man named Yoke stands up and tells everybody that today he will be leaving this party. The other party members don't seem to be taking this seriously. They call him a dead weight and laugh about how it is hilarious that he wants to leave. Simon comments on how there is no other A-rank party who would take him in, that even if he only let him into this Thunderbike party, it was because they were childhood friends. Simon says that either way, they should at least sit down and listen to what Yoke's reasons are. He says that there are many reasons, first being the reward distribution. He says that it's true that as a red mage, he is not at the front of the line, but that the pay is way too little. He says that at this rate, he will be at a loss, as he had spent his pocket money on all of them to support the party. Aside from using supporting magic, he also had to use many more things like potions or magic items. Simon tells him that he doesn't earn enough money because he is not strong enough, to which Yoke is surprised. Jimmy asks if it is just about their reward distribution, and Barry says that they don't need a supporter in the first place, and that he should be grateful for being in their party. Yoke turns to Camila and asks if she has anything to say, as she was the one who received the most support from him. Camila says not to drag her into his nasty sophistry, that if he doesn't like being in the party, he can just shut up and leave. Yoke thinks about how this is enough, and that he understands that after all, even without him, they could still function as a party. The rest of them agree and say that he is smarter than they thought he was, and that they would have no problems without him. He thinks about how that means it's fine for him to leave, and as he begins leaving, somebody asks him to hold up. As he turns around, he sees Simon standing behind him. Simon says that if he apologizes right now, he will let all of this slide as a joke, and that he should stop being so stubborn. Yoke gets angry and walks away. The next day, Yoke is sitting on a bench, thinking about how he is out of work now. Even though he had said that he wanted to leave, his main tasks were supporting or odd jobs which had no future. He worked as a red mage. He thinks about how, in order to be a good supporter, he had tried his best for these past 5 years, and even though his position doesn't show up in the front line, at least he had tried. He begins to get very mad at all the other party members. He looks over and sees an adventure broadcast, but thinks about how he does not feel like watching it at all. He thinks about how his dream of becoming an adventurer since he was a kid felt so far away now. He thinks about how he will have no money, and he will be screwed if he doesn't find a job quickly. That after all, he still had P-rank credibility, and there must be a job that he would be able to do solo. He goes to the guild, and he's told that there are no jobs that he can do, and he is shocked. The guild's new receptionist tells him that there are available solo jobs, but that she doesn't think those are jobs for a red mage. She says that, however, if he is a member of an A-rank party, she can recommend many jobs to him, that he can try and send out as many applications to parties, but there are not many parties that would recruit a red mage. She says that she thinks it would be easier if he could join one of his acquaintances' parties, to which he begins to feel very frustrated. The receptionist tells him that they had received a request to abandon the mine labyrinth to get the magic steel. She tells him that the deadline is pretty close, and so they were planning to go today. Yoke asks her to let him join them and let him see his teamwork as a supporter. The receptionist asks if he is sure, and he says that he is, and that they should go right now. The receptionist asks him to wait as she still has to check the arrival time of the carriage, and he says that in 3 minutes, a carriage to Tenant will arrive, and that they should get on that one. Dars begins to get very shocked. The receptionist asks what's wrong, and how he knows the time of the carriages. He says that since his supporter tasks are very diverse, it's a given that he remembers the transportation. He tells them that they need to hurry up if they do not want to miss the carriage. They arrive at their destination, and Yoke thinks about how it is very nostalgic. One of the girls asks him if he has been there before, to which he says that this is his first labyrinth. He adds that he guesses it's everyone's first labyrinth because it's near Furnace, and its difficulty is appropriate for new adventurers. Yoke says that if the goal is to collect magic steel, then they will have to head to the 6th floor. The receptionist says that they haven't been able to defeat the 5th floor boss yet, and so they can't get to the 6th floor. Yoke says that he understands, and that there are more mining points on the 6th floor, but for newbies like them, the boss on the 5th floor is a bit dangerous. He suggests they mine on the 5th floor, to which the others agree. Marina steps on wrong trail, and Yoke tries to save her, but she falls down. Yoke runs over to her and asks if she is alright, to which she says that he had saved her. The receptionist asks why he didn't check if there was a trap there, to which he says that she thought she sort of already knew most of the traps at the entrance. Yoke tells her that it is alright but that she needs to be careful. They think about how in cases where there are no trap detectors, the strongest sword mage would lead and inspect the ground while moving forward, and that would significantly reduce the risk. But there are a lot of traps in this area, and this strategy would take some effort. However, with Yoke being there, things were different, and he asks if he can take the lead this time. Marina asks if he is a red mage because she was the one who knows a little bit of everything. They begin to walk ahead, and Marina realizes that all the traps have begun glowing. She thinks about how it's amazing and asks how that's possible. Yoke points to his lantern and tells them that it was all thanks to it. The girls look at it and say that it is beautiful, but ask what it is. He says that with it, even he can see the traps as clear as skilled thieves. They all comment on how they have never heard about anything like it. He says that he can fight decently, so Marina should go last to prevent them from getting attacked from behind, to which she agrees. Yoke says that then they should go and that they should take a shortcut through the 3rd floor since they'll start searching on the 2nd floor. They all think about how this is so much fun, and one of the girls says that she will pay him back later. Yoke says that they should not worry as he can create oil with alchemy. They walk into a cave and Yoke thinks about something. He thinks about how they should all prepare for combat. They begin to hear strange noises coming from inside, and Yoke realizes that it is Boggles. He says that he will go first, but one of the girls starts taking the lead. Yoke thinks about how her techniques are still as good as ever, and he tells her that he will handle the rest. Marina begins to fight them, and Yoke is impressed by how she can even fight 2 of them head-on. He thinks about how her long sword must have been shortened for easier wielding, and how both of them had matured. He thinks about how then he should work too, and he begins to enhance her kicking power, enhance her stamina. Right after he does this, he tells her that she should attack right then and there. After they are done, he tells her that she had done a good job, to which she asks if that was him, and he says that she was the one who had defeated them. She says that that was not her power and that she had suddenly caught in stronger than usual, and that normally it would take her quite some time just to take down one. He tells her that it was because he had used physical enchantments, and that's why she had gotten stronger. They hear something coming from behind them, and Yoke says that they are dead miners, and the others agree. He asks Marina and Silk to cover her, to which he does. They engage with the undead miners and begin to fight to hold them off. Marina thinks about how those dead miners had stopped moving forward, and that they should continue. After a while, they had killed all of them, and Yoke asks the rest if something goes wrong. They all think about how Yoke was amazing, and that it was amazing how he had defeated them so easily. One of them comments on how it was so strange that she felt like she could see their movements in slow motion. Another says that she was lost a little in the mana, and asks how it's even possible. One of the girls says that it was not true, that it was not a big deal, and that they were really impressed, and they ask how he was able to use such an expensive item without hesitation. After he had told them that he had used holy water on them, Silk asks if holy water can be made with alchemy, and he says that she should not worry about it. He thinks about how no one can expect anyone except priests to make holy water, but that it is something that he should be proud of. He thinks about how there is a secret recipe, and that apparently the church uses an ingredient called that light crystal. However, the purified ash left after undead deaths can be used. He tells them that they can make use of the ashes from the dead miners, and that if they scatter the ashes on their way, they can block off undead to prevent getting attacked from behind or caught in a pincer movement. Silk agrees, saying that even with the holy water that they had made from the secret recipe, it was worth having a backup plan. One of them asks him why her mana was used so little, and she thinks about how it was because of the refreshing that they had done. This chapter starts with all of the party members beginning to worry about how they will have any food as they don't have any fire, and it would be hard to prepare wood and the igniter. Yoke tells them not to worry as he has something that he thinks can help. He pulls out a pot. The others think about how they don't get it as it is just a pot, but Yoke asks them to look at it carefully as he puts it down. He puts it down and suddenly, inside the pot appears soup. He tells them that there was more than just soup and grabs a cabinet, opens it and takes out some pans and begins to cook some eggs. He tells everybody to come and dig in. The girls think about how it is amazing that they can have meat and eggs in a labyrinth, and think about how it smells so good, but wonder how it actually tastes. Yoke thinks about how he does not know, as based on the smell, today's must be seafood soup. The girls ask if he doesn't know, and he says that he has been drinking it all this time and hasn't really tasted anything weird. Silk begins to drink the soup and says that it is very rich, and the others say that they want to try as well. They ask him if it is shrimp or shellfish or if it is chowder. They also comment on how the fresh bread is crispy. Silk thinks about how to be able to eat such a delicious meal inside a labyrinth. She must be dreaming. They all say that the pot is amazing and ask where it came from. He tells them that it is a magic pot called soup stock and that he had gotten it from the ruins of an imperial castle. He says that it is quite an interesting item. He says that this pot is erratic and that it gives out soup with different tastes every time. The girls comment on how it is very interesting and try to hold the pot, and Yoke warns them that it might be hot. Yoke sees Silk and wonders how she is a wizard, yet she's into magic items and begins to wonder if she has dwarf blood in her or something. He devises that she feels like there is magic power in the food, and Yoke says that, as expected of a dark elf, she is very sensitive to magic power. He tells them that cooking is also a type of alchemy, to which the elves say that they are different. Yoke says that he has been able to put magic power in food after some training. Silk says that to have to mine in order to boost their stamina, and that she had added it alongside her love. He asks if that means that he had been using magic power as a food ingredient or if he adds magic power to give the meal a special effect. They all think about how that is an astounding invention. The others tell Silk to calm down and just go with the flow, and Yoke thinks about how no wizard would say such things. After all of them are done eating, they all thank him for the food, to which he says that it was no big deal as it was a simple meal. He asks them to let him have a look at their equipment, and to have a quick equipment check before they keep going, to which the girls agree. Yoke asks if any of their equipment has any damage, and Silk asks if it is necessary to be so thorough as according to their training, they have to check each time they reach the stairs, but they didn't think that they had to do it to such an extent. They say that the fact that he remembered all of their personal equipment was amazing, to which he says that it was just part of a supporter's duty. He says that since they had started to mine on the next floor, they should be extra careful as monsters don't show up at stairs and there is enough space to display the equipment, and that seems very convenient. Silk asks if that is why he had chosen that specific place to take a break, and he says that yes, and that they should take a break at the stairs. They all say that he is very incredible, as they had never seen a supporter who was so well aware of the whole party's equipment and the time of the carriages. Marina says that it is alright for him to be a little arrogant because a red mage has many disadvantages and that he has to drive very hard. The girls comment about how he is such a hard-working person and that even with all of those disadvantages, he was still able to be a ranked party and ask why he had to try so hard. He says he had to work so hard because of his dream, to which the others ask what that means. He says that his dream was to clear the world's top labyrinth. The girls begin to laugh, and he says that they had promised that they would not. He says that one of them is in achromatic darkness, and that it exists in the deepest and most dangerous labyrinth in the world. Rain says that it is called the end of the world or the gate of another world and asks if he wants to go to another world. He says that he just wants to see the end of the world. The girls say that they should help him accomplish his dream, to which he tells them that it is not an easy thing and that it is just a personal dream. Rain says that he can't go there alone and asks him to take them with him. He tells them that the labyrinth is extremely harsh and only parties that have been certified as a rank are allowed to go in there as the danger level is very high. Rain says that she thinks it is very romantic. He says he agrees and Princess that the bigger the hole, the more passionate he is. Silk tells him that his story is very interesting and exciting and says that she wants to be an adventurer like that as well. They all say that it is decided and that they will go with him, to which he says that it is just an unrealistic dream and they can't even be called a goal. Rain says that they should name their party as a first step of accomplishing their goal, and Yoke is surprised that they don't have a party yet. Rain says that they should name their party Clover as Yoke is the lucky fourth leaf. They all say that that is an amazing idea. Yoke begins to overload due to being happy and embarrassed at the same time, and they all think about how it is decided, and they need to aim for the Abyss Gate, and that was how the Clover was founded. He says that that is okay, and they should probably finish their mission first, and that the next mine was on the 4th floor, and they should head up there. As they are walking ahead, they begin to feel a tremor, and they think about how that means that is the appearance of the mining point. They all see the monster and comment on how this is the first time that they had seen something so big. They try to hide behind the bushes to make sure they are not noticed, but realize soon that it had noticed them. Yoke runs out, trying to distract it, and says that they won't have a chance to fight back in this rock pile if they are blown away. They all try to tell Yoke that it is dangerous running out alone and that he should come back, but he does not. He uses slow chain. The girls think about what that is and say that it is even better than double cast, and that they had never heard of a double quick cast before. Yoke cues his chain abilities and ties up the big lizard, to which the girls begin to think that there is no way they could stop something that big. Soon after Yoke is done with his magic, the girls look over and realize that it has stopped, but that it was still moving just a little bit. Marina looks over and thinks about how it is amazing and that it was just like time-stopping magic. Yoke tells Marina that it is time to attack. They think about how an attack using that body of the rock lizard would be troublesome, but what was more of a problem was that the skin's toughness, and that using magic to wear its strength down was an option, but it would be quite demanding for newbies. He thinks about how their guild had Marina, who was an expert mage. Her special ability was Magic Blade, and that every weapon was coated with formidable mana, which amplified its power attack. But it had also been said that among 10,000 people, only one was fit for its rear class. He thinks about how she could cut off such a huge rock lizard head, as expected from her. He thinks about how it is said that a master sword mage can cut through mithril armor like a knife through butter. After she's done, Yoke makes sure that Marina is alright, and she says that she is, and that they should go get some magic steel. Yoke refreshes Marina's mana, and says that the magic blade probably consumed a lot of her strength. He says that they should let him collect the magic steel, and that Silk and Rain should take care of Marina. The others agree. Yoke walks over to the giant lizard and thinks about how it is huge. He remembers that rock lizards consume stones to live, metals, and others, and that stones are consumed and turned into impurities and crystallized on the back. He thinks about how there is a method to mine it, but with the magic item that he has, he can collect it in no time. He realizes that there is also silver and copper, but his main focus is collecting magic steel. The other girls ask Marina if she's okay, to which she says that she is fine. Silk asks her if she is shy, to which she says that she is not, and the rest of them say that she had been swept off her feet. Marina says that even someone who has never cared about other people's appearances was now having a crush. Rain says that she had also gotten shy when Yoke complimented her archery, to which she says that she had not. She thinks about how when Yoke protected her in the battle, she got flustered as well. They all begin to tease her about how she is shy, and suddenly Yoke walks up on them and scares them. Silk turns to Yoke and asks if there is any problem or if he is taking a break, to which he says that he thought he should be the one asking that and asks if they are okay, as all their faces had turned red. Silk says that it is nothing. Marina says they had just been doing some exercise. Yoke tells them that it looks like they need rest. He tells them that they are terrible at lying and that they should just stop. Silk and Marina turn to Rain and ask for her help. Petrila is the most flustered among the three. Yoke asks Rain if she is alright. Marina tells Yoke that she should help him feel better. Yoke tells them that he had already collected all of them, to which they begin to ask how he had done it so quickly. He says that it was because he was experienced and that anyone could do it with the right method, and all the girls think about how he is amazing. He thinks about how there still isn't enough magic steel for their quest, and begins to wonder if that means that they have to take down another one. Yoke tells Marina if she can keep going, to which she says yes, and that she shouldn't push herself as her face is still quite red. They decide to beat another rock lizard, and they all turn to Rain and tell her to get herself together. Once she's all composed, they all decide that they should go and find another one. After a lot of searching, they realize that they couldn't find another rock lizard, and Rain says that they had even reached the boss room's gate, and that means they were very close to the 6th floor. She asks Yoke if that is right. Yoke thinks about how this quest must exist because of high demand, and that their habitat is usually on the lower floors, but that it would be tough for the three of them. The girls suggest they get to the 6th floor and defeat the 5th floor boss, also known as Novice Slayer. Yoke says that its body is harder than a rock lizard's and that they need to have great magic to beat it. It would be a long battle, and he doesn't think they have time or strength left. Silk says she believes that their party can make it, to which Yoke says that it would just be a waste of time to keep looking on the 4th and the 5th floors. He will show them where they are. He says that he will give his all to defeat the floor's boss, and that he must show them how useful he is. Silk says that he is a great master, and that he had already shown them enough, to which he wonders if that is true. Rain says that she believes that if he gives his all, they will not lose, and the others begin to agree. Yoke tells all of them to prepare for battle and pulls something out, saying that it is the model that can fly off, that magic item, and that it is an auto-recording magic item that would help them. Marina asks if he is going to broadcast, and he says that he is not, that he just wants to record them fighting the floor's boss. The others ask why he does not want to live broadcast it and he wants to record it, but he says that he could but does not realize what it would be for. Marina says that broadcasting could be beneficial and Yoke agrees. They open Adventure Broadcast, the world's biggest platform for adventuring content. It had members of famous parties and they were regarded as celebrities. That even though editing took a lot of effort, if they had succeeded, their gain in fame would become fortune. The girls say that it doesn't matter whether they will be celebrities or not, but that if they broadcast it, perhaps they could receive a few more requests. Marina says that it wouldn't make any difference even if she gave it her all, as it would be impossible to get views, but Yoke says that they should just do it. They start the first broadcast and begin to head over to battle. They had reached the gate and finally spotted the beast. Yoke tells the rest that they should not panic and that he will use magic to weaken it first, and tells Marina that she needs to aim for the legs. He then turns to Silk and Rain and asks them to be ready to pursue him. He uses his magic to chain up the monster and begins to wonder what is going on as a lot of magic spells are being cast. After he's done, he turns to the others and tells them that now it shouldn't be able to move anymore. But before the others can fight, he tells them that he thinks he had accidentally killed it. Marina gets very excited and tells Yoke that it was amazing and incredible that he was able to do it himself and asks if it had happened in the flash, as she couldn't even remember seeing. Rain says that double quick cast was already on another level, and Marina asks if he had just done multi-quick casting and asks how he was able to do so many spells so quickly and simultaneously. He counts them in his head and realizes that he had done 6 at once. The girls begin to panic. Silk says that those were auxiliary magic, and there was no way that they could deal with that much damage. He apologizes and says that the gravity was supposed to only make it fall on the ground, and says that he's sorry for any damage that he may have caused. Rain says that he was remarkable and that his magic control was a whole another level. Silk says that she is very grateful that she got to see a new fighting style, and Marina chimes in saying that he had processed and responded incredibly fast. They all decide that they can celebrate later, but that first they need to collect all the goods. Yoke tells them that what makes the labyrinth so attractive is that they give out all sorts of things, from worthless items to precious treasure, and that no one knows since when this phenomenon has started to happen. He looks down and sees the treasure, just thinking about how this is probably worth the labyrinth's blessing is. They all open the chest and realize that there are heaps of ore, and that there are lots of ingots too. They all seem pretty high quality. Yoke says that the chest also had a decent amount of magic steel. Silk says that that is true, and that with these and the ones that they had collected earlier, they had gotten the required quantity, and that meant that the mission was completed. Rain says that she was relieved now, and that she didn't expect anything to go so well, that it would be great if there were also some rare magic items in there. Marina asks if these things could be exchanged for money, to which he says that they definitely can. Marina says that they should all go back and celebrate. Meanwhile, at the guild, Quirk, the new party member, is quitting, saying that he does not want to work with the guild anymore. Simon says that he had just joined them for less than a day, and that he was a coward. Quirk says that there was no one in the world who could meet all of their requirements, and that also taking this quest with those abilities of theirs was a mistake to begin with. The rest of them say that he cannot say that as he was the one who had dragged them down. But he begins to lash out. All the party members think about how maybe it was a bad decision to let Yoke walk away. A few hours ago, the Thunderpike Guild had walked into the quest. They all saw the monsters and realized that there were so many. Simon says that there are many dire wolves today, and not only that, but they also seem to be stronger than usual. Simon begins to wonder what is going on. He thinks about how they had gone to the ruins of the Imperial Castle many times before, and the highest floor they had reached was the 10th floor, but today somehow they had kept getting stuck on the 4th floor. Seven begins to get very angry and frustrated, saying that it is because the rest of them are dragging him down. Quirk says that's not true, as it's not surprising that things would turn out like that when they had gone into dire wolf territory without beast repellent. Simon asks him what that is and thinks about how dire wolves would trace their scent and gather up that spreading beach strip talent on their way to raise this male was common knowledge, and asks how they did not know that. Simon gets angry until Quirk says that he cannot speak to the leader of the guild that way. As they're having an argument, Jamie ends up getting attacked by wolves, and they all run over to try and save her. Simon tells Camila to heal her, and she says that she had run out of mana. They all realize that they are not in great shape and that they need to retreat. Simon attacks them and says that normally that should have taken them down, and begins to wonder if the monsters had gotten stronger. Quark tells him that it is extremely difficult to cause critical damage to dire wolves, and they are also very tenacious. If there is no one supporting, he should at least have a physical enchantment potion. He says that either way there is a safe path to treat now, and they should run fast. As they get out, they all turn to Jamie and ask if she is alright. Simon turns to Camila and asks her to use a mana potion to recover her mana, and then casts healing magic on Jamie, to which Candace says that she had actually run out as well. Simon says that they had always had it before and wonders why they had run out. He asks the rest of them if any of them have healing potions, and the others say that they do not. Quark uses some potion and tells him that that should help a little. He says that he had already said that they will have to pay for the supplies when he had first joined the party, and they should remember to pay for the amount that they had used later. Simon says that his comrade almost just died, and he is having such a bad attitude towards it. Quark says that guaranteeing all of the members' lives is his responsibility as the leader, and he didn't have a good enough knowledge, strategy, or preparation. If it was not for Quark, the rest of them would have died. He tells him that he cannot believe that someone like Simon could possibly be a leader. Sutton begins to get very angry and asks him to shut up, saying that it was him that had put Jamie in danger, and he should stop complaining about everything. They all begin to fight, and he says that he will not stay in the party and wants to leave. That night, the Clover Guild had come to a bar and had begun to celebrate. Marina tells Yoke that she had had so much fun and it was completely different from usual and much more remarkable. Yoke says that they were giving him too much credit, and they all began to eat. Yoke thinks about how he is so happy, and this was the first time that he had been treated so well. He thanks the rest of them and thinks about how he is their former master, and he also has more experience, and therefore he can do more than them. He thinks about how he shouldn't be so full of himself, as after just a few compliments, he must not hinder their growth. He tells them that he will try his best to support them in their truest sense. Silk asks if he is trying to uphold the courtesy with them again, to which he says that he is not. She says that she is glad and would like to put forward a suggestion. She says that she's been thinking about this since the first time she saw how he had worked. She says that the whole party coordinated so well because Yoke was giving them guidance, and asks if he will be the leader of their guild. Yoke is shocked that Silk had asked him to be the leader. She says that they had actually had a lot of trouble because of not having a leader, and says that they had met him at just the right time. The girls tell him that he had acted like a leader that day and that he deserved to be one. They tell him that he was the one that had founded their guild, to which he thinks about how he had just joined the party for a day. He says that he has decided not to do anything rash with that. Based on experience, it would be better if he was the leader. The girls thank him, and he says that he understands, but if there are any shortcomings, then it won't be easy. He grabs the reward and says that they should probably begin to divide it now. He asks Silk if she was the one that was normally distributing, to which she says that she will manage the money. Marina tells him that it is Silk's policy to only give out the necessary and to save the rest, as they really want to save up. Silk says that she only gives out the necessary amount, as she wants to be able to make a base someday. He tells them that they should not change just because he had joined the party. They ask him how much of a break they should take before going for another quest, and he says that they should probably take 2 rest days. He thinks about how he would probably have to go to the market to buy discounted supplies and replenishments. He also wanted to make holy water from the purified ashes that they had gotten. The girls think about how the market sounds very fun and that is what they should be doing on their break. Yoke asks Marina how she could be so reckless and says that he could actually be the bad guy, to which she thinks about how a bad guy would never warn someone about them being a bad guy. They begin to head over to the market, but before they can, Marina grabs Yoke's hand and drags him over to where something is being broadcasted. The crowds are shouting about how they had never seen anything like it before and that they had never seen a red mage as an adventurer. They all realize that it is Yoke's clip that is being played and how he is famous and that they should celebrate yet again. He thinks about how he was just a mere red mage who couldn't do anything but support, but that he had only gotten into the party because of the girls. He turns to them and thanks them. He tells them that someday when they are in trouble, he will tell them, and they will be able to overcome their challenges together and become stronger. Yoke is at the guild, trying to find a quest to take with the girls. The receptionist says that with their guild, she is sure that they could handle any quest. Yoke says that he wants to choose a quest that can help them gain more experience and thinks about how there isn't any quest that fits that criteria. Then one appears, and the receptionist shows it to him. He thinks about how collecting pebbles isn't hard, but if it will help them, he will do it. He asks if there is something unusual at the lakeside forest, and she says that that is right, that there is a big demon beast hiding there. She tells him that it was originally a D-rank quest, but it was upgraded 1 rank after many failed attempts. That it was a good deal since it was a drunk quest with a C-rank pay grade, but the difficulty was higher since there was a chance that they would encounter the demon beast. She says that it probably wouldn't be a big deal for him. Either way, he goes back and tells the girls that he had found a quest and tells them that it is a C-rank quest. Silk says that they want credibility, and therefore they should take that one. That if they were caught in a dangerous situation, everything would be fine, as they would have Yoke there. The receptionist says that it's because of the team and the beast, and that it would be great on live broadcast. She tells Yoke that she really wants to see him on it. The receptionist congratulates him for hitting 10,000 views, and he gets shocked, thinking about how it feels to finally get acknowledged for his powers. The receptionist tells him that his previous group had tried to hire a red mage, but that he had left within 1 day, and he thinks about how that is important information, and that he will keep it in mind. This chapter starts as Yoke thinks about how it is already late, and how he should be quick and meet up with the girls. He thinks about how they were doing such a sloppy job of stalking and wonders if it was his previous guild who had sent them. He realizes that he's being followed and wonders what the man wants. When he finally catches up with him, the man asks if his name is Yoke, and he asks the man who he is and what he wants. Yoke tells the man that he is in a bit of a hurry, and therefore the man should keep it short, to which the man says that he should just leave the party. Yoke thinks about how he had been asked to do that so many times, over and over again. Yoke asks if he was the one who had been stalking the girls, and the man says that if he does not want the girls to be hurt, that he needs to leave the party. Yoke punches the man and thinks about how it was such a waste of time, as he will probably miss the carriage if he does not make it quickly. He quickly runs out and goes and sits inside. The girls ask if it was the chubby man and if he had caught the person who was stalking them, to which he says that he had. The girls ask him if he is okay, and he says that he is. Rain tells Yoke that she and him are actually about the same age and comments about how he's probably thinking about how she is a little underdeveloped. They begin to ride towards the lakeside, and all of them comment on how beautiful it is. Yoke says that they should probably focus on the quest from now on, and the girls agree. The girls tell him that they had been wondering if the demon beast was even real, as it was really peaceful about 2 months ago. Marina tells him that she hadn't encountered a single one when she had been there before. He asks if she did not even experience a normal animal, and she says that she hadn't. He tells them that animals have a sense of danger more sensitive than humans, and therefore, a place well known for its abundance of life, and not have a single animal means that something extremely dangerous must be lurking around. He tells the girls that they need to stay sharp as this one might be a pretty huge demon beast. They arrive at the lakeside forest of Oron Lake, a forest with a temperate climate and diverse organisms. Oron Lake's headwater is a place called Yeoman Waterfall. Its water source comes from the groundwater of a nearby ancient dungeon, and deep inside the tents, there's a magic item that makes water keep running endlessly without drying up. It is a peaceful and romantic place which has now completely changed into something heady and murky. The heroes decide to head into the forest. Yoke needs them, and Rain, Silk, and Marina follow. Rin asks if he will be using a GoPro right from the start, as Yoke tells her that if they encounter the demon beast, he will switch to live broadcast mode. Marina asks why, as Yoke tells her that if they are in danger, then the other girls will send them support. He says that moreover he also wants to record the beast when it is alive so that if they're able to defeat it, they will have proof. Silk comments that it is convenient, noting that the Core Pro can also be used like this, while Rain worries about the cost of the GoPro itself. Yoke notes that low-level parties rarely bring along broadcasting items when they come to the forest, which is probably where the demon beast still remains unknown. Marina finds it a bit strange that there is no information even from witnesses. Yoke states that it must be because hunters would not come to a forest that had no animals, and for adventurers who could subjugate the demon beast, the quest difficulty wasn't enough for them, so they wouldn't even bother coming here either. The rest who came and encountered the demon beast were not able to return, and they probably cast it was a demon beast judging by the scene and injuries on the body. However, he tells them not to worry, as there has never been a precedent for a high-ranked demon beast appearance in the forest. What he has just said was the worst-case scenario, and besides, he would do his very best to support them. They use sneaking moves to move without making a noise, and he uses Blink Shadow. As it can only be applied to the user itself, his companions cannot use it, but it is a magic that puts an alter ego that would protect him from a single blow. Today he'll be the rear guard to prepare for surprise attacks. After hearing what Yoke had to say, the girls became very excited and decided to head on into the forest, noting how beautiful the scenery was. Sig noted that it was too quiet, even the magic power would fluctuate only a little bit, while Rain noted that there is no trace of animals eating the plants, and Marina noted that there were no animal tracks as well, wondering if they all stayed deep in the forest. Yoke noted that everyone was being very perceptive, and they carefully examined the environment as they hoped that everything would keep going as it was. As they walked through the forest, Marina noticed a sound. Silk mentioned that it wasn't because of an animal, because there were no footprints around, wondering if it was the sound of fruit falling off the tree. Suddenly, from the rear, Yoke shouted out to look behind as something approached and hit Yoke. It was a rather powerful strike, and he wondered what it was. He looked at the monster, wondering what it was doing here. It was a B-rank monster, Zarnag, which hides deep inside the dungeons or the northernmost wasteland, and is a high-rank monster. Yoke thinks about how it is a monster that is unpredictable, and for it to appear here in the forest is rather abnormal. It is an opponent that their guild cannot defeat. Yoke shouted at the GoPro to switch to live broadcast mode as he told his 3 companions to retreat immediately and return to the guild to report an emergency. When they asked him what would happen to him, he told them that he would hold it down and urged them to get out of there at once. Sig asked if the monsters are really that dangerous. This was the high-rank monster that even Thunder Pike, who was the Beast King of the North Pole, struggled with, Zarnag. Silk asked why there was a demon beast like this in the forest. Yoke shouted out that Silk was now the new leader and told her to put the members' safety first and act accordingly. The beast was analyzing their moves as Yoke told them to go while they still had a chance. Silk stood there, frozen with the new authority and power that Yoke had bestowed upon her, while Marina readied her sword and stepped forward to face the beast. Yoke tried to persuade Marina, but she told him that he was the rear guard and distracting the enemy is the duty of a vanguard like her. She said she would count on his support. Both Sig and Rain joined as Yu commented that they wanted to kill the strongest one and they could hold it down in the woods. Yoke kept trying to tell them that it was a dangerous beast, but they commented that if it was dangerous to them, then it was dangerous for Yoke as well. They said that it didn't matter anymore anyway since the beast was headed their way, so they prepared for the attack. Yoke used multi-quick cast to cast Protection Glass Shield and Protection Shade on Marina as she approached the beast. But instead of being able to attack it, she was hit as it was too fast, and she could not see anything. She would have been dead if not for Yoke's magic. He called out to her, and she fell to the ground as the demon beast approached, trying to hit her. She used the Scroll of Rock Breaking. Yoke noted, asking if she's alright, since it was rather a close call. Yoke thought about how there weren't many magic scrolls available to him, and that debuffs were not so effective with higher-level monsters. He wondered what he should do now, unable to see a way to defeat the monster. Yu stood there thinking and called out to him, asking him to let the Dryads help them. She proclaimed that she could buy them some time and use them to hurl rocks at the monster, but kept missing. Yoke urged her to keep trying to attack the beast and use multi-quick cast to use Parallel Slow, Blindness, Venom, and Collapse Chain. As his magic took effect, the beast slowed down, and the rock finally hit it. It screamed out in pain as it fell to the ground, remaining still for a moment. Silk mentioned that they must take advantage of the moment. Yoke looked back at Rain and told her that now it was her turn. She used her magic to create 5 thunderbolts to attack the now still beast. As the lightning bolts hit the beast, the Clover party celebrated, and she noted that she had put all of her mana in that strike. Yoke proclaimed that the beast was clever, and that after taking a high-grade attack with all of Rain's mana, he should at least be injured. But the beast suddenly appeared out of the light without even a single scratch as it approached the Clover party with its mouth wide open, ready to attack once again. As the beast in the lake remained uninjured, the Clover girls thought about how it was too strong. Rain used more magic to try and defeat it, but it remained unaffected. It approached her faster and faster, trying to attack, which caused Yoke to intervene using Blink Shadow to try and protect her. Yoke asked her if she was alright as she stood behind him, telling him that she was shivering and struggling. She told him that she could still continue as he thought about how it was bad that Silk was frightened and Marina was injured. Rain urged them to perform another attack to buy her some time. Yoke thought about how even with Rain's strongest magic, they could not harm it, and betting it all on that strike again would be too risky. However, he thought about how there was nothing else they could really do. He finally decided that it was now or never and decided to cast all his magic. He used the Scroll of Light Shield and told Silk to use Dryad to buy some time. He told Rain to hold the beast down for a moment while instructing Marina to save her stamina for the final blow with Magic Blade, assuring them not to give up. Yoke knew that he could not hesitate, and magic was the only thing that could get them out of the situation. The magic was a combination of different types of magic that Yoke was proficient in. He told Marina that he would count on her and that he was going to use all of his mana. The magic was not completed yet, and he hadn't used it in battle. He wasn't even sure if it would work, but he had no other options. Silk used her magic to try and hold the beast with the knowledge of a red mage and alchemy that he had created using all of his knowledge. Marina struck the beast with her sword, and Rain proclaimed that she was waiting for the beast to return to the lake. She used Ice Coffin, perhaps the most powerful magic, and told Yoke to strike now. He used 5th grade magic, Prismic Missile, in a last-chance effort to take the beast down. After doing everything they could, they looked at the beast and wondered how it could still resist. They proclaimed that it was impossible, wondering if it was the end for them. Suddenly, it started bleeding from its eyes and nose, and Rain wondered what was going on. Yoke told Marina that it had worked, and with her magic blade, she went to strike it. They thought about how if it were not for Yoke, everyone would have been dead by now. Judging by the personal power of each individual, they were no match for it, but it was a victory for Clover as she beheaded the demon beast, and its head went flying and hit the ground. After defeating the beast, when Silk and Marina came and hugged Yoke, he stood there on his knees, thinking about how he had won. They asked him what was wrong, but they stayed silent, just embracing each other at the victory they had just won. 2 days after their fight, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild. After the fight with the demon beast, they completed the quest without any problems and returned. It seemed like they had become a little bit more famous after the live broadcast, as people spoke about them and how they lived broadcasted defeating the demon beast. They also commented on how the new spell that Yoke had used on the live broadcast was incredible. They also mentioned how the 3 girls were rather cute. Rain never thought that they would get this much attention. As girls asked for Marina's autograph, she proclaimed that everyone now knew about Yoke's true power. While they looked at Yoke, he told them that he could not stay there any longer as he sweated. They asked why, as he told them that he was familiar with the simple life, and getting this much attention was starting to make him uneasy. He asserted that no one could use such an incredible spell except him, and not to mention that it was an original spell. As they spoke about the spell, Marina came over asking if this spell was truly original, because when they were talking about magic previously, Marina had dozed off. Marina asked him if he had created that spell. Yoke told her that it was a spell created by combining alchemy and some other types of magic, and that the spell had many malignant symptoms such as poison, neurotoxin, poisonous magic, paralysis, defense decreasing, anesthetic, muscle relaxant, scleroderma, voice loss, headache, vomiting, as well as optic disruption, sensory disorder, and hypersensitivity. As Marina heard about everything that he said, she was amazed and proclaimed that must be why the beast turned out that way, and that multi-quick cast is activating many spells in one go, but it can also combine different spells and perform them as one. Yoke's face turned blank as Rain asked him what was the matter. He told her he accidentally showed it on his face, thinking about how Rain saw through him, and how he was going to keep silent until the result was out since he did not want to trouble everyone. However, he was about to speak when suddenly Benwood, the guild master, called out to him and told him that they arrived just in time. They asked if something was the matter. He said that he wanted to talk to them about something, but he could not say it here. He asked everyone to follow him, and it was at around a table. Yoke thought about how he did not have a good feeling about this. As Clover Party sat before the guild master, he told them that the reason for asking them there was nothing more than the C-rank quest they had just completed. He proclaimed that they could fight Azarnag head-on and added that the live broadcast they did had garnered some good views. He told Yoke that he did a great job. The guildmaster also mentioned another spell that he saw on the live broadcast, something that people were talking about. He believed it was an original spell that hadn't been registered yet, but warned Yoke that if it was something forbidden by the Royal Academy, he would be a felony offender. Yoke's companions told the guildmaster that it was ridiculous since he only used it to protect them, and asked if he was suggesting that he shouldn't have done anything and let them die. The guildmaster told them to calm down and explained that what he meant was that he was the one who got them in trouble with the trade. He offered his sincerest apologies and added that the guild would take full responsibility and handle it. He also mentioned that he had received a positive response from the Royal Academy. A woman beside the guild master apologized, stating that it was all because of her false judgment. Marina, Rain, and Silk all told them that it was thanks to Yoke that they were safe. Yoke added that such a beast would not have appeared if they hadn't panicked. They asked the guild master to raise his head, and he thanked them, promising not to let anything like that happen again. He told them that he was fortunate, as they all seemed like nice disciples, and Yoke told him that he was proud of them. The guild master went on to tell them about the response from the Royal Academy. The letter from the Royal Academy stated that judging by the effect of the spell mentioned, they decided that any action of propagating or circulating the spell was prohibited. However, since this did not violate any forbidden spells, in this particular case, Yoke was not guilty. This meant that the spell was an exclusive spell that only Yoke could have and use. Yoke's disciples spoke about how cool it was that Yoke had an exclusive ultimate strike. The guild master told them to hold other celebrations as there were other matters to attend to. He turned to the three ladies and stated that firstly, the sword mage Marina was quick-witted and had excellent swordsmanship. Secondly, the ranger Elementor Silk not only mastered archery but could also talk to dryads. And lastly, the priestess Rain used great magic techniques, and based on this performance, they all deserved to be promoted to C rank. They celebrated and asked what would happen to Yoke. The guild master proclaimed that judging by his original spell used to defeat the monster, he would be promoted to A rank. The girls celebrated for him, congratulating him and proclaiming that they should celebrate tonight, while the guild master looked over at Yoke and stated that he did not seem as excited as he thought. This was the A rank that Yoke had always wanted to achieve. Yoke told him that it was not such, but that it was just too sudden and he felt weird. The guild master told him that he had not changed a bit and once again congratulated Yoke, proclaiming that he was now an A rank adventurer. After giving them news about their promotions, the guild master handed over their payment and apologized for the delay. They were all shocked and asked if this much was the amount they would get. The woman proclaimed that it was how much they deserved since this quest was finally classified as a beta inquest of hunting and eliminating the mysterious demon monster. On top of that, the beast's body was also intact, which is why this much money was reasonable. Many didn't think about how amazing the rewards for beaten quests could be. Rain thought about how it was her first time seeing this much gold. In addition to all the money, the guild master also gave them a Randall Platinum coin, a premium gold coin with a 3 to 4 centimeter diameter made of pure gold. He asked the girls to accept it as an apology. They asked if they were getting this much money, and he told them not to underestimate him, as he could make that in a moment. Marina asked how much it was in total, and they were elated to hear that it was equivalent to 100 bills. They proclaimed that they had achieved their dream and the goal of buying a base. They had earned 400. As they celebrated, Silk asked if it was okay since this deal was a group effort, and this time too, they wouldn't have been able to earn so much if it hadn't been for their master. They wanted to manage the money and use it for their dreams. Yoke told her that he was a member of Clover and that this was Clover's achievement. He asked her not to be so formal and added that he had already told her that he wanted to support their dream too. The guild master proclaimed that love was in the air and that they were such a great team. He asked what love he was talking about as the guild master acted coy. The companions asked to go grab a drink. As they headed out, the guild master looked at them through the window and proclaimed that Yoke was still easily teased as always. While Yoke told him that he was too much, the guild master told her that she too often teased Yoke, but she rebutted that it was showing affection. They joked, and the guild master asked if it was the right time to laugh as a special being named Zarnak appeared. Special beings were individuals with unique traits and powers compared to others, called named. It was unusual for such a thing to appear in the forest, and the worst thing that could happen was an overflow, or the worst-case scenario would be a stampede. 1 month later, the television asked for permission to broadcast the video of the party that had been receiving skyrocketed support. Clover was currently live broadcasting the conquering of Lefty Hand at the underground ruins of Gorgona. The center of attention was the party leader, Yoke, who had displayed fascinating moves. The most notable one was Quick Cast, a spell that required the preparation of necessary magic and precise timing, as well as significant knowledge and experience. In the crowd, someone had their cup on the table, and it was none other than Simon, Yoke's old guild master. He thought that Yoke must be thinking a lot of himself now that he was in A rank, wondering what there was to cheer about for him, as he considered Yoke worthless. He thought about how this broadcast was nothing special since live broadcasting the conquering of low-level swords was common, and the audience was getting easier to please. People were saying that there weren't things like spirits, bravery, or guts anymore, and the number of weak adventurers kept increasing. He spoke about how the new members sucked, and their party kept failing quests, and the views of Thunder Pike had dropped rapidly. Another sponsor had decided to withdraw. They had been recruiting more temporary members than official members, yet no one stayed. All this misery was because of Yoke leaving the party. Barry proclaimed that Yoke had been full of himself, getting a low-rank party assignment, and agreed that he was enjoying himself while they were suffering. Barry proposed an idea and asked what it was. He proclaimed that if they didn't find new members, they would be in trouble, so instead, they should invite Yoke back. Simon asked Barry if he was serious about inviting Yoke again. He told him that he was, since Yoke was still better than those incompetent people that they hired. At least when Yoke was with them, they never failed a request. Simon ecstatically told Barry that it was a great idea since they would then have someone to take care of their errands for them. He, however, wondered if he would want to come back since he left on his own. Barry told him that he would come back since the problem was money. All they had to do was raise his wage, and they could manage to do that by cutting Janie's pay. The reason Yoke had left was because of reward distribution. Firstly, it was true that a red mage was not in the front of the line for the pay, but the pay was too little. To support the party aside from using supporting magic, he also had to use many more things like potions or magic items and had to spend his own pocket money on all of them. At that rate, he would be at a loss, which is why he left. Barry told him that he would happily return, as Simon stated that not to mention he would not get much credibility doing low-rank quests as an A-rank adventurer. They could compromise a little, and Barry was not wrong since Yoke had been talking about his goal of adventuring the best gate since he was a kid. The challenge required permission from the Adventurers Guild and the government. Therefore, being in an A-rank party was a must, yet he left the party because of disagreement and payment. In other words, he would come back if there was more money. Simon thought that he was seriously embarrassed to be the childhood friend of a guy that was this petty. Barry told him to talk to him the next time they do meet, as Simon stated that he would, and that a compromise must be made as the two toasted. A few hours ago, somewhere else, Clover's party was facing off against the C-rank demon beast, Lefty Hand. This demon beast was still a mystery, and despite not having a mouth, it could still use magic. As it used magic, Yoke told Marina to watch out. He used double quick cast protection and protection shield to defend her, and Silk used Dryad to hold the beast down while Wayne used 4th grade magic lightning. It was effective, but it was still not enough. Then they used a scroll of rock break to pierce the beast and finally killed it. They all excitedly proclaimed that they had finally bid farewell to the live broadcast as it became clear that it would now end. The question was completed, and they decided to take a short break and then return to the guild. The three of them had only created Clover a month ago, but everything had been working out smoothly. A few scattered failures and some successes all became experiences that helped them move forward. The city of them had been carrying their dream, Clover, along with their goal, their biscuit, and making tireless efforts to grow. They set up a great goal with some advice and guidance, and their movements started to become more skillful as the three trained together with Yoke. He told them how to run and how to fight all while considering the others. Marina's swordsmanship was getting better and better, while Silk's judgment was more exceptional than even Yoke had thought. He was surprised by how Rain's accuracy got better every time she used magic. They were all amazing, and Yoke would try to help them grow to the best of his abilities. Back in the town, Rain proclaimed that she was hungry, and Silk agreed. But first they would need to report the completed quest to the guild. While Marina wondered if Mare would be there, Yoke asked where she was looking for her. He proclaimed that the two seemed to be quite close and that she had been recommending questions to Yoke since he started to be an adventurer. He told her that it may not look that way, but she's the most senior staff of the guild, and perhaps she might be the strongest one. If you ask people from the previous generations, they will tell endless stories about her with her name, the Great Hermit. But they will also need some liquor to overcome the fear since her strictness is something that no one should talk back to. And since she's got the Adventurer Preliminary Training Certificate, as Rainbow claimed that Marina was just being jealous of her, Silk told them to stop fooling around. They needed to continue the adventures, accumulate credibility points together, and then they could drink as much as they wanted. As he opened the door and entered the house, Leon was greeted by a familiar face. He told the three to go to the reception and report first. He was greeted by none other than Simon, who told him that there was something he wanted to talk to him about. Yoke asked Simon what he wanted as he suggested sitting over there next to Barry instead of standing and talking. Yoke told him that he had just gotten out of a dungeon and was tired and did not want to talk. Simon put his hand on Yoke's shoulder and told him that he had a good deal that would benefit him. Yoke turned to him and asked if there would really be a good deal, adding that they both came forward to replace him many times to be careful with scams. Simon stated that he was lecturing him again, and he always imposed his negativity on everything, and that was his problem. He asked if Yoke should at least hear his proposal first before leaving. Yoke thought about how Simon was a jerk who always made stories go in a way that benefited himself. Marina and the girls would never become this kind of a person, which is why he never grew up. Yoke pushed him away, broken that Simon should think about all of the times that Yoke had to clean up after his good deals, asking him to excuse him. Before he could leave, however, Yoke felt a hand on his shoulder, grabbing him, pulling him toward it, and told him that he could now return to Thunder Pike. He told him that he would have missed this opportunity if he had left, calling him a fool, and told him that in the end, it was all about money. If it was such a problem, then he could resolve it, asking if he was interested. Yoke thought about what he was saying, calling him a jackass in his mind, as he proclaimed that the true reason that he left was not only money, it was a part of it, but the biggest reason was that they thought Abyss Gate was totally absurd. Besides, he was now a member of Marina's party, and he was happy to find a dream similar to his in Clover, adding that he was the leader of Clover, so there was no way he was going to return to Thunder Pike. Hearing this completely shocked Simon as he asked him what kind of attitude that was. Yoke told him it was just his attitude, rather neutral, and told him not to get upset just because things did not go as he wanted. Simon told him that they had been having a hard time because he left the party on his own. Yoke retorted that Simon should recruit new members, as that would simply solve the problem. They always regarded him as baggage, and it should be better since the baggage is gone. Simon told him to be quiet and told him that he was being exploited in this new party as well, and they took him in because he was useful to them. They were nothing more than inferiors who don't know anything better than earning credibility. With anger in his eyes, Yoke told him to be quiet since the one who took advantage of him was none other than Simon, who made him run errands. He asked Simon who he thought he was and who the shameless inferiors were, implying that Simon and his guild were the inferiors. He told him that he had no intention of returning to Thunder Pike and asked him to never get involved with Clover from now on as he walked away, leaving Simon with an angry and infuriated look on his face. As Yoke walked away, Simon proclaimed that he would definitely regret this moment and shouted at Barry to leave. Yoke arrived back at the guild and apologized for keeping them waiting. Marina asked if Yoke knew someone from his former party. Yoke told her that they must have heard the story and still stated that she was sorry since it was quite a commotion. Marina went over and hugged Yoke, asking if he's going back to the party. Yoke told her that there was no way he would be returning. Marina sighed and apologized for making her worry, wondering how a leader could lead his party. He added that as long as Marina wanted, he would be with her and told her not to worry. The others joked about the proposition. Yoke proclaimed that that was not what he meant, as they teased that their country allowed polygamy, which sounded good for him. A few days later, Clover went looking for a base. They were greeted by Monday, who welcomed them and proclaimed that he was looking forward to seeing them. He told them that he had picked out some buildings according to the requirements that they mentioned before and suggested taking a look. They excitedly asked for him to show them while they stood outside Monday Real Estate. As Clover walked through the street, people stared and talked about them. Monday proclaimed that they had become famous fairly quickly, and he was honored to be trusted with helping them find a base. Monday was the owner of Monday Real Estate. Yoke thanked him for the compliment and was glad that even Monday was recognizing them. But he had been stirred a lot recently, thinking about how it was something that could not be helped, and that his three companions were way too attractive. Silk approached Yoke and thanked him for coming all the way to see the buildings with them. Even though it was his day off, he told her that he was more than happy to witness the moment that the dreams come true and asked her not to mention it, but mentioned that she chose a nice real estate agency. Silk herself did not know and stated that she consulted with Mama, asking if, by chance, Yoke was an expert in real estate as well. He stated that a supporter should have well-rounded knowledge and also told her that his knowledge is too well-rounded, proclaiming that he was truly outstanding. Monday Real Estate had been a well-known name for a long time, as they distributed properties located practically all over the city and were quite close to the Adventurers Guild. They would also work with the guild to provide bases in buildings or residences for adventurers. Yeah, it was an agency that had a lot of achievements and credibility. Monday told them that there were 3 buildings that fit their criteria and showed them towards the first one, which was a newly built bungalow made entirely from wood. It had the number of rooms and everything else that they specified. It was a favorable place as it was close to the market and trading centers. On both the front and backyards, there were gardens. As the guild entered, they thought about how it was nice, a newly built. Monday mentioned that this kind of house was popular among general families. Volume proclaimed that as expected of Monday, the house's quality is really high. However, there was a shortcoming for the girls, stated Yoke, as he was talking about security, since bungalows are not great at preventing theft and it was hard to deal with stalkers. Houses of women would likely be targeted, not to mention that they were pretty well known. And because of these concerns, they should not live there, as Monday noted that he was rather knowledgeable. Marina stated that there is nothing that Yoke did not know. However, it was still a great house despite the problems, as Yoke suggested looking at other houses. Yoke showed them to the next house, which was huge. The place was renovated into an apartment building for families. On the first floor, there was a shared living space, and the second floor had individual rooms. Yoke thought about how the place was nice as well. Since it was newly renovated, the inside was nice and clean, and it also had a pretty large underground storage. There was also a terrace in space, and the design was impeccable. On top of that, the second floor was much more private than the bungalow. Yoke commented that it was a little further from the city compared to the previous one, but it was located in a nice and quiet place. They liked the second house as well as they went on to look at the last one. Monday stated that he thought of it as the best. Marina wondered what the next one would look like, as Yoke fell silent and a blank look appeared on his face. While she asked him what was wrong, he said there was nothing but that Thunder Pike base was also in this neighborhood, and that it would be a little awkward to run into them. This led Silk to tell Monday that they would like to cancel their trip to see the next house and that they would not like having people like them as their neighbors. And it would be awkward for Yoke as well to run into them. She added that she did not want to let them get near him. Wesleyan suggested at least taking a look. Tim thought about how it sounded like she did not want him to be taken away. The 3 conferred between them and agreed to buy the second house. They went back to Monday Real Estate's office, and the D he proclaimed that it was now their house and congratulated them on their new base. Aslam stated that he was glad the 3 of them could live together in a safe place like that. Still, he asked what he was talking about since it was their party base, and asked if he would not be living there as well. Yoke looked at him blankly. He offered the meant by living together, as sincerely there was not them, it was because it was Clover's base, and shouldn't the 4 members of Clover live together? Yoke, a bit confused, stated that he was happy that they were treating them equally, but that he was a man, and living together was a bit weird. Marina, with almost tears in her eyes, stated that she did not want to live with them. He stated that it's not that, but he also thinks it would be fun to live with them. He tried to object, but Silk stated that there is no problem if he wanted to live with them because she was sure he would not do anything weird, while Rain stated that he should not be acting up since they've been sleeping together while camping all this time. Marina finally stated that it would be weird if he lived somewhere else instead of Clover Base, not if he lived at Clover Base, and that it can't be a house of only women because it is dangerous. Yoke agreed but stated that they should at least put locks on every room to avoid any risk. They all agreed and decided to contact the moving agency before Yoke changed his mind, and they decided to celebrate after the move was done. After a few days, they moved into the new house and lamb was cooked for them. They stated that the cooking was great. As a present for their new base, Yoke got them a screen where they could watch live broadcasts, so they were all happy with it. At night in his room, Yoke thought about how he was surprised that they mentioned living together, but it was such a great base, and they had accomplished their dream. He was happy for them, and he had only been living in rentals after he left Thunder Pike. He was glad that he could now have a room of his own, and tomorrow he would go out and buy supplies. As he got ready to sleep, he heard a knock on the door and asked them to come in. It was Shane who apologized for bothering him this late, but asked him if she could ask him for a favor. He was confused since she did not seem like her usual self. As she walked over to his bed and proclaimed that he told them to lock their doors, but he did not lock his, she leaned closer and asked him for a favor. Yoke started sweating profusely. The next day, they went to the market. Rain was very excited because of the magic items that were everywhere. He thought about how the way he didn't express her desire to go to the market was so confusing, but she looked especially pretty today. As Yoke noticed that Yoke was looking, he asked why she was dressed up. She said that she did not give it much thought yesterday, but completely covered. This was the first time that only the 2 of them had hung out, and she added that she had never hung out with a boy like this before and wondered if it was weird. Yoke was stunned by how cute she was, and she was uneasy because he would not respond. She ran away and apologized, thinking that it would have appeared, and told him that she would get changed right away. He grabbed her hand and asked her to wait as she looked back at him, shocked. As Yoke grabs Rain's hand to stop her from leaving, her face fills with sweat as she gets flustered thinking about how she is holding Yoke's hand. He calls out to her as she looks at her face change and fill with shock and turns red. He tells her that it is not weird at all and honestly, it is very cute as he talks about her dress. She becomes even more flustered for a moment and has an explosion of feelings and then finally comes down. Yoke asks her what she is looking for today. She tells him that she did not go out because she needed something, but instead she just wanted to be with Yoke alone, just the two of them. For a second, that shocks Yoke, but then he tells him that they should take their time to check the discounted section after they have bought all the necessities, as this was the first occasion that the two went to the market together. The two walked towards the discounted section and through the market holding hands, and as they walked, Rain apologized to Yoke for making it awkward. He looked back at her and smiled, telling her that she couldn't have fun as she was nervous and asking her to take it casually. She tells him that there are many places that she wants to show him. As they walk down the market, she asks him if he goes to these shops every day. When he tells her that it is an adventurous market and there are countless special items, they might seem like lame goods at first glance, but there are a lot of treasures in the market, and it is quite interesting. Rain notes that since Yoke is an alchemist, he can fix broken things, while he adds that there are also things that only alchemists can use here, and if they're lucky, they can even find artifacts from labyrinths. She asks him if they can find something that would work with her magic sense. He notes that she uses perception magic, and that they will need to skip shops that charge exorbitantly and check other shops. She thanks Yoke, and excitedly the two head into the market. Discover the market as they look at different types of plants. Wild Green wonders what it is. Yoke informs her that it must be some kind of insectivorous plant. They browse through the market, also looking at lights. Yoke thinks that he's glad that she's enjoying it, but wonders why she has been acting strange since yesterday, and her actions and speech seem to be more active, as if she was her usual self. She would have wanted to go to the market with everybody, but she just wanted to go the two of them. He also thinks back to when she came to his room last night asking him to take her to the market. As the thought overcomes him, Yoke stops for a moment and looks back at Rain, asking her if by chance there's something that she wants to say to him. She pauses for a moment and asks Yoke if she doesn't think of going back. He questions what she's saying, and for a moment she pauses once again and then states that Yoke is great, and that there is nothing that he doesn't know or cannot do. Thanks to Yoke, she has had a lot of fun today, and their dreams already came true, and he's even living with them now. But the quickest way to complete Yoke's dream is for him to join that party, and staying with them is a waste of his talent, which is why she truly apologizes to him. After hearing what she has to say, a smile appears on his face as he asks her if she does not remember that they promised that the four of them would reach the end of the abyss, and they affirmed his dream. The dream that was deemed as stupid. Moreover, the fact that there were people who could see his dream as clearly as he did fills him with joy. Therefore, he genuinely wants to stay with them in Clover, and does not want Rain to be hesitant with him. After the two have their conversation, they decide to get something to eat before heading back since they're hungry. Yoke suggests holding Rain's bag as it's heavy and suggests putting it in a magic bag. She thanks him. Suddenly, someone bumps into Rain and she drops her magic item. As it hits the ground, a thief runs on over and grabs it, running away from them, while he looks back at them smiling. Rain proclaims that the thief is quite bold and is angry that she does not have her mates with her today. Yoke tries to calm her down, telling her that even if she did, she could not use it in a residential area, and there's no other choice but to chase him. As they make their way through the crowd, barely moving due to its density, chasing after the thief, but they're faced with the fact that they might lose him. Certainly, someone from beside them does them to leave it to her, as she runs through the crowd as if it was not there at all. The two look at her and note how incredible her speed and movements are, barely audible. Judging by her outfit, she must be an adventurer, and not only that, she must be a skilled adventurer. As they look at her run up to the thief and catch him and bring him down, she proclaims, standing above him with her knee on his shoulder blade, holding his arm, that for him to steal from a girl like that is shameless. The guard thanks the adventurer for her help in capturing the thief. She tells her that she is welcome while she looks over, turning her head towards Yoke and Rain, who thank her once again. She finds them bowing down. She loudly asks her to lift her head, as it was nothing, proclaiming that she's quite embarrassed. She tells them to not worry about it as they do think about only her cat ears. They realize that she is a Fursi girl and is a scouting adventurer. A Fursi is a race with keen sensors who are suitable to be scouts and hunters. Most of their villages are located in forests and mountains, and they have a quite distinct appearance that is easy to recognize. Yoke, however, thinks about the fact that her skills don't come only from the fact that she is a Fursi. As he thinks back to how she moved chasing after the thief, she tells Yoke that she tends to care about other people's businesses, and on top of that, she could not ignore it when she saw a little girl in trouble. Hearing her call Rain a little girl gives her quite the shock. She further asks if Rain is Yoke's little sister, as Yoke tries to clarify that she is not, which embarrasses the adventurer who profusely apologizes, wondering how she could make such a rude mistake. She then proclaims that Rain must be Yoke's girlfriend, which leaves a smile on Rain's face, and this time Yoke is the one who clarifies that she is not. The adventurer calls Rain girlfriend lady, telling her that there is something else that she wants to do and asks her to come to her for a moment. She sits Rain down in front of her as she starts fixing her head up, telling her that one side of her ribbon came untied and no matter what, it is a date, and she should have a lovely hairstyle for a wonderful day like this, as Rain thanks her. The adventurer inquires as to why the two of them came to the market and what they came to the market for, adding that they do not need to be so formal with her. Yoke hears that they were looking for discounted goods, which leads to her asking if they found anything good. As Yoke looks on at the two of them talking, he marvels at how easily the adventurer can befriend someone as shy as Rain. Clover doesn't have a scout, and both of her skills and personality are impeccable. It would be great to have someone like her join them, and with her skill level, she's probably already in a party, but it still would not hurt to try and invite her into their party. As the adventurer finishes up with Rain's hairstyle, Yoke thinks about how he should discuss it with Marina and the girls first. As he's lost in thought, the adventurer calls out to him, asking what he thinks about her new hairstyle. Looking at her completely shocks Yoke, as all he can utter is that she looks cute. Yoke excuses the two of them, as he tells the adventurer that they're going to have a meal now and asks if she would like to come along, thinking of it as a gesture of gratitude. She bows out, proclaiming that she cannot be a third wheel on their date, adding that she also has some work that she has to attend to. As she speaks, panic sets in as she proclaims that she forgot about her work. Yoke asks her if she's alright. She just shouts out that it is bad, and that she's done for, and that she is very late. She quickly excuses herself as she runs away, telling them that she has to take her leave. He tries to get her to wait, but in an instant she is gone, while he thinks about how he did not even have the chance to ask her name, let alone invite her into the party. Rain, standing next to him, states that it seems like the adventurer is working for someone who is quite scary, as she was freaked out at being late. Yoke feels sorry for her, with a content smile on her face. Rain proclaims that she has a feeling that they will meet again soon. Yoke states that he also feels the same way. A week passes by, and Clover Guild arrives at the entrance of Aeon's Ruin Labyrinth. It has 4 floors in total, and is a low-grade lesser dungeon. They finally proclaim that they're here. As Yoke turns to the guild and states that it has been a while since they last went to a dungeon and asks them how it was traveling all the way here, he asks how the comfort level of the new items is. They tell him that they haven't gotten used to it yet, but think that it will be fine. Marina adds that they are light, so moving is easy, while Rain adds that the magic items that she caught are great. Yoke proclaims that, as expected of the guards made by the long-standing weapons workshop, all their items live up to expectations. He prepares the guild to head into the dungeon as it marks Clover's first commission. The equipment workshop, Earthy's Own, is a part of the old workshop at Quattro, and the quest this time is to use new equipment to enter and return to the dungeon. Quattro is a city located relatively far from Finney, and the range they need to return to from the first floor to the end of the 4th floor of Aeon Labyrinth Ruins. Located right next to Quattro and at the end of Aeon, there is a path leading to another dungeon called Abandoned Labyrinth City Ow equals Dread. Reaching the giant gate of that passage would mark the completion of the quest. In the Labyrinth Ruins, the staircases are opposite to each other, which makes sure that the adventurers need to complete the entire floor in order to pass on to the next. After the final floor is a small hallway that leads to a massive opening and a large gate that stands between the Abandoned City Labyrinth and the Labyrinth Ruins. Yoke states the difficulty of this is lower than Pindle, and the efficiency of the equipment is also good, so they do not need to worry and just be as usual. He adds that all equipment or support items, although it does not require a refund, telling them to take care of the items because if they are tattered, they won't do well when they are advertised. Marina draws a blank as he talks about advertisement, which frustrates Yoke as he had explained it to her before. But he does it once again, telling her that today's footage would be edited and used as an advertisement for the producer, and all of them would be the face of the new series to help Earthies promote. Yoke tells them that they take advantage of the broadcast, they added an ad, and that was it. This shocks Marina, which leads to Yoke telling her that he already explained it to her before. She tells him that she does not know what she should do since she has not had the time to properly do her skincare yet, and even the head yesterday she wanted to do and take special care of it. He reassures her, telling her that her skin and hair are as beautiful as ever, as Silk then shows hesitation, stating that she's insecure. Yoke reassures her as well, telling her that they will be fine, and no one can word their group better than them. Yoke then turns to Rain and tells her that if she has enough energy, she should use fire attribute magic, as it will look great when it is on the screen. Their blank faces lead him to ask if there's something wrong, asking if he said something. They giggle, telling him that it is nothing at all. Silk asks how he sees Rain's outfit. Confused for a moment, he tells them that it suits her quite well, and the accessories fit well on her head, and she looks cute as well. Marina tells him that it is a bit too much, as he asks if he's wrong again. After a bit more communication and talking, they finally head inside. As they enter, Marina marvels at the beauty of the labyrinth. Yoke tells her that there is only one usable staircase on the east and west edges. Marina realizes that they have to go all the way to the edge of the place to reach the next floor. She asks if it wouldn't be faster to climb down by rope at the connection between the two floors. Yoke disposes of her thought by throwing a rock into the middle as she looks at something flashing past and disappearing in an instant. He explains that it was true that they were connected in the past, but since it became a labyrinth, the position has also been bent, and even though it looks like they're linked, they're not, and they can only be accessed by the stairs. He tells her to be careful not to fall, and as long as they keep that in mind, passing the labyrinth would be easy. Chuck asks if that's all, asking about the monsters, wondering if their monsters are as strong as floor bosses here. He tells her that once upon a time, there was a very scary floor boss, which quickly attracts the girl's attention. He goes on to say that like the earlier humanoid shadow, their eyes were brighter, and there are many that guard the entrance to abandoned city from the spacers. Moreover, they are famous for using forbidden magic and dark magic. Dark magic is a magic that is cursed, and that brings pain, awakens the dead, and spreads pain and unhappiness, and using or learning about it is prohibited. It is the magic of the world of the dead, borrowing the power of the evil god. He once again tells them to be careful, and as the district useless mistaken, they will be dragged into the world of the dead. This frightens Marina, as the three girls go and hug Yoke, pushing him to the ground. They get up, asking if he's alright, apologizing as he apologizes as well, and proclaims that it must be punishment for scaring them. He further tells them that he was joking, and the story about the Black Shadows was a monster listed in Shadow Stalker, which are unbelievable things that cannot explain existence like ghosts. There are also quite a few strong monsters, but there are always ways to deal with them, and more than that, they haven't seen them in 10 years, and currently the labyrinth has no floor bosses, which makes the girls proclaim that it must be quite an easy quest. With smiles all around and the GoPro up, they hurried down the labyrinth, as the limp team said. Clover Guild stands before the orcs as they do stare down at each other. The orcs' monster rank depends on the individual, and they usually live in the north. They are an eager and belligerent race. Orcs always consider all other races with intelligence as food or tools for their reproduction, most especially the elves. Once upon a time in ancient times, the elven kingdom Sandraon was completely destroyed by the orcs' army, causing many elves to witness a great tragedy. Due to this, the elves see orcs as deeply rooted in the hatred of their nation and are sworn enemies. Orcs are a military race, all arranged according to a military system, and their ranks are simply classified according to strength, which is proportional to their armament. The stronger an orc, the better their equipment. Since the orcs in front of them have almost no items, it means their rank is at the bottom, monster rank C. However, their developed physical strength, coupled with their innate aggressive nature, makes them a threat even when bare-handed. Moreover, their cunning nature and keen combat sense, along with their large numbers, make their strength even greater. Marina charges towards them, proclaiming that she will buy some time, but they simply jump over her and surround her. Silks use a scroll of light shield, but even with all of their attributes, they are still no match for the Clover Guild girls. Silk soon gets used to it, and uses her dryad skillfully, picking up the orcs and throwing them off. At the rate at which Silk is using her dryads, the orcs would have to deal with them without being able to move and can only die under the fire of Rain and Marina as Rain and Yoke work together to try and defeat the orcs. Rain uses 4-tier magic, Fireball, and shoots it towards where the orcs stand, leaving only 2 orcs remaining. Marina calls out the last 2 as Yoke quickly uses double quick cast to use Blaze and Slow on the orcs, helping Marina defeat the 2 of them. Yoke thinks about how everyone is really cool and gradually becoming more mature, especially Silks, who has now become the center and can take on the leader's role. He is sure that she would be more suitable for the position of leader than even him. After defeating the orcs, Marina celebrates out loud as she asks Silk if she's alright. Silk tells her that she is, and she was able to fight calmly, like that, and wants to command herself. Yoke praises her, telling her that she is really trustworthy. Yoke then tells them about the history of dark elves, who are also often called illustrators. It is said that when there was a war with orcs, the elves' internal discord broke out and split into a dark army, which is why there is really such a thing, but orcs can't tell the difference between an elf and a dark elf, and moreover it was full of superstition, which is why it does not mean anything to them. Silk thanks Yoke as Marina calls out to him, holding up a scroll and asking him what it is. The scroll that Marina found on the orc was the Letter of Revelation. He tells her that it can awaken the power of grace deep within and is a pretty important magic item, which makes him wonder why the orcs have this. Yoke thinks about how they often steal loot from dungeons or dead people, and perhaps this is the same. Marina, however, states that in this labyrinth, an item of this level probably would not appear in a chest, which is why it must be from the abandoned city. Yoke agrees, and since there are no floor bosses, they can move around freely. But it's hard to think that orcs would go this deep, wondering why they came here. They think about how it is strange, and orcs are species that grew up with looting, though they're often caught on the lower floors of high-level dungeons, aiming for chests or adventurers. He did not expect that they would start with this labyrinth, then move on to the abandoned city. Still curious about their presence, Yoke thinks about how there's a possibility that they ran away when threatened by something, which is why they entered the labyrinth. Perhaps they were threatened by a beast similar to the Zarnag that appeared out of nowhere. Yoke says that it is not something that he wants to think about. Certainly, Marina tells him to look back as Yoke turns his face and finds a dark creature with bright eyes standing behind them. As Clover Guild is faced with a Shadow Stalker, Yoke thinks about how it hasn't appeared for more than 10 years, wondering why it is appearing now. He tells everybody else to be careful. The Shadow Stalker proclaims that he doesn't know what they're up to, and he's just a mysterious being. Their faces turn white with terror and are filled with fear as the Shadow Stalker suddenly disappears. Yoke wonders if he's gone away, asking the guild if they should chase or ignore it. Rain claims that the stairs are right next to them, and she thinks they shouldn't get entangled with him. Marina agrees and adds that he doesn't seem to have any hostility towards them, suggesting that they should just ignore it. Wild Rain states that because they don't know anything about them, it's better if they can catch them. Yoke democratically follows the majority based on the decision of 3 people. Just to be sure, he asks Rain if she's okay with the decision. Rain states that they should still be careful. Marina asks about the dark magic Yoke mentioned. Yoke tells her that there are many types of magic, but they must be careful with dark magic since it is a curse. This is the kind of magic that, when cursed, requires a condition to release the spell. For example, many people break the curse by killing the magician that created the curse. Each curse will have a different solution, and only when they are solved will they be dispelled. Otherwise, they can last forever, and worst of all, they can last until the person dies. Silk proclaims that it is foolish and too strong, and Yoke adds that dark magic is a power that even magicians pay a price for when using. Unification of the undead with dark magic seems to be impossible unless they are weakened. Marina states that they are really tough monsters in general, so they should be careful. Yoke suggests going while sprinkling holy water, and since they are on the next to the last floor, they would rest easy as they head down the stairs. As they sit on the stairs to take some rest, Marina asks why monsters do not appear on the stairs. Thinking that it is quite strange, Yoke adds that the labyrinth dungeons have a lot of unsolved mysteries. Yoke has somewhat understood the rules, and since inside the monsters is the magic power of the labyrinth, creatures are born like a lizard or something like that. Those monsters are spawned from the power flow on any floor and won't be able to move out of that floor. Yoke's view is that in the labyrinth, each floor is like a different world, which is why Shadow Stalkers couldn't get close to them. But perhaps there are other things that they need to be careful of. However, there have been unexpected events like the orcs and the Zarnag, including the Shadow Stalker that suddenly appeared after 10 years. The worst thing flashes through his mind, but it is too early to decide if they are still monsters. Out of the stairs now, they arrive at the 4th floor and find it to be a bit dark. Yoke asks Silk to lend him the power of the dark spirit to ensure vision in the dark. She does so, and as Yoke looks up, he sees the Shadow Stalker on a higher floor, looking down at them. He asks what they should do. Yoke tells her it's okay, but looks towards Rain and realizes that she's not breathing. The Shadow Stalker is using wall-penetrating magic and dark magic, and spirit control. Yoke quickly calls out to her and uses Awakening, telling everyone to hide down the aisle. He thinks about how magic that doesn't need to be approved can still be activated. He asks Rain if she can move, but Yoke is suddenly hit with a dark magic curse. He thinks about how the curse is really strong while Rain calls out to him over and over, as well as the other two calling out to him. He tells everyone to run before it's too late as his team announces his death. The team travels between the floors. Marina asks how it can do so while still calling out to Yoke with a stern look on her face. Rain, almost crying, tries to wake him up. Silk proclaims that Yoke told them that the curse would last until his death. There are many ways to break the curse, including killing the magician that creates it. The girls decide to do what they can to take down the Shadow Stalker for Yoke. Silk tries to use purification magic, but it doesn't work as they first have to suppress the Shadow Stalker's power. Silk tells Rain to take Yoke to the corner of the wall and hide while Marina uses spirit suppression. She instructs Marina to keep attacking and not let the Shadow Walker have any chance to chant. Silk proclaims that it is war and she must go ahead and fight and repel them. Marina charges in and uses Spirit of Oppression against the Shadow Walker, slicing as fast as she can. But she's unable to land a strike as the Shadow Walker bounces around the walls. Silk proclaims that it is of no use and it is trying to escape. After moving him into the corner, Rain tells him that their master is safe and she will protect him with the power of the Wood Spirit. After she links Yoke, Rain joins the others and tries to attack the Shadow Stalker. She attempts to use range expansion magic, but the Shadow Stalker makes fun of them and renews his magic. Her magic and Marina's sword strikes both do no damage, and the Shadow Walker jumps around. Marina proclaims that it is of no use and the Shadow Walker is running. The Shadow Walker on the floor above suddenly starts chanting. Marina says they need to take it down quickly, and Selena adds that it's bad that it has started a chant. She tells Marina to quickly hide under the aisle as it disappears from above and uses dark magic illusion. Selena quickly tells Rain to use her healing magic to cure Marina. As she does, Marina shouts out that it is really bad because she can't see anything, and she can't even hear any sounds. At this rate, she will be defeated, and they need to hurry before Yoke dies. Inside the protection that Rain established for him, Yoke opens his eyes. He wonders why the sound in the house looks so familiar and realizes that he's in his past. He's at dinner with his guardians while they ask why he's so dumbfounded. He tells them it's nothing as his guardian highness tells him that no matter what difficulties he has, he should tell them. Atina tells him that it's right and his aunt is always on his side. He thanks his aunt and uncle but tells them that he's okay as he goes to bed. As he wakes up in the middle of the night to go to the washroom, he overhears his aunt and uncle talking about him and how he looked a bit weird at dinner. They think it might be because his hometown was attacked by a bunch of monsters, and he probably still hasn't made it through. Both his home and his parents are gone. However, because he doesn't want his aunt and uncle to worry, he tries to smile. They decide to be patient and support him together, as their nephew's moods and thoughts are the most important things for them right now. Outside, a strong wind blasts through, shaking the windows as it is certainly snowing in winter. Yoke suddenly feels a familiar, colorful feeling as he runs out the door and calls out to his father, while his aunt follows behind, telling him that it is cold and he should put on his coat. Someone suddenly appears riding a wolf, and Yoke's aunt states that, as expected, he surprises everyone every time he comes. All the man can say is that he can't just appear normally, and it is a habit, apologizing to her. As the man, who is Yoke's father, gets off the wolf, he thanks him for bringing him here and calls it Celsius as it flies off. Yoke, excited at the world, calls the man his father and asks him about the wolf. He greets Yoke, stating that it has been a long time since they saw each other, and picks him up. He calls Yoke strong and notes that the wolf, whose name is Celsius and is the spirit of water. Yoke asks if it is his pet. His father lovingly proclaims that Yoke wants the spirit to be his pet and that he will become a great man in the future. Yoke's aunt asks why he asked to return with this terrible present in the middle of the night as he is annoying the neighbors. He laughs and states that he planned to return earlier but ran into trouble, which is why he asked Celsius to drive him home early. Thanks to that, today he could meet everyone. His aunt proclaims that he hasn't changed at all. Saga Ferdio is the benefactor who saved Yoke's life and is of a higher rank than his aunt. He is an adventurer of rank A and is the leader of the legendary E-class adventurer group Anubis. He is a legendary character who is the only one to overcome the colorless night. Yoke's aunt really doesn't think he's a leader of Anubis. She thinks a leader should be someone with more dignity. Saga jokes that you don't need that dignity because you're the strongest in the group. His aunt states that he is truly a scammer. While Yoke and his father race to his room, his father promises to tell him more stories about the adventurers. His father tells him that he has seen the edge of the world, and it is a beautiful place. Yoke tells his father that he's really awesome and asks him how long he's going to stay this time. His father tells him that he would stay until the end of tomorrow and will leave the day after tomorrow, which disappoints Yoke since he wanted him to stay longer. He states that making him sad makes him shy. As they lie down, Yoke's father asks if he's familiar with the village. Yoke tells him that he does, except for Simon, who always messes with him. Everyone else is nice. His father says they get along with him. It will be great. The same tells him that he sometimes wants to go back to their old house. As the two later, his father suddenly asks him if he wants to become an adventurer in the future. Yoke responds that labyrinths and monsters are both scary and dangerous, which is why he doesn't. When his father asks him if that is not exactly what he wants, his father tells him that he just needs to be careful with monsters and labyrinths, and that he actually saved him from the monsters. He grabs his face and asks him to be honest with himself, and that if he is full of romance, he must become an adventurer. Adventures offer freedom, and it doesn't matter how you were born or raised. To become an adventurer, whatever your goal is, no one can deny them, no one can tie them, and it all depends on themselves. Even though their homeland is gone, their place to live, their home, their dream, their purpose, their friends, their partners, and their family, they can create a place they want to return to. After hearing his exhilarating speech, Yoke suddenly shouts out that he wants to be an adventurer. His father states that that is the spirit. The next step is to look at the door of the abyss, and if he wants to do so, he must be the strongest adventurer. Whenever they meet, he will train Yoke, and during practice, Yoke must call him sensei. Back in the present, Marina, Rain, and Silk try to fight the demon spirit. They are battered and bruised from their fight, so tries to command them in a way that they might be able to win. As Rain heals Marina, she wonders what they should do since the shadow spirit is playing with them. She thinks about how she is such an idiot, and she does not know what to do at these times. She attacked too hard, and the magic power of the two of them is almost exhausted. If Lucille's mind is destroyed, the link would disappear. Silk wonders what to do since the enemy is invisible. They all think about what to do, and at this rate, they would die. Super claims that demonstrate 1 to 8 times, and that they can still do it. Marina finally realizes and tells Rain to cast the strongest great wind, and that Marina mustn't miss their chance. I just swim against the current with a hit from the sword guard and start to counterattack. So they think about how the fact that the Shadow Walker did not use a curse in the first place is probably due to the limitation on using strong magic. Compared to a curse, it's definitely not a good idea to use a strong form of magic. If they can grasp the Shadow Walker's appearance, there's a chance of winning. She tells Rain to prioritize scope over power. Rain drinks a potion and then uses the height of magically powered wind to create a great wind to expose the identity of the Shadow Walker. As Rain uses her wind magic, strong winds fill the room like a hurricane. The invisibility magic weakens during the impact of the storm. They look around to try and find it. Selena suddenly summons trees, and the leaves of the trees mix with the wind to create a tornado. They see it hitting up against something, and Marina approaches the guy with a big, soundless leap and attacks him while he's careless with powerful magic. This is their chance for victory. However, her blade bounces off, and the Shadow Walker uses Dark Magic Hurricane. While they wonder how her magic sword can bounce back, he uses such powerful magic. He starts fighting back, and the fact that he still hadn't really attacked until now makes them think that he just wanted to play with them. He uses Dark Magic Cannon. His magic cannonballs are hurled down towards Selena and Marina, who stand there helplessly, looking on at certain death. Before the dark magic cannonballs can reach them, Rain uses a barrier to protect them as they come down and hit the barrier instead. They proclaim that they are saved, but Silk, who is outside the barrier, is hit by the magic cannonball. After the attack ends, they run over to her and call out to her as she lays there. Rain tries to use healing magic, while the Shadow Stalker uses darkness and employs dark magic illusion. Back in Yoke's dream, he stands in front of his father. His father asks him what's wrong and tells him to focus on practicing. Yok tells him that he had a bad omen in his heart and has to go. His father proclaims that he finally figured it out and he had been waiting for his dream to change. He tells him to remember his true self. Yok stands there confused as he asks his father why. His father tells him that it is his second hometown, but the me that he sees before his eyes is not the real him. His true self is actually missing. And the me that is standing in front of him right now is the image that Saga created from his memories, and this is the world of his dreams. He subconsciously called for him to come to rescue him, and perhaps that's why Yok saw his father in this dream. Yok stands there confused, wondering why he needs to be rescued, then suddenly realizes that his shadow stalker put him to sleep, which means that the three of them are fighting them on their own. Yok's father tells him that death is near, and with that child he needs to run before his life ends and find a way out of this dream. If he can't, all will become death. In the present, the three lay there beaten and bruised by all the attacks of the shadow stalker. They stand there helpless, unable to fight him, exhausted. Perhaps next time he will kill them with his magic. The situation has now changed, and they must pull themselves together. Marina crawls across the floor, unable to move, thinking about how it is because she missed that chance, apologizing to herself and everyone, still unable to move and crying. But as she crawls across the floor, she opens her eyes and finds Silk standing before her. She calls out to her. Silk stands there as something snapped in her, thinking about her interactions with Marina, Rain, and Yok. She clenches her fist and shouts out that she will not let anyone take her precious comrades away. She starts walking as blood drips down from her, while Marina tells her to stop and that she's going to die at this rate, and she needs to use a healing potion. She feels the sensation as if the connection between the soul and body was weakening, as if she was becoming one with the surrounding mana. It was the first time that she was experiencing the power of the Dryads this close. She walked with purpose as the mana around her swelled. She opened her eyes and they were glowing as she realized that this was the true power of a dark elf. The resentment has become great magic power, and she can easily tell the whereabouts of the refined mana around her. In a single glance, she can easily find the Shadow Stalker, and using the Dryads, she attacks it. Her use of the Dryads gets faster, and her eyes sparkle like amber. Marina clenches her sword and tries to stand up as Rain tries to cure her. First cell communication with the Dryads feels easy and moves more naturally without any interruptions. She becomes faster, stronger, and more flexible. As Marina approaches, thinking that she will cut without fail this time, she leaps up with her sword bearing down on the Shadow Stalker, who is now captured by the Dryads. She slices, thinking that they have finally gotten it, but instead, the Shadow Stalker grows even stronger. Worried about Marina, Silk loses concentration and can no longer communicate with the Dryads. Marina thinks that she won't make it in time. Selena calls out to Marina as she starts falling while the Shadow Stalker is about to hit her. Suddenly, a scroll of life protects her as they are all shocked. From his protective bubble that Rain created for him, Yok uses a scroll of life as they ask if he's okay. He gets up and starts walking, not answering them until he finally tells them that he's fine. Aside, he shouts at the Shadow Walker, asking how dare he try to hurt his comrades. Yok uses multi-quick cast, and with 1,000 nurse, binding, paralyzing chain collapse, and slow, he attacks the Shadow Stalker and finally uses a scroll of rock blast and grab it. The Shadow Stalker is being pummeled as Yok proclaims that the weakening magic is working thanks to Marina and others, dealing a great amount of damage to him as he tells it to crumble to pieces. After a few days in the dungeon, they returned to the guild and reported to them about their encounter with the Shadow Stalker. After a few days, they had an information exchange and stayed in Quattro for a while. Today was the appointed day, and they sat before Ben Wood and Clyde, the two guild masters. A third person appeared, and they wondered what this grand appearance was about. As if the presence of two guild masters was not enough, the backbone of the country, the leading aristocrat, Marcus Boa, was also present. He was the president of the Royal Academy of Arts. Yok thought of how he seemed full of pride but was actually great. Though Marina whispered to him, asking who the old man was, Yok told her that he was the most important person among the Royal Academy of Arts. Marina further asked him what the royal thing that he just stated was, infuriating him. Yok explained that it was an appreciated institution for the provision of the country. It scrutinizes records, studies information about everything happening in the country. In other words, the brains of this country. He's responsible for dealing with emergencies concerning strange occurrences and legislation regarding stuff related to magic artifacts and so on, and there is a lot more. Marina suddenly asked if he makes laws, and Sir Bo is the one who sits at the top. As she started to feel nervous, he told her that she should have known from the start. Boa stated that they were wasting his precious time. They apologized, and then he proclaimed that he heard a C-rank party defeated the Shadow Stalker. But he had no idea it was a fool who, on top of not knowing anything about the Royal Academy of Arts, was also unaware of who the mighty Boa is. Embarrassed, Marina apologized as both stated that they were deeply mistaken, and he's recognizing their achievements here, asking if she can't even see a simple fact like that. Yoke stated that it is an honor. Satisfied now, Bo boasted that it is good, while Ben Wood laughed, stating that the Marcus Sir Bo is really prideful. However, Ben Wood said the Shadow Walker was a special monster like the one they previously fought. Clover Guild stated that it had strength at another level and was too tough for an undead. On top of already being troublesome, it enriched its body with magical power using darkness magic, which is usually impossible in normal cases. It was without a doubt an A-rank monster, and it was defeated by the combined effort of the three girls. Their effort cannot be described as anything short of wonderful. And on top of that, it is also the first to have recorded the footage of a battle with an unknown monster like that. Since they did not have the magician broadcasting technology 10 years ago, the footage is playing a pivotal role in preparing countermeasures at the Royal Academy of Arts to deal with situations like this in the future, and that's not all. Clive stated that thanks to all of them, they were able to shut down the place, preventing any loss of life. After conducting several investigations, if needed, lower-ranked parties would be prohibited from entering the place. Boa added that it was only made possible because of all of them, and they were able to deal with the matter as swiftly as possible. Their achievements surely saved a lot of lives. As a representative of the Royal Academy of Arts, the unparalleled virtuous Boa thanked all of them. He told Clover that they did a good job and told them that he would like to reward them with an award on top of the compensation for the reward. Yoke once again stated that it is an honor. He then got to the main subject of the red mage of the four-leaf, Yoke, who is the wise mage who created the seven-colored magic. Boa asked why someone as great as him came personally. Yoke told Boa that someone like him must understand that. Yoke thought about how someone like the Marquis coming here personally seemed a bit strange, but he stated out loud that his opinion is based upon pure speculation and it will just amount to rubbish. The Marquis stated that it is all right because that is exactly what he's here to hear, and he wants to hear it directly from someone like him who experienced the threat that the Shadow Stalker posed. Yoke stood there silent and then stated that he thinks that the Shadow Stalker might be responsible for even more strange phenomena happening around, and in the worst case, there is a possibility of the occurrence of a stampede. They continued their conversation about the stampede, and it was as Yoke thought. The room went silent for a moment until Marina, again clueless, asked what a stampede is. They bickered about Marina's lack of common sense. Yoke explained that he had already told her at the labyrinth that monsters in the dungeon cannot move across dungeons. For some unknown reason, there have been instances where these rules were broken, and this phenomenon of monsters spilling out of dungeons is known as overflow. The occurrence of overflow simultaneously at several dungeons at once is known as a stampede. Marina asked if that is really dangerous. Yoke told her that there have been villages and cities destroyed by the onslaught of several monsters at once. Even though his hometown used to be a village of considerable size, it was reduced to nothing but rubble in only a few days, which shocked Marina. Yoke apologized for a moment and then stated that he just wanted to convey the threat that a stampede poses and told her not to worry about the things of the past. Marina thought about what happened to him. Benwood stated that it may not eliminate fear, but they conducted an investigation at every place after the Zannag incident. After that, they also observed several other strange occurrences. What they found out about the Shadow Stalker was as expected by Yoke. Those moments defied the rules of the dungeon, and it was the effect of overflow. If that Zannag were to occur, it would surely turn into a grave situation if that many monsters start spilling out of the dungeons. If those things start popping out like that, there would not be a single soul left. The room fell silent until Boa stated that Walmuria had developed by conquering several such dungeons. They would fight with the help of the intelligence it has collected over the years, and the youth just needed to follow him and relax. Clover Guild rallied behind him, and he stated that it is just a swarm of monsters, and there are countless ways to deal with monsters. A smile ran around the room. Boa, however, stood silent as he stated that to call a stampede a swarm of monsters was as he thought the Red Mage of Clovers resembled his master. Marina inquired about Yoke's teacher as Yoke asked if he knew his uncle. Bo stated that he was also a mysterious mage who offered a strange sense of security, as he told the room that his uncle was the great mage Saga. Marina quickly shouted out, asking if he meant Saga of Anubis. Yoke asked if he didn't tell her, while Silk and Rain stated that he did not and that they were unaware that he was related to Saga. The reason that Yoke was familiar with Benwood and Mamoru was because both of them were the party members of Anubis. Benwood stated that they were told to say hi to Yoke by a certain someone, and his party members found it amazing that he was related to someone that legendary. Bo once again stated that they're wasting his time as they profusely apologized. Clover parties left as they had some important things to discuss. After they were gone, Benwood and Mamoru were told that they needed to continue the investigations without any break, and they didn't have enough information to arrive at conclusions. The two agreed, and Bo was asked if the real reason he came here today was because he wanted to see the disciple of Saga. Bo accepted, stating that he's a wise man with huge reserves of knowledge, and that he's worthy of being remembered by him. He stated that he should be let to carve the name of the Red Mage of Clover in his mind, Yoke. Back at the Clover base, a month later in Yoke's room at midnight, he thinks about how it is finally over and looks at the clock. Realizing it's already midnight, he prepared the holy water for the next time. Rain, Silk, and Marina barge into his room, asking why he's still working. He tries to bargain with Silk, telling her that it's almost over, but she tells him it won't work, and he always says that and pulls an all-nighter every day. They stand there firmly, telling him that they want to tell him that since he's not self-conscious about it himself. They tell him that he works a lot and Yoke just thinks about the kind of outfit that Silk is wearing and how his eyes don't know where to look. They add that if they would not interrupt him, he would continue to work. Yoke asks if that is her new night outfit, and Rain states that they went shopping the other day. Marina asks why he's hiding his face. Silk further presses him, telling him not to ignore the conversation, and adds that they know that there has been a lot of work recently, but they have been working to reduce the master's load, but he still got his sleep so much to work, asking why he does so. He tells her that he understands, asking her to stop grabbing him, telling her that he will sleep. She states that they can't trust him and tells Marina and Rain to follow suit. They push him into bed and hold him down, and he thinks about what is happening, wondering why it came to this. They state that their master will not sleep if they do not do this. Yoke states that even if that's the case, he does not think sleeping together is necessary. Silk states that Guild Master keeps her distance from them more than necessary, and this will fix that as well. Yoke states that he realizes that and he is sorry about that. But this is too much. He asks them to move away, since Mina denies touching him as well. She asks what is wrong, as he gulps, squeezing and trying to turn and make some room. He looks over at Rain, asking if she's alright, while she looks back at him. He begs them to let him sleep alone, as they state that he is too loud, and ask him to sleep already. The leader underlines it, falling asleep next to him. As he lies there, he finds Marina munching on his ears, and he tries to push her away. On the other side, Silk kisses his cheek, apologizing profusely. He thinks about how he's getting touchy-touchy with everyone. Silk, however, grabs his hand and slides it over to her, holding it tight and squeezing it. He wonders why it's happening. She then starts kicking him, and he asks why she's making fun of him. She tells him it's because he is not sleeping already. Yoke scolds these different playful girls, asking them to be a bit more careful and stay safe, as there are times when he may not even be able to hold back. He tries to go to sleep. The next morning, they all lie in bed, and everyone, except Marina, ended up staying up all night. In Morin's underground tunnel, in a small room beside the canal, Simon sits there, with Barry, Jamie, and Alex. Barry proclaims that he wants to eat something decent, as all they've been eating is dry bread and jerky. Simon tells him not to complain since they agreed to save until they recruit a new member. He asks Jamie why they don't cook something for them, as they are good at cooking. Jamie tells him that it is impossible unless they carry a lot of tools, which they use for that purpose. Barry states that she can at least do that, and even that useless Yoke could do that. Simon says he does not want to talk about him and asks if everyone is ready and if they have enough potions. She tells him that due to a certain someone running ahead too fast, they used up quite a bit, and only a small amount of magic potions are left. Barry asks who she's accusing and who she's talking about, and if she has any problems, she should say it up front. Simon tells him to stop it and tells her that it's her job to anticipate that and restock the potions, as she is in charge. He adds that even though he doesn't think about a guy like that, he used to carry the magic tools required to carry the ingredients, cooking tools, and consumables all by himself. Even though Yoke spent a lot of money and labor for them, he threw him away. Simon then asks if the preparation for the broadcaster is ready. She tells him it will take a bit more. Barry chides them both, stating that they're shabby and a weak magic user, and on top of that, they can't even run their errands properly. They stand silent while Chimera states that Jimmy needs to contribute at least through errands if she doesn't have any talent. She states that she understands that. The GoPro starts shouting out random commands as Janie states that magic with miscellaneous commands becomes really messy. Chimera states that it's a simple magic spell, calling her an idiot. Jimmy states that she's wrong, and to set up her instrument ensuring that no contradiction arises is difficult. The difficult and toxic culture within the guild is apparent, as they laugh at her for being tone-deaf to magic and tell her not to hold them back, as signifying a simple request as B rank, and they just need to exterminate the Bolgols found in the underground canal. The deer monsters are found everywhere. Although not strong, they have good intellect and are troublesome in groups. Simon states that it must be someone who does not know much about monsters and is rating the monsters too high. Janie states that there must be some reason behind the high request rank. Simon states that she is speaking the same way as Yoke used to say and asks if she has any problems with the quest that he chose. His words are really irritating, but it does not benefit anyone, adding that an 8 rank would never feel a B rank request. They return to the guild after feeling down. The man at the counter suggests that they lower the rank of the quest they accept. Simon asks if she wants to suggest doing requests made for worthless people to him, since she says that they are continuing to feel B rank and A rank requests. Perhaps they should lower their rank. If they lose any more adventurous scores, they may even be demoted in rank, which absolutely shocks Simon, who states that it is their responsibility and no new members have been introduced. He adds that this time, the request to no one told them there would be a monster like that involved. She, however, replies that this time's request for investigating the extermination of Bolgols might turn out unexpectedly, which is why it's ranked B. The explanation was given to them while they were accepting the request. Simon asks if even after being an adventurer for 5 years, he could not understand the contents of the request. He becomes infuriated and asks for an explanation for her attitude, stating that the mere receptionist like her does not have any right to ride on a high horse, and that she will get a complaint lodged against her to her superiors. Angry, they leave the guild as his group members ask what he's planning to do, since they will be demoted at this rate. Barry agrees that they perhaps need to try and get a new member. As they walk away, the broadcaster states that Clover will make an appearance in today's broadcast, which further infuriates Simon as he looks back at the news broadcast displaying Clover Guild, completely and utterly enraged at them. He stands there. This chapter starts as Simon begins to get very irritated upon seeing the Clover Guild being televised again. Noise from the TV screen says that the broadcast they just saw, actually, it seemed that they were editing the original Tension Attack video currently, which meant that this was the actual video of the strange monster Shadow Stalker's fight. Even more, the Stalker seems to carry special body traits, making him an A-rank monster, which meant that after a few days, a portion of Part 2 of the battle would be broadcasted. That meant that the day when Clover became a A-rank party was very near, and a preview was being shown. The noise talked about how cheering each other on after an intense fate really made everybody's heart betrayed, and Simon began to think about how intense the scene was. Janie asks Simon if he has a good plan, to which he says that they should leave it up to him. She says that they had asked him once, to which he says that honestly, their first priority should be to bring back Yoke. Simon says that he has a great idea. A few weeks later, there was a broadcast which says that this is a royal broadcast section regarding the frequent occurrence of nests of monsters. While Yoke and the other Clover Guild are listening to this, there is a knock at the door. At the same time, they receive an email, and Yoke says that the email is addressed to him. The rest of the guild asks who it's from, and he says that it is from Simon. Rain asks if it is about recruiting again, to which he says that it says nothing but to come and meet at the guild immediately. It is being announced that the entry for the investigation of Endless Darkness is now allowed, and that regarding the recruiting of A-rank adventurers. Simon thinks about how this had been made by the efforts of gathering sponsors. Silk asks if that concerns the letter, to which he says that he has no idea, but it seems that it is something that they cannot ignore, to which all of them agree that they should go and visit the guild. Once they reach there, the receptionist asks for a nomination request and tells them that the details are in the form. Yoke begins to look through the form and says that they were asking him to join them for the Endless Darkness quest, to which he thinks about how that is very rude. The form says that the one-time request is being used by parties if they have an absence of a specialist or a member, and is like a part-time job for the person being requested. Furthermore, it states that this is a kind of request that is aimed towards members who are free at the time of the member of the team, which is non-active at the time. To post a request for a member who is part of an active team is rude, and even more so when the person is the leader. The receptionist tells them that that is very reckless, to which Simon says that he didn't think that they would really send an invitation. The receptionist says that they probably use this knowledge to thrust into such a quest, that the Royal Academy of Arts wants information about all strange occurrences. Yoke thinks about how it was very strange, and that also for their sake, it would be better to decline the offer as he didn't have any plan to participate. Silk says that she thought that was what he would do, to which the receptionist says that she had already prepared the meal and had labeled the reply as urgent. She says that she knew that Yoke would never agree to something like this and that he would stick to his current guild. Right as they talk about this, they turn around, and behind them is Simon asking what the letter means. Simon asks Yoke what the meaning of the letter is, to which he says that no one should do anything. He turns to face Simon. Simon thinks about how it can't be helped, and that he is going to have to be honest. He tells Simon that he does not have any interest in accompanying him to endless darkness, and that it means exactly what it is. He tells Simon that trying to recruit someone from an active party is a crime, and that he should be the one asking Simon that. Simon says that it is just an A-rank party, and that was why he had lent him his hand to leave the party easily, but that even after that, to accomplish what he needed, he would need help from an A-rank party. Simon says that he could just cut it already, to which Yoke says that even with that popularity, he was still just fooling this idiotic audience. He asks if he's still not getting full of himself after using the girl's popularity for himself. Simon says that even if that wasn't enough, using the faces of the girls to get sponsors, he should be ashamed of himself. That's showing as if there were a close battle in a low-rank quest, and then a performance filled with a lot of tears. To top it off, getting intimidated and getting more viewers. It would all make him want to vomit. He tells Yoke that he can't do anything by himself, and that he's just a simple and useless person who can do nothing but their jobs. Yoke says that that is why he wants him to return to the party, because Yoke is somebody that nobody knew off, and asks if he's just angry with the fact that he was the leader of his current guild. Yoke asks Simon if he isn't ashamed of himself, that attacking someone on the basis of mere speculation and the reason being nothing but petty jealousy. Clearly, Simon tells Yoke that he is telling him to quit such a powerful party to earn some small pocket money, and says that what he means is to say that his party is nothing, and that he is wrong. Yoke says that he refuses towards Simon. Simon says that he is telling him to go and accomplish his goal. Yoke says that in the first place, it was his dream, and even if it was about the other gate, it was not his place to say anything. He says that it is reckless for someone like him to even think about endless darkness. Everybody in the guild begins to look at them as they are being very loud. Simon begins to get angry and asks Yoke how he could try to make a fool out of him, to which Simon says that, since he was the leader, he was telling him that out of responsibility, that he had thought carefully about their capabilities, and that there was a good chance of getting exterminated in the dungeon if they went fully prepared, and that was not what he wanted to do. Yoke says that just because he had left on his own without thinking about anything, they were in danger of losing their rank because of the continuous field request, and that they should not blame it on somebody else. Yoke says that he had always labeled it as the small talk of the cowardly and never paid any attention to it, that he had always calculated the danger and their need to be careful in order to complete the quests, and that he had always talked to him about this. Furthermore, he says that the reason that they were feeling wasn't because of him, and that he had tried to make them understand this till the very end. That for an adventurer, the battle is not the only thing that he should be worried about, that there are other tasks above the ground, the knowledge, and those are just as important. Simon says that it is because he takes the job too lightly, which is why he does not know about any of this. First stop. He says that he doesn't know about the difficulties of being a leader, which is why he acts like a complete fool. That Simon would not like to take orders from someone without any sense of responsibility, and that he is not even an adventurer if all he does is fight and leave everything else to others, and that he would never enter such a party. Simon asks Yoke what he is saying, to which he says that he is the one who fails to understand that his teammates are a failure, and he is a failure as a leader. Yoke says that he cannot do his job properly, and on top of that, their personality is rotten, that they are people like that, and that he doesn't understand what other people say, which is why he is acting like a baby. He says that it is dangerous for a guild to have a leader like him, and that trying to recruit the leader in front of his party members seemed like he didn't even have any common sense, which was a very cowardly move. New Yoke says that Simon does not know anything but how to look down on other people, and it was pathetic. He says that in order to think about the causeway, he needs to find a different where. Simon says that he is not the one that is wrong, but that Yoke is. Yoke says that this was his last warning to him, and that he needs to forget about endless darkness and reanalyze himself. He tells him that he wants to be his excuse, and tells his guild members that they should leave. A few weeks later, Yoke goes to the guild again, and the receptionist apologizes to him for calling everybody so suddenly. She tells them that she will lead them to the reception. Simon says that it must be some quest about going to attention and finding something about some monster, and says that he doesn't really know, that there is no end to the strange things that have been going on. Marina asks if he thinks that's true, and Yoke answers that actually is. She had thought it had something to do with their request that they had declined the other day. Yoke says that he had the full right to decline it. As they walk inside, Marcus thanks them for coming and asks them to sit down. Everybody is very shocked, and Yoke begins to wonder if he is really angry about him rejecting the quest, and if declining the quest was that bad. Marcus says that they should start without delay. He hands him a scroll labeled the Scroll of Exit. On it, there is a return to use and throw artifact that can only be found in the deepest dungeons and can only be used through alchemy. Marina asks if you can exit any dungeon anytime, along with the comrades around you at the time of fuse. She is told that it is said to be the most powerful event for any adventurer and is a super rare item carrying a super powerful effect. They ask him why he would give them such a wonderful artifact. Marcus says that the Great King came there himself to recommend them on behalf of the kingdom, and that they would like him to accept the nomination quest mission from the kingdom. He tells them to listen to all of it very carefully, and that to help them all understand the cause behind it, they need to accept the Endless Darkness investigation. They all begin to get very shocked hearing this. He tells them that even among them, it was the most concentrated. As they all knew, the strange phenomena that were occurring one after the other around the world and the kingdom. He tells the guild that though they had sent 3 parties in the past 2 weeks for the investigation, they were yet to grasp any solid information, and that the areas around the Endless Darkness were still undiscovered. Marcus asks Yoke to lend him his strength and tells him that he needs the help of him and his discerning eyes and his deduction capabilities. For now, they need information as fast as possible and as much as possible. Silk asks if they are actually dreaming, and Marina says that it is so surprising that they might be able to go to Endless Darkness soon. Rain chimes in, saying that of course they would, and asks Yoke if he agrees. Yoke tells the others that they should probably pull out for now. Yoke says that he doesn't think that they have enough strength, and says that he doesn't think that he can protect all of them in Endless Darkness. Marcus says that to a great extent, he was underestimating himself, and that 4 Leaves Red Mage, and that he thinks that he is slightly hesitant. Marcus says that he once again felt Yoke's strength, and that since he had met him, he had been watching him through the broadcast. Marcus asks Yoke if he really thinks that someone can pull off an extraordinary move today other than him. Like multi-quick cast. Not just that, but what about the ability to create new magic spells through alchemy? Marcus says that Yoke has brilliant insight and intuition and the determination needed in desperate times. He had a heart which thought about his comrades and his sheer will. He tells Yoke that considering everything, Yoke was very capable and that he was decisive, discerning, and practical. He had a wide view and knowledge that was in abundance. He tells Yoke that thanks to him, an A-rank party might also feel intimidated by his party because of him showing them the fruits of hard work. To supplement the girls' lack of experience, he had the ability to draw out their power beyond limit. He says that they all might be able to safely extract the information and definitely come back safely. That he had reduced that if it was them, they might be able to pull off the impossible. He tells them that now that they do not have a saga, no one except him can shoulder all this burden of the country. All the girls back Yoke up and tell him that he can definitely do it. Yoke thanks all of them and tells them that he will accept the request. This chapter starts as Yoke begins to go through the details of the quests. He thinks about how it's really a quest from the king and how the minimum rank for the quest is an A rank. It was said to be a treasure for an adventurer, the only record in human history that proved the existence of the Abyss Gate. Stored with stringent security by the guild, you could not even look at it unless you were a B rank or higher. This, as the name would suggest, was a record of the most dangerous dungeons left by the legends, the record of battles in colorless darkness. Yoke gets handed the document, saying that this is for somebody who already knew what was inside. Yoke begins to tell everyone how his hands are shaking, and Rain comments, asking if it is alright if they see it without any delay. They are told that this is all that the other 3 parties gathered in 2 weeks, and they were the most recent records by other parties. Mark says that it is just that keeping aside other parties were of no use. Yoke says that he didn't think that with such a mission request, their score would fall so much. Mark says that it can't be helped since if they don't show any results here, their adventure score would go straight to the bottom, talking about Sandbike. Yoke tells Marquez that he had told them to stop. Marx tells him that the sponsors who were not careful all offered money to them. For example, Yoke of Clover was going to support them for the quest, and they spread such rumors around that the quest would be swindled and used under 100 methods. Marx continues, saying that they should listen carefully, and that everyone collecting information was important, but that was not the first priority. The girls begin to get excited, thinking that they are probably going to get a new member, as Mark mentions that he is thinking of temporarily recruiting a new member as support. Yoke asks if he can be introduced to any capable scouts, to which Mark says that he should not make it sound so simple, as scouts were really popular and most of them were capable scouts who were already hired. The receptionist says that she could introduce them to somebody good, and that she was the daughter of an acquaintance to her that interested her and that she had been working hard at strengthening her deposition, to which Yoke gets surprised and asks if she is sure. Yoke thinks about how he pities the girl as Mamoru helping her improve her personality, and that it might tear apart before anything else. Mamoru asks if he was thinking about something bad, to which she says no. She tells him that she will introduce her to him tomorrow, and therefore they should gather at the guild at Nen 00. The next day, all 4 of them gather in the guild and begin to wait for her. She does not show up, and the receptionist comments on how she had specifically told her not to be late. Mamoru tells everybody sorry and says that she might have been caught up in some trouble. Yoke tells everybody to sit down till she comes, and Mamoru tells everybody that she is very capable of handling herself, and therefore she will be there shortly. The girls begin to wonder about what kind of a girl she might be. As they are thinking about this, they are approached by a huge man asking if they can pour him some alcohol, to which the girls say that he should do it himself. The man begins to get angry and asks if they are trying to make a fool out of him. The girls comment about how he will never grow up and begin to fight him. After they are all done with their fight, they turn to Mamoru, and Mamoru tells them that the girl had arrived. They turn around and see her, and she bows, saying that she's very sorry for being so late. She says that she will definitely prove useful to them, and that she pledges to work with all that she has, and she requests all of them to hire her. She introduces herself as Nin. She tells them that she really wants to be hired by them from the bottom of their hearts, to which Mamoru comments about how she is very desperate. Nin asks them if they're really going to attention and comments on how they seem to be in a hurry. She asks them if they are sure about not taking an interview as they decide that they definitely want her as a part of their guild. She tells them that she wants to join them, but to form a party, they need to first check the most important thing, which is compatibility. Yoke says that it would make it easier for them to make decisions and asks what she thinks. He says that after this, she could also decide if she wants to join the party, to which she says that she wants to see if she will be able to coordinate with everyone during the fights in the dungeon. To which he says that is exactly what they want to see. Nin asks if they are thinking about a revenge match, to which Yoke says that actually, during their first fight with the floor boss, he had accidentally defeated the boss by himself. Nin asks if he wants to analyze their coordination and says that she thinks the steel crab might be the best enemy out there. Yoke says that to break that hard shell, they would need coordination between everyone, and says that considering as their first fight together, it is not a very difficult task. Nin talks about how then their purpose is just to defeat the floor boss and asks if she is right. Nin says that it is her chance to display her strength, and says that they should let her guide them through the shortest route to the boss. As they're walking, she tells them to be careful of the traps. Silk asks how she is possibly able to locate the traps, and that too so precisely. Rain talks about how it's nothing but a small earthquake, and Marina comments on how she can really identify the location of traps without using any tools. She tells them that it is actually the sound and the vibrations, that it's hollow places where there are traps, so the sensation of the sound and vibration are different at those locations, and the place where the switch is that place at the end of the trap. She tells them that that is why the more experience that you have, the better it is, but knowing all of that does not mean that you would always be able to identify the traps, and therefore you need to put your knowledge to practical use. She tells them that as a scout, she needs information and experience to disable the traps, and that the scout needs to remember various patterns associated with each trap. Yoke says that you need really deep insight for doing that, and that practically, she would not be able to do it unless she was really smart. Silk says that it's not just the skills, but that she is also really knowledgeable. Rain talks about how to be able to identify such faint signals is an amazing skill, and Marina also comments on how it is amazing how she can figure all that out from sounds and vibrations. Neen tells them that something is coming this way, and the others comment on how they cannot hear anything, to which she says that it is because it's very far away. Neen asks what they should do if their purpose is just to fight the floor boss, and if they can avoid useless fights. Yoke thinks about how she is able to identify traps and even hear sounds that are far away, all while talking to them, and thinks about how that is so amazing. Marina also comments about how she can hear voices that are 100 feet away, and therefore she must be very talented, thinking about how did miners are usually found growing in masses, and so they are easier to identify. Neen tells them that she had memorized the map of the dungeon, so other than the hidden roads, she knew everything about it. They're all shocked thinking about how amazing she is. They eventually reach the gate and talk about how they have reached the boss room in an instant. Yoke says that she is too reassuring and that it would lead to better performance as those skills are really good. Silk thinks about how it's not just that, but since they didn't take much time to get there, it didn't cause any fatigue. Rain says that since they didn't have to fight until now, they could fight the boss with their full strength. Marina comments on how it's amazing that it didn't even take them an hour to reach the 5th floor. Neen says that it is not amazing at all, to which Yoke says that she doesn't think that's the case, and that he is reminded of how amazing scouts really are to prevent dungeon attacks. Neen tells them that she is more than happy to be useful. All the girls comment on how they really want her to join. Neen tells them that ninjas can fight along with working as a scout. On top of that, they can also use jutsu. She tells them that she will show them her specialty and begins to fight. All of them are really amazed, and they decide to go and defeat the boss without any hesitation. They open the gate and see him inside and begin to attack him. Neen runs ahead and starts using her ninja techniques. Yoke is amazed at how she used her hair to guide the enemy's attack to where she wanted. He observes that she uses some technique called ripping heaven sky. He thinks about how those clones were there to supplement her lack of power, and that it was incredible that she was able to cut down those big scissors of the steel crab. They think about how it's a really good job, and that she defeated the steel crab all by herself, and therefore she must be really powerful. They all thank her for using the power of a ninja. Moreover, everyone was in awe of Neen's incredible combat skill. She defeated the steel crab all by herself, as all of them continue to applaud her for the great fight she put up. Yoke adds that being happy for Neen sounds amazing, but if all of them keep standing there, they will have nothing left to fight. Therefore, they all nod along with Yoke, hence they all collectively tell Neen that they will display their strengths towards her as well. Moreover, Yoko uses his double chain cast, chain slow spell, and magic sword radical slasher spell and strikes through the air, slashing through the floor boss. Everyone was amazed to see that he was able to cast the weakening magic on a floor boss. Then Yoko turns on the physical boost provocation and asks Marina to draw the enemy longer. Her body felt lighter, she glides through the air. As Marina approaches forward, her magical sword cuts through the steel crab's leg easily. Her strength was effortless and incredible as her magical sword avoids the edge. As Marina lands back on the ground on her feet, she realizes that her and Neen are an amazing combination, to which she agrees and says that her words have been stolen by her. Moreover, Neen alerts Rain that its weakness is lightning magic, hence Rain adds that it is obvious. Moreover, Neen commands Yoko to please use the Scroll of Fall Water spell, and he was instantly on it. The Scroll of Falling Water falls on the steel crab. The steel crab was seriously injured at this point. Moreover, Rain prays to Undyne to lend him more strength. As he proceeds to do the level 4 spirit magic less than Aqua Rum greater than, therefore, Rain is determined to finish the steel crab. As he attempts his level 4 magic lightning magic, moreover, it seemed like they stopped its movement and used water to strengthen the lightning magic. With just one magic attack, Rain brought down the huge crab. Hence, Rain and Silk are both amazing. The bolting completely finished the steel crab. Hence, they all enchanted with happiness as they defeated the steel crab and congratulated everyone on their blissful victory. On top of being individually strong, their teamwork is incredible. This is called the strength of a C-rank party. Furthermore, Marina called Nin and complimented her along with a hug that she was great. Her ninja techniques were really cool. The rest of them also added that it was great, her techniques were fast, and the way she used the techniques was really amazing. Rain added that they were not only fast, but also very precise in aiming for the knee of the crab. Moreover, Yoko also added that Nin easily understood his directions, and her teamwork with Marina was also really great. They all seemed extremely joyous due to their victory, as they credit each other for their teamwork and bravery. However, Nin seemed a little uneasy and nervous, so everyone asks her what is going on with her. So she tells them that she is not used to receiving praise all day long like this, as she seemed happy at the same time talking about this. Therefore, Yoko and Marina formally announce that they want to hire Nin for the task, and they ask her if she doesn't have any problem they want her to join them, as it might be a harsh adventure in the endless dark. Nin was shook as she heard the offer. She was glad for the offer, but there was a but in the situation. She asks them if they were really sure about their decision. They both seemed clueless after seeing Nin's reaction, so they ask her if she is dissatisfied with something. So she explains them the reason behind her reaction. She tells them that she has been in several parties before as a temporary member, but she was always a nuisance to them. She further adds that one time she was busy with saving someone which got her late, and the party members missed the horse wagon, resulting in delayed plans. And there was another time when she gave the potions to a person in need, which rendered her to be incapable to attend the dungeon attack that day. She further added that she got scammed easily by people causing trouble to the team members. There she believed that her clumsiness caused nothing but trouble to her party members, making it impossible for her to get hired. But she was certain that Yoko and his teammates will definitely accept her as a member, as Mamoru-san told her, but she still asked them to reconsider their decision about hiring her. After hearing all this, Yoko tells her that he wants her to join them, and was she even listening to them? So Nin was uncertain that she told them everything. Then why are they still considering to hire her? So Yoko replies that none of the troubles Nin mentioned seemed really bothersome to him, as he clarifies that he knows the schedule of the horse wagons, so they can just take the next wagon if she gets late. Nin was surprised to hear that Yoko remembered everything she said. Then Yoko adds that since he is a supporter, she can manage the potions needed by her, and last but not least, he will teach her ways to avoid getting scammed, which he learned during his time with Sandpike. Nin was extremely shocked after hearing all of this, so Yoko tells her that in the first place, to deal with troubles and to avoid any troubles is the job of a supporter. He did not have any problem, on the contrary, to save someone even if it means trouble, signaled that Nin's heart is beautiful and strong at the same time. Therefore, they ask her again if she is fine with it. They would like her to join their party Clover. Hence, she agrees and tells them to take good care of her. They all seemed extremely happy to have her in their team, as they congratulate her and welcome her when Yoko announces that a powerful comrade has joined us, as he asks everyone to cheer up. Now their agenda was to find out the cause of the stampede and have a look at the Abyss Gate, as they all put their hands high in the sky. Then Marina adds that since Nin is their party member now, they should invite her to live with them. Nin seemed in deep shock once again. Furthermore, a few hours later after the fight, they all go back to their guild and do the necessary paperwork to officially register Nin as their temporary member. Hence, Nin started living with them from that night. As they get back to the lodging, they all warmly welcome her to her new humble abode. She felt extremely welcomed and grateful, but the decision was sudden, and she felt sorry because Mamoru-san must have been surprised. But Yoko clarifies her that it is completely alright since she already anticipated this, as it was already expected of Mamoru-san. Moreover, Yoko asks Nin if she gave it a thought and asks the rest of the crew if they were okay with Nin living with them. They all seem totally okay with it, and ask her if she is completely alright with living with a man she met for the first time under one roof. Her face glowed, as it did not seem like she had a problem with that. Moreover, Marina guides Nin that her room is the parlor on the second floor, left side front door. She also asks her to keep her luggage in her room and come back. Hence she puts her luggage in her room and comes back downstairs. They all welcome her to her new home with a gigantic, delicious feast. As she looks at the feast, she was shocked, and she exclaims that all the food seems delicious and amazing. So they all tell her that they were sure about Mamoru-san's recommendation, so they made this yesterday. Nin went into another shock, as she believed that this much food was for her, and they prepared all of this by themselves even before they knew her. She was extremely happy, as tears were pouring out of her eyes, and thanked them all for their lovely hospitality. Hence they all get ready to dig in the feast. As Nin takes a bite, she finds the dish so delicious. So Marina tells her that Yoko prepared this. Nin was in awe of the fact that Yoko can cook. Therefore, Yoko was glad that Nin liked his dish. Then Yoko mentions that he forgot to ask earlier. He wanted to confirm something, that they all take turns for cooking, shopping, and cleaning of common spaces. So if she is alright with all this, hence Nin laughs and says that she is even fine with doing all the chores by herself. Yoko was relieved to hear that and asks if she wants something from them. So she replies that there is something she wants which might bother them all. So they all were confused, so she tells them that she is scared of water. So if anyone could accompany her to the bath and help her wash her hair and body. They all collectively look at her with amazement. They all start to laugh and tell her that it is not a big deal. They will help her. And they added that she portrayed it to be such a big matter even though it is such a small one. Nin's eyes brightened up after hearing this, as she thought they would laugh at her request. Hence she realized that they all were really nice people when Marina adds that all four of them should bathe together and have a pajama party after that. As Yoko hears this, he starts to blush and asks them to have this conversation someplace else. Then Marina senses what Yoko was thinking about, so she calls him out to be a pervert and adds that she can always tell what Yoko is thinking. Hence Rain adds that Yoko will feel lonely if they leave him alone. Hence Marina adds that if that is the case, she does not have a problem if he bathes with them, and they all start to laugh and say that they are also fine with it. Hence Nin also agrees that okay, they can bathe together. Moreover, as they all are bathing together, Rain adds that she had fun. It was a blast. So Marina asks Nin if she is alright now when she is bathing her. So she replies that she is alright and not afraid, when Silk adds that they should invite Yoko to bathe with them for real. Hence turns out everyone likes Yoko a lot, and so Marina asks what is the reason behind that. She adds that she thinks that she can tell why everyone likes Yoko, and she tells Nin that she also might end up liking him. So Nin adds that no matter how attractive Yoko is, she doesn't have any interest in love. Therefore, Nin decides to leave the shower first and tells Marina thank you for washing her hair. So Marina tells her that it was fun for her, while others were laughing as they had fun picking on her. On the other hand, Nin was thinking to herself that everyone seems so happy talking about Yoko, but she had no idea about what love is, so she would like to maintain a friendly relationship with him. However, as she was walking past, she slipped as she was lost in thought when Nin hears a voice calling Nin, Nin. Hence it was Yoko who holds her hand, preventing her from falling. As Nin is in his arms, Yoko asks if she is hurt or anything. They both lock eyes and get lost. Then Nin tells him she is alright when suddenly they start hearing the noises from the other room. It seemed like the pajama party had started. However, after some time at the pajama party, Nin blushes and tells everyone that she loves Yoko. They all start laughing and ask her how did it happen so fast? What is the reason? So she tells them that he embraced her to save her from falling off the stairs. Hence Nin proved to be a very easy person. However, a week later, they took a step forward towards their dreams. They accepted the national quest and instantly started with the preparations with no further ado. Moreover, they all checked their belongings and equipment, making sure that they are ready to go. Therefore, Yoke announces that, as planned, they will leave for Endless Darkness tomorrow. Rain was excited about it, but Marina was a bit nervous. However, the rest of them could not wait for the trip to start. Therefore, they all head back home. As they are sitting at the dinner table, they pray and decide to eat, then quickly get to bed so they can fully recharge themselves. As they all are at the table munching through the food, laughing, Rain adds that everyone is a bit too nervous. They should all try to be their natural selves. Hence, they all agreed with Rain, as Marina said that she is right. She had been nervous from the day before. When Silk added that she usually was feeling tense, and as they talked about their emotions, they thanked Rain to make them feel better. Moreover, they decide to see the broadcast. In the Royal Broadcast Bureau, the subject of interest was the party that is ready to storm the Endless Darkness, and they all were instantly intrigued by the subject, so they decide to watch. At first, on the podcast, they start with talking about the organizers of the Times Request, a super party which rose to a rank within just 4 years. Up-and-coming party, Sandpike. As they find out about Sandpike taking part in the quest, they all were concerned and thought that it would be easy if they don't show up before them. Hence Rain tells Yoke that he has nothing to worry about. She will protect him. Then in the broadcast, they introduce the two immensely popular parties, the most popular and the most powerful within their country. Heading ahead in a pursuit of dreams, the Good Old Adventures Party. Pride of all mankind Scordian. The members included Moria, mage/alchemist, Miriam, bandit/mage, Lucent, leader/knight/monk, Darkus, warrior/ranger, and mage, monk/spirit user. They are the ones who will do anything to achieve their goals, and their charisma is admired by many. Possessing immense strength, they are the definition of true first-class villains. As Yoke and everyone saw that, they will be pleased to find out that they will be standing on the same stage as them tomorrow. They all were suddenly trembling with excitement, and now on to the next party in the end. This party will participate from tomorrow. Shortly after formation, both popularity and ability of the party soared. This party is the talk of the town for exterminating high-rank monsters and new magic discovery. Hence the question is, will this party pull off a miracle again and be people's favorite? It was their party. Yoke and his party were also on the broadcast. Clover. They were shocked to see that the Royal Broadcast Bureau was introducing them, and that too magnificently, which was great and made them more excited about tomorrow. Hence Yoko yells that tomorrow is going to be a big step for them towards their dreams. Therefore, he asks if everyone is ready. The next day, the big day, everyone was gathered outside the guild, Underground Guild. They all were amazed, as they had never seen a magic seal this big, as no one could enter this place without the kingdom's permission, so the highest grade sealing magic is used here, and only a few guild members know how to open this. Hence now they were opening the gates. The door creaks open as they are walking in. Beyond the transportation crest out front lies the door to endless darkness. Hence they all proceed to go further. They stand on the transportation crest and get deported away from their current town to the endless darkness. The signs in front of them said, right under the Adventurers Guild's deep underground, endless darkness dungeon entrance, and then there was an underground cavern. They proceed forward into the dungeon. It was dark and quite huge. The towers were broken, surrounded with more art, and they all were shocked to see that this is the endless darkness dungeon. Moreover, as Yoke peeps through towards the tower, he realizes that in the deepest part of the dungeon lies the Abyss Gate. Suddenly, as they were walking through the dungeon, the adventurers party of Scordia and Grant's Blow show up. As Rain and Marina look at them, they seemed really excited to see them. However, Neen seemed irritated when she told Marina that it is rude to point fingers at them, which angers them. However, Ms. Miriam, who is admired by all scouts, waved at them, which left them speechless. Moreover, Rain believed that the strongest avant-garde duo Lucen and Darkus looked at them. However, Silk believed that Archmage Uncle Moria is the real deal. When Yoke tells them all to behave themselves and not give any reaction to anyone or stare. But yet again Marina added that the genius spirit user Madame Mage looked at them and smiled. However, one of the openings stepped forward and tells them that he heard that it is their first time here and wishes them good luck. And they start to walk away. Suddenly, the other opponent party thuds right into the tower with mere coordination, which was amazing. As Yoko and his party witnessed this scene, their mouths remain wide open. As the party walks by, their eyes were never off of them. They all find them extremely intimidating because although they are called rogue, their abilities are without a doubt top class. Therefore, the girls realize now that they have come to an insane place. Hence, the opponent talks to Rain and tells her to be herself, and if she is scared of seeing the size of the place, to which Yoko says that it might be true. Hence, this was the place that is being talked about so fondly by everyone, and also the place where Clover's dream, Abyss Gate, realizes. However, as Yoko moves closer, they discover the deepest place in the endless darkness dungeon. The edge of the world lied inside it. Moreover, Yoke was deeply moved by the size of the final barrier of their dream. They all start their journey. They all ask each other to be careful. Hence, the endless darkness exploration begins. However, now it looks like abnormal is normal at endless darkness. Everyone asks Neen to give them the advanced warning, which is a warning given by scouts who are good at covert action. They go ahead alone and grasp the terrain and the enemy situation. Moreover, Neen uses a hidden mantle, which is used to camouflage with the surroundings. Yoke improved its functionality such that the effect is enhanced to the extent that one cannot see the user unless they look closely. Yoke was surprised to see that as Neen was proceeding forward, it was incredible that she is not nervous, despite being in her first dungeon with them. Therefore, he realized that taking her in was a good decision. Hence, they all decide to review their objective till Neen comes back. Their purpose is to get information about the abnormal occurrences inside endless darkness. Thus, most areas around the endless darkness with signs of abnormal phenomena are being observed. Moreover, Yoke adds that to summarize, with the probability of the cause of stampede lying inside the dungeon being high, they cannot ignore any abnormal phenomena occurring inside the dungeon. But the difficulty level of the dungeon is not half-baked because it is fundamentally different from other dungeons. The Endless Darkness dungeon is known for being insane from the start. The reason behind this is the environment changing unexpectedly without warning, as it has places like an abandoned castle, suddenly stumbling upon a forest, floor changes back and forth on the stairs, thus suddenly snow starts falling. It is said that the floor itself changes form as one tries to return using stairs. However, on top of that, it will not be strange if any abnormal phenomena occur at any point. He decides to let GoPro fly to live broadcast everything except the times they take a break. Girls were shocked to hear about all these facts but agreed to proceed forward. With that said, since it is their first day today, they will just explore the first floor to test their strength, and as originally planned, if they meet any other party on the way, they decided to take a different route, hence they all agreed to that. It was about time Neen was back as well, so Yoke asks her how was the dungeon. So she informs him that there were no secret passages or traps, but shocked Yoke. So Neen tells him that as soon as she passed through the tunnel it seemed as though the floor began to change, and her experiencing it firsthand was somewhat insane. So Rain seemed trembled with fear as she adds that even though they watched it on the broadcast, it seemed like the abnormalities are more than they expected. However, they all proceed forward with utmost caution, and Neen leads the way. As the stairs have collapsed, there is no way to go up. Endless darkness can only be explored underground. As they all walk past, there are ruins everywhere, and they all proceed towards a door. It creaks open, so Neen orders everyone to go beyond this. It was a huge dark storage room. It was insane to look at when Rain adds that the scenery is kinda inconsistent, when Marina adds that it is strange, as if many places have mixed to form this scene. Moreover, Neen asks them to wait there for a while as she goes for the advance warning again. Suddenly something happens to Silk, so Yoke asks her if she is alright. So she replies that it is just that her heart is pounding crazy. So he asks her why it is happening, is she scared, and Yoke was concerned now because it was unexpected from Silk, who is usually always calm. Then suddenly Neen shows up and guides them to follow her, and they all cluelessly ask her what is it. So Neen shows them something unexpected. It was a huge galactic scenery in front of them, with stars everywhere. It all looked amazing and beautiful, but a little scary. They all were shook to see something so beautiful in there, as it was really dark during the broadcast. Neen also agreed that it is really beautiful. Then Yoke added that day when he heard her dream his life was nothing but finding a way to live in a human world. He did not have much savings, so he would take a lot of quests. Hence his adventures were all about earning money. He turned into adventures to accomplish their sparkling dreams. Hence, as they all stand there together, Yoke exclaims that this is the reason why being here as a member of Clover makes him really happy. Moreover, Marina seemed really happy as she describes that this pounding is the kind of pounding as she squeezes her heart. Thus, they all have reached endless darkness, and beyond this, there was the Abyss Gate. Hence, Yoke exclaims that everyone lets go without fear. This is their dream, and that they all should enjoy while being careful. Hence, they all proceed forward, and the dungeon's environment changes again. So Neen decides to go for advanced warning again. Then at a point, Neen tells them to stop, as she points the mirror there and tells them that this mirror shows what lies ahead. The mirror tells them that the monster is definitely alive, and it seemed like the fight is inevitable at this point, as the mirror shows an image of the monster which seems strange. Since Yoke has never seen a monster like this before, it was a huge creature with horns all over it. Moreover, they all were shocked to see the monster, as Neen or Yoke both had not seen a monster like it before. And everyone was more shocked to find out that even Yoke has not seen this type of creature, which means it is a new kind of monster. It was huge with shark-like sharp teeth. It seemed like it is some sort of chimera or demon. Its head looked like a hammered shark while its body resembles the long-haired Minotaurus. If by any chance it belonged to those species, it must be B rank, the same level as that Zarnak. It was surprising that such a strong creature was on the first floor. So Neen asks what shall they do now, should they consider taking a different route, but Yoke refuses and says that they shall fight. So Marina adds that even if they don't take the dangerous path, this is probably one of the anomalies of endless darkness that the Royal Academy is looking for, as it is a new kind of monster. On the radar, it showed a strong enemy is showing up in the large cavity. Hence they can get more information about it by fighting it. Moreover, the important thing for them is to test their abilities to see if they can survive this dungeon. If they stumble here, they will escape using the scroll of exit and drop the quest, so they all agree to Yoke. But Yoke was optimistic as he believed that this time, considering their preparations to conquer endless darkness, he thinks Clover will beat the monster easily. But both Marina and Rain seemed utterly concerned and confused as to how will a C-rank party defeat a B-rank monster easily. Samneen adds that she has a plan. She wanted to save it for later since it tires her out, but the Ring of Rabbit Lay is a magic tool that greatly increases speed temporarily. Since it puts a burden on feet, it shall not be used many times. Therefore, Neen is the key to this strategy. Moreover, she proceeds with the attack. The gigantic monster growls and trembles at her. Thus, he is fast. Neen is observing the enemy's movements, but she was about to get eaten by it. She attacked the monster physically with physical attacks as Yoke instructed her to do so. It is similar to a Minotaurus unable to use magic. It is coming towards them again, so Neen lures the monster where everyone is waiting. So she continues to struggle and fight with the monster. Moreover, Marina steps in with her new weapon, which is a Stinger Joe. A large magic crossbow has high attack power but is heavy, making it tough to carry around, best suited for surprise attacks. Moreover, she asks Neen if she will be able to dodge the attack, so Neen replies, easily. The long passage will drain the stamina of the monster. As Neen and Marina launch another deadly attack, the monster is yelling and squeaking with pain but was still not ready to budge. It was a very tough monster, hence all within the calculations. Now it is Silk's turn to attack, hence he asks her to draw the monster in. She was glad she followed her monster's advice. She uses Elemental Arrow with Thunder. It is a consumable magic tool. Other variations of elemental arrows include water, fire, explosion, and etc. Moreover, Yoke informs Silk that a shark head has a sensory organ called Lorenzini that senses weak electric currents, a mechanism for finding food that senses the tiny electrical currents emitted by mussels when they move. Hence, if the monster has that organ, it will be useful for them. Silk replies, got it. If it is a delicate organ like that then, so Silk unleashes the arrows, they believe that now he will definitely yield to strong current. The monster starts to roar but turns out he is unaffected. Therefore now Yoke orders Rain to attack and buy them some time. Moreover, she uses the magic power of her new staff. She uses the level 4 magic less than Vortex Thunder greater than on the monster. It is a Crimson Staff, a tool used to greatly increase the intensity of offensive magic. The red orb used is rare because of that only a few Crimson Staff exists in the world and are extremely valuable. Rain decides to use maximum output, therefore it is working. But again it seemed unaffected even after Rain used her maximum firepower. So now Marina steps forward and asks Yoke-san to leave it to her. Moreover, a few days back, Marina had obtained a new power when Yoke asked her to use the Memorandum of Revelation. It is a magic tool used to awaken the hidden power of the user. It was the scroll that they came across in the dungeon, then Marina found something else. The Memorandum of Revelation. It was unusable in that state, so she fixed it. But it is an extremely valuable tool to boost strength, so she asks Yoke if he is okay with her using it. Hence Yoke tells her that there is no problem there. Everyone gave their consent as it is a tool to bring out the hidden talent of the user, for example, a secondary job. But within Clover, everyone except her has either a secondary job or has already used the Memorandum of Revelation. Marina instantly seemed concerned as she believed that she does not have any other talents, let alone a secondary job. A temple official told her that since magic swordsmen are rare, their talents might be concentrated there, as adventurers have their natural aptitude revealed in the temple. Therefore, this is a common belief. So Yoke tells her that her intuition is sharper than anyone else's, so Yoke had faith in her that she will discover great talent hidden inside her. However, Yoke adds that he will not force her, and if she does not like it, he will ask Rain, but on second thought, Rain decides to use it. So they both begin at the roof, so Marina asks why they are doing it on the roof, so Yoke tells her that since the magic circles will expand, the bigger the place, the better. Hence he asks Marina to be ready, and thus, as the magic approaches, there are circles everywhere in the sky. Marina was surprised to see all the circles, so she asks Yoke, what is all this? Yoke replies that the magic scroll is loading Marina's information, hence she has to stay there for a while. Now the magic circles are flowing into her, and she is clueless when the scroll pamphlet drops on her, but she tries to read it and is unable to do so. So Yoke tells her that these are ancient letters. He will translate them for her. It said, the hidden power that thou hast spoken, and suddenly Yoke was shocked, his eyes wide open as he looks through the pamphlet. He starts stuttering. Marina gets the power of a magician. Her secondary job is samurai. As they get back to the battle with the monster, it turns out magic spells are ineffective even when he is on the verge of dying. Marina uses her magic sword X-Draw Magic and slashes through the monster. Then again, she uses the secret sword to give silent death to the monster. The monster goes down, which is shocking everyone, woes at Marina as their mouths remain wide open with amazement. Nin adds that the skill she has acquired is beyond amazing. Then Yoke urges that speed along with the skill is just invincible. Then Silk asks if that skill is of a samurai. Moreover, Rain was starstruck as there were no redundant moves. Marina thanks everyone for the praise she got. So Yoke asks her if she found out what type of monster it is, so she tells them that it is a chimera. Therefore, Silk asks her how she can tell. She exclaims that samurai, along with mastering weapons, is a vanguard job specializing in offense. Moreover, skilled at slashing samurai by cutting through the enemy's physical body or its weakness can detect its enemy's identity. As this is a supernatural power, she acquired some call of the sixth sense and a power exclusively possessed by a samurai. Everyone was completely in awe of the new power of Marina, as it is not only the power but the ability to detect identity as well. They all thank Marina because of her. They got rid of the monster easily. It was all thanks to Yoke's plan, which was really amazing. Marina further asks Yoke how he knew about the shark ecology, so Yoke answers that because along with the development of artifacts, research on the ecology of living beings has also progressed a lot, so Yoke thought it might prove useful for the adventurers ahead to learn about it. Nin found it very useful for the adventurers ahead to learn about it. Moreover, Nin pointed out in the other direction, if they see that, it was a chest. Everyone was confused. Why was there a chest popping from the first floor? According to the log, chests do not appear before the 5th floor. It was very strange and it was locked, so they were unsure if they should open it or not. Moreover, Marina decides to cut GoPro just in case, because if it is something good, they will be chased by people wanting to get their hands on it. Moreover, Nin unlocked the chest. Everyone was shocked to see the insides of the chest. It had lots of golden coins along with a huge black cube. They were all amazed by it. As they all looked at the huge black cube, they started murmuring that it might be something dangerous. Yoke puts his hand forward to check what it is, and he was instantly surprised as he could not find anything. He thought that this is an artifact. Marina was shocked to find out that even an alchemist like Yoke could not find out. Perhaps this might be a new discovery. Moreover, Silk asks if it is alright to touch it. Yoke tells everyone that it does not seem dangerous, but it feels strange, as if it does not know what it is like a newborn. Hence, Marina was intrigued to hear that this artifact was a newborn, and if he has a newborn, she wants it. Moreover, it might be some kind of abnormality, thus they need to submit it to the Royal Academy at once, but everything else seemed useful and normal. Moreover, Rain murmurs that she wants it if they return it. Moreover, Yoke calls Rain, showing her the ring and telling her that he wants to give it to her, and everyone was shook to see the scene ahead of them. As it is a sanity ring, it has a calming effect on the mind of the user, as the magic affects the mental strength of the user, so it is best for Rain. Moreover, Rain seemed to be blushing a lot as he calls Marina and tells her that she can keep the box. Marina was extremely happy to hear that, as she thought that was bold of Rain. Moreover, they reached the stairs to level 2 underground at last. Hence, they all question themselves if that means that their abilities are good enough for the lower levels of endless darkness, and the answer is yes. Moreover, Nin and Marina ask Yoke if they are lagging behind others compared to others. Therefore, Yoke suggests that they shall take a break and sort things out during that break. However, Silk mentions that the dungeon is difficult, telling the abnormal occurrences apart, as its environment is repeatedly changing and a variety of monsters are popping out. Hence, Yoke realizes that Silk is right. They first need to grasp the standards of this place. But things that were definitely an abnormality were outrageous. As Marina adds the shark head and the black box, and then Nin further urges that there are a lot of species of monsters they faced after that. But the shark kit was the most distinctive among them all. To which Yoke agrees. Yoke's front was facing the other side so the girls could not see his face. So they ask him if is it not discomforting talking while hiding and why is he not facing this way. Marina further adds that he has already seen everything, so they do not mind at all. He tells them that he faced the other side because they both started taking a bath without letting out a sound. Therefore, for the next time, if they don't let out any sound, and if talking like this is not at all discomforting, so they need to stop calling him out again and again. Hence, he urges them to let him know once they are done. Furthermore, Yoke thinks to himself that, as Marina said, the presence of new species of monsters and unknown artifacts is definitely strange, and also high-rank monsters showing up from the first floor itself is unprecedented. Then he remembers another thing, that the magic bag found at the Iron Dungeon was also an item found at the second floor of a lesser dungeon. Wasn't the functionality of the item too good? It had a considerable capacity and even a quality maintenance function, which means, as he is thinking about all this trying to connect the dots, Marina jumps on him and tightly squeezes him, hugging her from behind. He gets angry and asks Marina, "What are you?" Yoke had a tense face. That is why Marina jumped on him, so she thought of helping him loosen up a bit through a hug, as he will exhaust at this rate. To which Yoke replies that he is thankful for this, but he wants her to get off of him. Moreover, Neen asks everyone to help her in a cheerful way when she also praises Marina that she is amazing, and Neen has learned a lot from her, since she can act naturally. As Silk hears this, she tells Neen that she is cute the way she is, hence she does not need to imitate Marina, to which Neen says that she will remember this advice of hers. When on the other hand, Marina is on Yoke, annoying while he is continuously asking for help. A few moments later, everyone was glad that everything went well. They all decided to finish the first attack up to the upper stairs after discussing, and were on the way back. Moreover, Silk and Marina tease Yoke that till when does he plan on keeping his face red like this, and they proceed to call him a pervert. So Yoke explains that this was out of his control. However, Marina-san believed that it was great that their day ended with that, and Silk agreed to that because they found abnormalities in the stairs to the next floor. Hence, it was a wholesome day, and they ask Yoke about what did he think of the day, so he also agrees that it was a nice pre-experience for the next performance. The first day at Endless Darkness was a great success, and they all seemed happy to hear Yoke's response. Therefore, now they were near the teleportation gate, and it looked like some other party was already there. It was the Sandpikes. As they were walking past, Yoke realized that two members in the back seemed like their temporary members. Moreover, Yoke was disturbed to see that why at a place like this he does not do anything but to look down on others. It was pitiful. This is their meeting after that. Then the boss of the dungeon talks to Yoke asking if he is back already and further gloats that with a C-rank party, just observing was all he could do today. This angered Yoke. The boss further adds that what is the motive on not getting involved will be the best for them. And he tells Yoke that he shall give up, as he won't get the results he wants anyway. The Sandpike boss asks Yoke to hand over their broadcast data, and everything that they found, he asks them to hand over everything to him. Yoke, shocked, asks the guy who seems to be the leader of the Sandpike's party what he means by handing over the broadcast data and everything Yoke and his party found in the dungeon. The Sandpike's party leader rudely asks Yoke if he is deaf and tells him again to hand over the broadcast data along with whatever he and his party have found inside the dungeon. Yoke, frustrated, asks the Sandpike's party leader why he should hand over their achievements. Yoke asks the Sandpike's party leader if he is trying to steal Yoke and his party's achievements. The Sandpike's party leader tells Yoke to watch his mouth as he proclaims himself as not a bad guy. The Sandpike's party leader tells Yoke that from now on, his party and Yoke's party will form an alliance. Yoke is surprised to hear this. Yoke, not believing, asks the Sandpike's party leader if he is actually talking about an alliance where the parties will be joining hands temporarily for mutual benefit. The Sandpike's party leader asks Yoke what else Yoke can think of that would define this alliance. Yoke tells the Sandpike's party leader that he was not really expecting anything like this. The Sandpike's party leader asks Yoke if he is not glad about this offer of an alliance between their parties. The Sandpike's party leader asks Yoke, being a C-rank party, if they are not scared of going inside the Endless Darkness dungeon. He says that even the girls who are following Yoke should not be led by a red mage who does not even have a pea-sized brain. Rather, these girls would be safer being led by an A-rank party leader with talent and experience. The Sandpike's party leader laughs and tells Yoke and his party about how this is why he and his party members, being self-proclaimed superior, are calling out to them, and Yoke should be grateful and work hard. The Sandpike's party leader tells Yoke that because of the nature of this alliance, Yoke will have to share information and hand over any items he and his party members find in the dungeon. Yoke thinks about how the Sandpike's party has devised this plan as revenge for miserably failing to recruit him. On the other hand, the Sandpike's party leader thinks about how he is not going to let Yoke's party have any share of the achievements, but rather he and his party members will have all the sweet juice, and they will use Yoke and his party for their means. As Yoke and the Sandpike's party leader are talking about the alliance, Silk comes from behind and tells Yoke that he does not have to pay any attention to the Sandpike's party leader and that they should go. Yoke looks over at Silk and tells her that he was just surprised after hearing about the alliance offer. The Sandpike's party leader freezes after hearing Yoke not having even a bit of interest in the alliance. Yoke gets really angry and starts thinking of another plan, as he wants him to disappear socially there and then. The leader of the other party asks him if he is embarrassed about bringing an elf with him. He says that a black elf with a dark body is as worthy as a plaything since they are such lalas. He keeps on criticizing Yoke. As Silk comes in and makes him more frustrated, Yoke goes ahead and grabs his hand. Silk stops him and asks him to calm down. She asks the leader to take his words back. He says it is his precious family, and he will not tolerate any insults. However, everyone tries to stop him and asks him to take his hand off the sword. Silk suddenly comes to him and hugs him, and Yoke is confused about why she is doing so. She tells him that everyone is just angry at his comments, and they are not hurt, so it is all right. She tells him that they are on live broadcasts, so if he takes out this world, he will become the bad guy. She also says that him considering her his family covers for the insults. He apologizes to everyone for losing his temper. He asks the leader to get off his side and says there will be no alliance. He is really pissed off but still has to leave. The next day, Camilla says to Simon that everything didn't go according to plan, but they have to look at the outcome. She says that his rudeness and taking his sword out were broadcasted live. They think that his popularity will drop because of this, and they will soon disappear. As they celebrate, Benwood and Mummer come in. He asks them to follow him to the inquiry room immediately. In the inquiry room, everyone sat down at the table. Everyone shuddered as they were really scared, not knowing what was going to happen to them. Benwood asked if they didn't know what they had done. Simon said that he didn't remember anyone doing anything to be treated like that. He slapped Simon and asked him to stay quiet. Mummer said that there was a message for all of them. She mentioned abusive language towards Yoke, Neen, and others, and said that no beautiful language towards the former party member and his party members. Simon said that they acted offering to steal the results of another party for which they worked so hard. Someone made it look like it was not a big deal and asked if they were called just for it, and said she thought it was something important. Benwood got really angry and asked if she was for real. Simon said that they were the problematic ones who had a bad attitude, even though they were inferior. Benwood got up from his seat and slapped him really hard, asking him what he was. He told Simon that he still couldn't comprehend the seriousness of the matter, even at that age. Simon asked him what was wrong with calling an elf uncivilized, and Benwood slapped him really hard once again. He told everyone that there was something wrong with their heads. Everyone got angry and asked why they were treated like that. Benwood said that it was just a fairy tale and asked how a temple-educated monk could not know about that. Camellia asked him what he meant and why he was getting such a condescending attitude. Benwood told her that their remarks were in danger of becoming an international issue. He reminded them that a rank adventurer was completely different from a B rank or below adventurer. He told them that they had signed all the terms and conditions, that a rank adventurer went on to badmouth a whole race on live broadcast. He told them that they had soiled the dignity of the country. He said that everyone had to take responsibility and apologize on live broadcast, and their adventurer qualification would also be taken away. He also said that, in the worst case, they could also be expelled from the country. Everyone got really upset after listening to this. Camellia came to Benwood and said that he could not give an A-rank party the vassals of the king that severe punishment. He said that it was impossible to do that at the moment. He told them that if their score plummeted, their demotion from an A rank might be acknowledged by the king, and it would be decided what to be done with them. They thought that if they produced results in that mission, their score would not drop, and if they prevented the demotion, their punishment would not be very severe. Mummer said that it was impossible as the two members who wanted to join their party earlier just signed the withdrawal form. She said she didn't think they'd be able to recruit any more members. Everyone felt really helpless and started crying. At dinner, everyone spoke about how angry they were. The manager came in, and a guy attacked her. Everyone tried to stop him, but he did not. The manager asked someone to contact the guild immediately. Suddenly, someone came in and started talking to Simon. He introduced himself as Vegio Salak, the first son of that Salak. He said that he had done a lot of research on them. He offered to become their sponsor if they wanted to take revenge against Clover. 3 days later, Yoke and Marina were having coffee in the morning as they watched the royal broadcast. The person said that it was regarding the problematic remarks made on the live broadcast by Sandpike. He added that his remarks had caused a significant ripple as a social problem of human supremacy that still remained. St. Luke observed closely and said that it had become a big deal. Yoke also mentioned that it made him feel restless. The guy said that the Finesse Guild had received many complaints, and there were also skeptical voices about the selection of personnel for this mission. He said that the sponsors took that seriously, and following the wishes of the sponsors, The Sesishwardia and Gransplo parties announced that they had decided to withdraw from the mission. Marina asked why those two parties withdrew. Yoke said that it was safe for their party as they stood as the victim, but other parties suffered a major backlash. Marina said that she felt bad for Yoke for being criticized for being there for his party member. She told him that she would always be with him so he could tell her anything. Yoke thanked her for looking after him and said he was fine as long as she was with him. Even so, they had a big harvest during their first exploration. Benwood and Mamoru were really impressed, and it seemed that Sir Betty Bow was also happy. Yoke said that the best harvest among everything was the unknown artifact. He said that the Royal Academy of Arts couldn't tell much about that, except the fact that it carried undifferentiated mana. It was an undeniable fact that it was an artifact, and it might turn out to be something really special and valuable. Marina said that it wanted to become something useful to her, and for that reason, it wanted to know more about her. She asked if they should test out if the intuition power of the secondary job helped, and Yoke agreed. As they went inside, Marina came really close to him and hugged him. She asked him to think about her. Yoke thought that Marina was innocent, cheerful like a flower, bright like the sun, and when she fights, she had the courage to come forward and face the challenge. During their fight with the shark head, she was really amazing. Although the sword was sharp and beautiful, it was the moment when life was reaped. There was a solemnity as if you were in the middle of a funeral. As Yoke saw it, he told Marina that the artifact moved. She asked him to continue. Yoke kept thinking about other things of Marina, and suddenly, a new weapon was just made for Marina. Both of them were really shocked. They thought that it was all dungeon monster in the form of a cluster of mana. They thought that they needed an alchemist who was good at handling artifacts to write information on it. Yoke asked her the reason for hugging him. However, Marina told him that Yokaro was the second day of their mission, so they had to sleep and left. The next day, as Yoke got out, he was amazed to see the sky in a dungeon. It was finally the beginning of the true horror of the endless darkness. This chapter starts. As the guild arrives at the stairs of the second floor without any trouble, they think about how they have gotten used to the ever-changing scenery. They are glad that they did not come across any monsters and that the second Endless Darkness exploration went to school smoothly. Moreover, they were happy about the result of the advanced warning of the second floor by Neen. Neen comes and tells everybody that she is back. Yoke asks how it was, to which she responds that it was strange, and asks him to just come with her. As they are going, they think about what this place actually is. They get to the top, and Yoke says that there is the sky in the dungeon. It is an external environment, and even if it looks like a vast place at first glance, it has a clear end and is a proper room. Yoke asks if there is not to worry about, as he is sure that there was a description of the external environment type floor in the record, and that apparently this is a clear end, so just looks and less. They comment on how it's very creepy and how it is not connected to the upper floors, and they begin to wonder how they came down and wonder what's with the stairs. They wonder if this is the second floor. Yoke says that in their records, there was no description of a place like this before the 20th floor, and that also there were several scenery like this on the broadcasts of the parties that came here before. So perhaps this is another one of the anomalies of endless darkness. Marina asks if this place is dangerous and asks everybody to calm down and do not let down their guard. They begin to wonder what floor they are on and think about how it's quite dangerous if the depth is rising like that, and that it would be nice if it is just a normal in which an external environment floor appeared at a lower level. Yoke says that it might even be more than 20 floors. Marina tells everybody that it is alright and that it was okay if they did not anticipate this. Yoke reminds them that their job is to find the cause of the normal, and they all decide to check it out. They talk about how Neen and Rain would be able to find out what lies on the other side without their eyes couldn't reach. Yoke tells them to go straight and find out if anything is out of the ordinary, even if there is nothing that will still prove useful to the Royal Academy, to which Neen says that she understands. Marissa asks Neen how she will do that, to which she says that she has something that is a smaller version of a Gorpo gun, and that it was supplied to them by the Royal Academy. She says that with this, they can even broadcast their advice warning. Marissa says that she has long-distance magic and will use a telescope eye. She says that the magic puts her burden on the eyes, and so they should leave out the direction where Neen is going. Yoke says that if anything is found, they will have choices at this place with high visibility, and if need be, there will be a scroll to the exit and escape. He says that if they are careful, there would be nothing to worry about. Silk asks if it was him who had said that they must look for a place as high as possible to telescope and climbs onto his shoulders. Yoke begins to wonder how this happened and tries to support Rain with his hands. As soon as he does this, Rain begins to swim towards her, asking if he had hurt her, and she says that he hadn't but that she was just surprised. She begins to use her telescope eyes, and she said there's a house on the other side. Yoke tells her to come down, but she tells him that furthermore her eyes are tingling and that there are no signs of enemies. She says that the house with the blue roof is at a considerable distance. She says that it's weird that just the white grassy plain stretches all the way to the other side and that there were no signs of enemies. Just at this point, Neen returns and Yoke asks her what she had found. She says that there were no monsters around to stop them, but there was an open area with nothing around and the existence of a house in the dungeon. To which Yoke comments that that is very weird. He begins to think if it might be a trap, and Sadist should be the right way to think. Yoke says that they should be ready with the scrolled exit and check it out whether for good or for bad. There was no sign of enemies, to which Marissa says that they will know nothing unless they see what is inside the house. They begin to wonder if it will be a demon or a serpent. They all begin to feel very nervous as they do not know what could possibly happen. They are very unsure of what they should expect from the situation that is looming in front of them. They began to walk into the tension and wonder what a person was doing in there. They think about how there is no possible way that a person actually lives there. The woman who was living there also thinks about how she is surprised and that it is rare for her to have guests. She thinks about how she was about to have tea outside and asks all of them if they will join her. She tells them that she also has freshly baked pumpkin pie, and all of the killed begin to wonder what they had gotten themselves into. Marina asks the grandma why she is living in this place. Yoke also thinks about how that will take a long time and decides to listen to the woman and actually sit inside. Yoke thinks about how there were several ways that a normal person would live inside a dangerous tangent like this and that it is strange. Yoke says that they don't know who they are and what their objective is, and that there was no way they would accept it with their invitation. The woman asks if that is right and asks if they know that the sun is going to start soon. They all begin to get shocked and look up, thinking about how it was a blue sky just a moment ago and then had it finally changed colors. Yoke thinks about how this is a hallucination using vigilant observation to confirm the surroundings' direction. As he is thinking about this, he looks in front of him, and there appears a figure telling him that it was just one more step and that it was a real shame. She tells him that his wife, as he could tell it was dangerous, is beside him and begins to touch her and blow on him. Yoke begins to wonder why he is near the entrance and exactly who this person is. Marina says that the mansion spread out and almost took everybody, and they all begin to wonder what was happening. They think about how everyone was affected subconsciously, and it could have gotten dangerous. Marina says that she is fine because she had the ring, but that they rely too much on their sensors, and that the old lady had turned into this young woman and was now asking them to come inside as night was right around the corner. She begins to turn younger, and the others tell Yoke to watch out as the mansion keeps getting bigger and bigger. Marina comments on how the spirits are acting strange, and as Yoke begins to look up, he realizes that they do seem to be going insane. He wonders what is going on and is left feeling very confused. While they are looking at it, suddenly the hut turns into a castle. Yoke begins to think about how everything is gradually turning into a child and that the old woman from earlier is now very young. She went through her old age and then youth, life and death, day and night, and everything contradicted each other. They begin to wonder if this was the immortal queen lady Persephone. The goddess is happy that all of them know her name. The girls turn to Yoke and ask if he knows her. Yoke wonders where they all are and thinks about how she is not technically supposed to exist, that the quarters of the land of the dead was the one who appeared in mythologies. He begins to wonder if that means that this place is the land of death and that they have no choice but to enjoy being used for her journal boredom and have to entertain her. Thousands of years of boredom guiding the souls of the dead. This was the underworld, she says. She appreciates that they wandered into this place and tells them that they cannot leave this place alive. Eventually, everything begins to turn twisted, and Yoke gets captured by one of the trees that was moving due to the magic that the goddess was using. He thinks about how he needs to calm down and has to think, as this is not good, and the other life force is being sucked directly. He asks everybody to calm down. The goddess thinks about how this is annihilation and that everyone had some very good expressions and that they had a very lovely reaction to everything that had happened. Yoke thinks about how he needs something to counteract this situation and that he cannot lose consciousness and needs to think. The goddess looks at Yoke and wonders if he is trying to escape her illusion. Yoke begins to think that if this is the word that he had heard about in mythology, then he has no other choice and that he can only rely on his uncle's teachings. He remembered the time that his uncle had told him this story, telling him that it could save him someday. You are thinking about how he can only rely on the teachings of his uncles, and that if this is what he knows from the legends, then he needs to apply them. He thinks about this one night when he was not able to sleep, and his uncle had walked up to him. His uncle had asked Yoke what had happened and if he had had a bad dream, to which he had told his uncle that he had dreamed of the day that his mother and father had died. His uncle asked him if he knew the story of Lady Persephone from the legends. His uncle had told him that the story had started with the death of the hero's lover, and that the hero had entered the land of the dead to revive her, although it was a deadly place, repeating the peaceful days of life and the bleak nights of death during the sunset. The beasts known as monsters of the night appeared, making the journey full of difficulties and hardships. But the heroine had never given up. At the end of the journey, he reunited with his deceased lover, but his lover had already consumed the fruit of the land, and therefore she could not return with him. Even worse, as the hero was lamenting with despair, the news of the hero trying to revive his lover fell into the ears of the goddess of the underworld, and as a punishment, she buried the soul of his lover forever. The hero clung to her, asking her to save his lover's soul in exchange for his soul after death, and as a result, the hero's words touched her heart. She didn't worry about his lover's soul and allowed him to return, and also gave the hero her blessing. His uncle had said that that was it, and that it was one of the stories of the great field. Yoke had asked if in the end she could not return, how it was a happy ending, to which his uncle had said that it was not. And that although it was sad, the dead could not be brought back to life. At the time, Yoke thought about how that was, why? Death was sort of hard to handle. His uncle had said that there was an important thought hidden within the story, and that thought would eventually save him. And that just here, as he had said, the story didn't have them a happy ending. But if you listen carefully, to sell one's soul after death meant that the hero saved his lover's soul in exchange for his soul after his death, and that it referred to the floor, to the place where the souls of the dead were reborn. That they were all deviating from the stream, and that the hero could never be reborn, and that this was a bigger prize than death. Yoke had asked if that was much more painful, to which his uncle had asked him to come with him. He carried him around and told him that he had told Yoke that the story would definitely save him one day. Yoke, after thinking about this story, decides to finally open his eyes, and as he does, he looks over to see that there are a lot of trees in the surrounding. He says that he cannot revive the dead, but somewhere in the real world, the person that they might love had been reborn and was happily married, and who knew if you might be able to encounter that person. He thinks about how if you think like that, it probably did help. That people during the mythical age didn't fear death the most, that it was deviating from the all stream, and therefore Persephone had moved by his words, the words of the hero. That word that the great immortal king lets meet again someday. He thinks about how someday, when his luck would run out, he would think back to this. Yoke thinks about how the hero is able to escape death this way, and hopes that the goddess will let them lead the same way. The goddess asks if he is willing to sell his soul for the girls after death. All the girls try to stop Yoke and tell him that that is not what he should do. They ask what he's trying to do and ask Yoke to explain properly, as Marina begins to get very upset. She talks about how it's given that she doesn't know about what it means to sell a soul, but that they were imparted by a monk at the church, and that the monk had told them that, as it sounds, their soul will never escape hell, and that if their soul gets caught by the goddess of the underworld, their soul will stay there forever. That their soul after death stays away from them would belong to the contractor. Neen begins to beg Yoke to please stop, to which Yoke thanks her but says that if he is able to live this life with all of them, he doesn't care about what happens to his soul. Yoke asks the goddess if, in exchange for his soul, she will let them go. The goddess agrees on these conditions and decides that she will let them go in exchange for his soul. She tells him that the contract is complete and leaves a mark on his neck. She asks to be forgiven, as it was a promise that she will not take their lives. The night begins to fall, and they are told that they don't move according to her will, and that they are the kind of watchdogs of the underworld, that there are monsters that come at night. The holder killed is standing there when they are suddenly being engulfed by monsters that begin to approach them from all sides. The goddess tells them that they don't forgive any living being that comes to the land of the dead. She wishes them all the best and tells them that they will meet soon. All the monsters begin to attack Yoke and the entire party. Yoke pulls out the scroll of sanctuary, and Marina tells him that she is beginning to feel sluggish. Yoke tells everybody that they should start running towards the exit and begins to cast different spells like Great Haste, Physical Enchant, and Little Breath. He thinks about how there is no time to use the scroll of exit, but he reflects on how it had worked, that the monsters of the night were familiars of gods, and that you could not defeat them head-on. It was game over if you ever got caught. Yoke instructs everybody that he will watch their back, and they should not look back no matter what. He tells Nin to take the lead and find the shortest way out of there. They begin to march, quake, and Yoke casts a few other spells on the monsters using paralyze, slow, chain, blindness, and venom enchantments to slow them down. He thinks about how the magic had no effect and how they would need to use the scroll of lock break. As expected, physical attacks had no effect, but it was all good if it helped in stalling and getting some time. They pass the scroll of trunk, web, and Yoke tries his best to fight the monsters. He attempts to use as many scrolls as he can, 3 different ones to be exact, but he realizes that the monsters are still on his tail and not slowing down. Yoke wonders if the monster is not dying because it cannot die and questions if it is immortal. Nin tells him that light magic is working, but its head is still rapidly approaching them and is unaffected by the magic. Yoke turns to Rain and asks if she can stand, as she clearly has run out of energy. He continues to call out to her, but she wouldn't wake up. He pulls out the scroll of light shield and uses it against another monster. He thinks about how they are in a very precarious position, surrounded on all sides by the monsters. Yoke begins to feel overwhelmed and thinks about how, even if he uses some useful scroll or magic or a plan, it would still not buy enough time for them. He wonders if this is the power of a god's familiars and reflects on how it could be death, and the other goddesses had even given the hero her blessing, and that it was the magic of the land of the dead, borrowed from the evil gods. Upon remembering this, he begins to attack all of the monsters. As he does so, the other girls begin to wonder what kind of magic he is using to finally control the monster that seemed out of control a moment ago. When questioned about what magic he is using, he tells the girls that he is actually using black magic, to which they all seem very surprised and shocked. Upon hearing that Yoke was using dark magic, Marina comments on how it is no wonder that it is taboo. As Yoke's vitality was being sucked away, the girls began to feel very worried for Yoke. They began to think about how dark magic could not be used by normal means. Yoke realizes that his stamina, his mana, and his vitality had all hit their limits, and that his vision wasn't doing great either. Darkness magic was affecting him very deeply. He begins to use the dark magic and casts a curse to bind the monster and try to slow it down so that they can escape. After doing so, he tells the girls that he can finally see the exit and that it is very soon going to be over. As they try to run towards the castle, Yoke turns to the rest of the guild and asks the girls if they are okay. While running towards the tower, Yoke falls down while trying to hold off the monsters, and one of the monsters comes very close to taking him out. Before the monster can actually attack him, Nin runs over and carries him. As soon as she does this, she is followed by Marina, who comes back to try and help Yoke as well. They both grab him and put his hands on their shoulders and try to escape. They use elemental arrow light to try and hold off the monster due to its very fast speed. They feel as though it may attack them at any time. They finally make it into the tower and use a barrier magic spell to shield themselves away from the monster. They all seem very scared and exhausted as they finally make it, not being sure how they actually had considering how fast the monster was and how nearly it had costed them their lives. The girls step towards Yoke and ask if he is okay, to which he says that his vision is a bit cloudy, so he cannot see everybody but asks if everybody is there. Marina walks over to Yoke and tells him that everybody is okay and asks him to come to her. All the girls are very relieved that Yoke had finally made it out safely, so they all give him a tight hug. Yoke tells them that he can't see it, but that they were all very important. He tells the girls that he realized this sometime during the mission, that if they waited until night the stairs would show up, and that the second floor was strange from the very start. He tells the girls that as soon as he knew that it was a trap, he should have stopped immediately, and that it was his misjudgment that brought upon such trouble for all the girls and that it was completely his fault. The girls try to tell him that it is not his fault, to which he says that even the stars were a big warning that he did not take into consideration. He begins to feel very apologetic and turns to the girls again, telling them that he is really sorry and that if he had been more careful this would not have happened. He apologizes to all the girls again and again, but the girls tell him that it is not his fault. Nin tells him that she will become stronger. Yoke says that he honestly thought that if it was the 5 of them, they would be able to overcome any difficulty, but that he wasn't able to do anything, and that he relied completely on Nin. Nin tells him that there was no way that he would have to suffer again and promises him that he will not have to face something like that again, as she will try her best to become a stronger version of herself. Yoke tells the others that it was really hard having the burden of everybody's lives on his shoulders, knowing that if he messed up, it could cost them anything and everything. Rain turns to Yoke and asks if he is alright, to which Yoke comments on how he is apologetic and that his vitality and life essence both were at their limit, and therefore he was unable to do as much as he wished he could have done. Marina asks him how they could possibly restore that life essence and tells him to stay calm and to leave it up to her. Rendon pulls out an almond, and everybody, as they see it, begins to ask her what she is planning to do with it. She cups his face in her hands and gives him a kiss. Yoke is completely shocked and taken aback by what had happened, thinking about how hard life essence was being stored and how Rain felt very warm against him. After they finally part their lips, Rain tells him that she had poured in half of her life essence into him. Yoke asks her if she poured so much into him, then she could be the one that is in danger, and he tells her that it is very reckless and that she needs to think about herself as well. Rain tells him that she will not die with that much and that she wanted to save and protect Yoke. She tells him that since she wants to be together with him, even in the afterlife, she would do anything to get his soul back. Silk asks Rain if she had just used her whole body magic, to which she does not say anything. Silk begins to get very angry and she walks towards Yoke and proceeds to kiss him as well, just like Rain, trying to store more of his life essence. Right after Rain had kissed Yoke to try to restore some of his life essence, Silk had decided that she also wanted to help Yoke gain some back. After she pulls back, she tells him that she had given him some life force, and Yoke says that he's fine already and that Silk must be exhausted, so she should not push herself. Silk tells him that she feels the same way as Rain does, and that she really wants to do something for him. She tells him that she wants them to be together, not just as their disciple, but as his family. She tells him that he should take the kiss as proof of her resolve. Yoke is shocked upon hearing this, just knowing how much his guild would sacrifice to make sure that he is okay. Silk tells him that she just wanted to make sure that he was okay and to help him restore as much essence as she possibly could. Marina tells Yoke that she wants to be stronger as well. Marina tells them that the kiss had surprised her, but that Silk was right. Rain agrees with them, and Silk says that her resolve was the real deal and that they will be closer than ever. Yoke turns to Silk and tells her that she is strong enough to beat the goddess of the underworld. Silk turns to Marina and tells her that Marina was saying something that was crazy and something that they couldn't possibly comprehend. At this time around, when they had tried to defeat the monster and get out of the situation, it had backfired on them, and they had been left in nothing but trouble. Yoke turns to Marina and asks if she's serious about fighting the monster. Marina begins to get angry and overwhelmed and pushes Yoke down to the floor and sits on top of him, telling him that she is very serious about love as well as adventure. Yoke is very surprised to hear this coming from Marina, but before he can say anything or respond, Marina begins to kiss him. Yoke thinks about how it is amazing that the girls all want to stand by him during this tough time and want to support him no matter what. Silk thinks about how Marina was so bold pushing him down like that, and then begins to think about how what she did was really bold as well and something that was very unexpected. Rain calls Marina a pervert, and Marina gets shocked. As Yoke gets up, he begins to ask if Nin likes him too. He says that the last person that was left to help him out was actually Nin, towards Silk's surprise, that airheads are truly fearsome creatures, and Marina says that that was not what she was thinking. They all decide that it was very embarrassing and that they should stop. Nin comes very close to Yoke, and Yoke says that he will get out of her way, but although she is unsure, she still goes ahead and kisses Yoke. The girls begin to cheer them on, and after they are done, Nin comments on how she is very happy. Yoke thinks about how he can't believe that he had gotten to be one of them and thinks about how the relationship that they all have together was just so beautiful. Nin says that she had never thought that she would get such wonderful friends after all, and that that was why she was so happy right now, to which Yoke comments that that is also why he is feeling very happy. He tells the girls that all of this had made him really feel like a close family, and that meeting all of them was something that he was really happy about. As they are all having this discussion, the girls one by one began to comment on how they are very tired, as the journey that they had had was very exhausting. Yoke agrees that they had gone through a lot. Yoke pulls out a sentry rooster and creates a camp for a limited time that tries to inform of any intruders that need a special magic stone for every use, which is quite expensive. Yoke, however, decides that they should all sleep together and that although it was pretty expensive, it was time to use the camp. He begins to use it, and all the girls and him fall asleep. While they are peacefully sleeping, they are woken up by another man, the man being Barry from his previous guild. As Yoke wakes up, he looks around him and says that all 4 of the girls from his guild were tied up, and Simon was sitting next to them, telling Yoke that he had really overslept. As Yoke wakes up from his sleep, he is more than shocked to see Simon. He had not even contemplated in his wildest dreams that his previous guild leader would show up there. He begins to feel furious and asks Simon what he is doing there. He looks down and sees that all the girls are tied up and begins feeling even more furious. He turns up and looks at Time and asks what he wants to do and what he had done to the girls. Simon tells Yoke that he is so full of himself and that he doesn't have the right to question him. He tells Yoke that he had just put the girls to sleep for a bit. As Yoke gets closer, he realizes that there is a collar on all of the girls. He realizes that this is the color of slavery and that it is an illegal artifact that forces whoever wears it to move as commanded by the person designated as the master before. The collar was equipped. Simon approaches Yoke and yanks his head back, holding his hair. Simon thinks about how it seemed that Yoke holds quite the grudge against him, and that their sponsor was kind enough to lend it to them. Simon asks Yoke if he understands what happens to that woman if he gives them any order, to which Yoke asks what he was thinking using something like that, and that if someone learns of this, Simon would be considered a criminal. Simon asks if Yoke is ready to get along with them again, and says that he has got a very nice proposal that both him and Yoke could probably benefit from. Simon asks Yoke if he doesn't think that it is ridiculous that they had gotten exiled for a trivial misunderstanding. He continues to say that whatever was done was already ruined as it was, and that after all, they were good friends. Simon asks Yoke that they should probably sign the statement that he was holding. The statement had talked about how at the start of the mission, Clover had asked Thunderpike for an alliance, that the problematic words used against the elf were in daily use between Clover, that Yoke had ordered Thunderpike to follow suit. It also said that all the damages and losses incurred were the fault of Clover and Yoke himself, who had set it all up, that Thunderpike was not responsible for anything that would go down. It also mentioned that Yoke could have been reflecting on all the aforementioned cases and would apologize to Thunderpike. At the bottom of the page, it had said that the person signing would approve of Clover being absorbed into Thunderpike. Upon reading this, Yoke is very surprised and asks Simon if this is a joke. Simon tells him that from now on, this will become the truth and that he was completely serious. Yoke is devastated and thinks about how the artifact that he was given to sign his name on the paper was actually an artifact used for official signatures to prevent fraud, and that if forced to sign by manipulating designer's body or mind, the contract was rendered ineffective. He thinks about how this wasn't something that Simon could have come up with, and that the reason he didn't use the color of slavery on Yoke was that it would render the signature useless. He begins to wonder if he had also done something to render the Century Rooster useless. Simon begins to say, thinking about how somebody who knows about all the shady stuff no doubt ordered him to do this. Simon warns Yoke and says that he could possibly try ordering his girls to hump Barry. Upon hearing this, Yoke begins to feel a lot of hatred for Simon and tells him that once he signs this, Simon needs to let the girls go, to which Simon says that he will. They both begin to fight as there is a lot of ridge between the two of them. Simon tells Yoke that he keeps telling him his place already, and that Yoke was not able to understand what he was saying. He asks if Yoke knows that it is all thanks to himself actually quitting, that they had gone through so much trouble. High AJ start. Meanwhile, Yoke had looked like he was having fun with every girl every single day, and that he was trash. Simon begins to hit Yoke, and Yoke is told that he needs to give Simon everything, including interest. Simon says that hogging all of it for yourself was nice, and that after all it was only thanks to him that Yoke had even got this far, and asks Yoke if he understands what he is saying. Simon adds that he had held back. For that, he needed to get it through his thick skin color. At this moment, Barry turns to Simon and tells him that he should not kill Yoke, to which Yoke says that he understands. Silk thinks about how that was very savage and begins to wonder if they should make an example out of her. Simon thinks about how he should now order the colored girls to kill that uncivilized black elf, and that should make Yoke understand how serious he was about coming through on his threats. This chapter starts as Simon tells Yoke that Jamie had just cast binding rope on the magician and had dispelled the sleep magic. Yoke thinks about how he can barely move and thinks about how he doesn't have his scrolls or items, and that he is all out of stamina and mana. Barry tells Simon that he had just had a good idea, and Yoke thinks about how he definitely needs to do something. Barry says that he should do something before killing Silk. He asks Simon if he remembers how Simon had said that elves were best put to use before they were killed, and asks if Barry could enjoy himself for a night. Yoke is shocked upon hearing this and tells Simon that he will not sign it, and therefore they should stop. Simon says to Yoke that he should have said so sooner, and that he didn't want to have to hurt a friend of his after all. Yoke begins to cry, apologizing to everyone, saying that he couldn't think of any other way to protect them, and that he's going to have to sign the contract. He thinks about how the contract shouldn't work if it is signed by a dead person, and therefore this was goodbye, as he planned on committing suicide after. Suddenly, there is a crazy drummer, and Simon informs the others that he was startled by it. Yoke wonders if that could be what he thinks it is, and suddenly, before he can think about anything else, the ground begins to crumble around them, and Simon, Silk, and everybody else begins to fall inside. Yoke begins to struggle, trying to rescue everybody that he can. Simon begins to shout out for Jamie, asking her to help them, but she is unable to do anything. Yoke thinks about how it's likely that this was also linked to the stampede. He thinks about how it meant that overflows in stampede were phenomena where monsters crawl out of the dungeon, but that the cause was that the boundaries between floors blur for some reason, and for some reason, the monsters can suddenly go between floors. But he had never thought that it would be the floor collapsing that connected the floors, and he thinks about what he should do, as he didn't have the stamina or mana to get everyone out of there. Janie begins to chant, "Just leave it." Simon asks Janie to hurry up, and Barry adds, telling her that they could probably die. Yoke thinks about how he worked under up every last bit of strength that he has got and will protect his guild. He turns on falling control and rescues all three of the girls. Simon calls out to Janie, and Barry tells Simon that it really hurt. As they fall to the ground, Janie realizes that the people they are surrounded by are actually orcs. Orc ranks depend on the individual, forming armies of a perverted and battle-crazed species. Yoke turns to the girls and hugs all of them, thanking God that they are all safe. He thanks Jamie, and Janie thinks about how she had ready streaming equipment and that it had taken them long enough. Janie tells Yoke that he should not mention it, and Simon begins to scream at her. Janie runs over to Simon and grabs his bag, telling him that she will be borrowing it. Seven begins to call out to her and tells her not to mess with him, but she does not listen. She goes over to Yoke and tells him that he should take all of his equipment, as he will probably need it. Among the equipment, he sees the elixir of Mystique, a mystical medicine that heals the body and restores a large amount of mana. It was a high-grade potion Jamie forced herself to buy in case of an emergency. Yoke thanks Jamie and tells her that the first thing they need to do is to break out of there. They get up, and they see all the orcs standing in position, getting ready to attack. Before they know it, the battle starts, and they are all stunned. Yoke uses missile protection and multi-quick cast 100 counter shots towards them, hoping that it will damage some of their power. As they look up, Jamie notices that most of the orcs had fallen to their death, and thinks about how even her fastest spell would have never made it in time, and thinks about how this ability was just amazing. Yoke thinks about how, although he had just healed, his body was still at its limit. He thinks about how orcs form armies and that they will be in a lot of trouble if a commander attacks. He thinks about how he needs to crush the one commanding them. He looks over and sees a big guy dressed in heavier armor, and he thinks about how that is probably their commander. He uses the Black Magic Madness spell on him, and suddenly the commander is no longer in control of his actions. Before he can do anything else, this scar on his neck begins to grow, and Janie thinks about how she needs to undo the girls' ropes and their sleep magic. Yoke feels the scar growing, and he thinks about how he can't use black magic any more than he already has. He thinks about how it's more effective than he could have hoped for, and that guy is suddenly a loyal ally. He looks over and sees that there are still many orcs that they will somehow have to destroy. He pulls out the Scroll of Sanctuary and thinks about how if there is anything else troublesome, then he needs to eliminate them. As he looks over, he sees that it's not just the orcs, but there is also King, who looks stronger than the commander. Yoke begins to feel frustrated, thinking about how it's just one thing after the other. Yoke thinks about how he had used too much magic, and his body was at its limit. He thinks about how he can't use more than one scroll at once, so he needs to find a way to earn enough time to activate the scroll exit by what he could do himself somehow. He thinks about how the first thing he needs to do is to whittle down the stamina of the opposing party, so the weakening spell he had in mind could probably work. He pulls out the Scroll of Rockbreak and tries to implement it. The king begins to attack him, and he thinks about how the king is very fast. There is no time to worry about ruining his body, and he will need to use every bit of buffing magic he has got. He begins to multicast: physical enchant, penetration, enchant weapon, great haste, flames. Despite all of this, he realizes that he was not able to kill it, but it should have taken more than enough damage for the weakening spell to work. As he extends his hand, trying to cast this spell, he realizes that the king is getting closer, and he is beginning to feel weaker. Before he can do anything, a girl runs towards the monster using the magic sword Waste Edge. He realizes that it's Marina, and Marina turns around, asking Yoke if he is okay. The girls turn to him and tell him that it was good that they had made it in time. Silk tells them that all they need to do is focus on getting through this, and they will be able to make it. The girls ask Yoke if he is okay, to which he says that he is, and they were all in agreement that it was finally time to strike back. The girls stand by Yoke, and they all decide that they will have to do this together. Simon begins to think about what is going on, as he had always thought that he would be the main character. Yet once that damaged insect has spurted, speaking his mind, Yoke was really starting to become the main character. He thinks about how it was starting to seem like Simon was the insignificant insect and Yoke was the main character. This annoys Simon, and he finally gets the courage to stand up. Rain uses her wand and tries to stop the king. Marina thinks about how it was amazing that she has stopped this huge amount of orcs right in her tracks. Yoke turns to Rain and thanks her for her help. He thinks about how Rain was amazing with the sanctuary, this powerful, and that activating the scroll of exit, which normally took quite some time, could be done quite easily. Yoke turns to all the girls and tells them to get close to him. Yoke asks Jamie if the magic circle will be completely ready in exactly 3 minutes and asks if she could bring Simon and the rest of them there. Jamie is shocked, asking if he is sure that he wants to save the rest of his old guild, as they had done so many horrible things to him in the past. Yoke turns to her and tells her that Simon and the rest should be judged by the law, and that he was not in a position to do the judging for himself. He tells her that they shouldn't die here, to which Janie responds that he is right and runs away, telling Yoke that she will bring them right away. She thanks Yoke, and as she runs towards the others, she realizes that Simon is not there with them. While she's standing there, Simon suddenly comes up from behind her and puts his arm around her neck, telling her that she should not move. As this is going on, Yoke turns around and sees this happening and asks what the meaning of this is, beginning to feel very frustrated. Simon tells him that it was pretty good and that Yoke had brought popularity using women and money and buttered up the big shots and secured some achievements for himself. Simon tells Yoke that he honestly thought that that was amazing. Yoke thinks about how it's impossible to use magic while activating a scroll and how this is a pretty bad situation that he does not know how to get out of. Simon says that not even he was mature enough and that him, Simon Berkeley, was ordering Yoke to stop. He tells Yoke to accept that and that they a quick train. All the women of Clover would be massacred. Before he can say anything else, Rain comes up from behind Simon and pushes him to the ground. After that, Rain begins to run away, and Yoke calls out for Jamie, telling her that they will escape any moment now and that they needed to come back there immediately. Yoke turns to Jamie and tells her that all of them were very occupied and that she needed to come back, as before they knew it, they would be leaving. Jamie is badly hurt, and she is lying on the floor unable to get up, and Simon begins to run towards Yoke, thinking about how if he goes just a little bit further, then he can probably escape. As Simon is running towards Yoke, he can hear Barry and the others asking him to please save them as they could not move. Simon shouts at them, telling them that they should do it themselves as he was already at his limit. He turns to them and tells them that he was sure that they would survive. He uses Energy Bowl to try and get close to Yoke so that he can escape with them. But right as Simon is about to get to his destination, he is suddenly stopped, and he realizes that it is Jamie. Jamie tells him that she will not let him hurt Yoke's party any longer, and Simon begins to get very frustrated. Yoke tells Jamie to just come back already, as he will activate it any moment now, and she needs to leave with them. Jamie turns to Yoke and tells him that she is sorry and tells him goodbye. Before Yoke knows it, they have all escaped, and Simon, Jamie, and the rest of his old guild were left with the orcs. As you are, the rest of the group is safely transported out, but Simon is left bleeding. Yoke asks to be saved. He tries to move away, but one of the orcs grabs hold of his foot, and he falls down to the ground. He tries to fight him off, but the orc grabs hold of his arm and begins to beat him. Simon starts to shout, asking for somebody to help him, but nobody comes. The orcs notice Barry right behind Simon, and they begin to attack him too. Barry continues to shout, and so does Simon and Jamie, hoping that they can be saved by somebody. But soon they realize that nobody is coming, and the orcs begin to slowly tear them apart and eat pieces of their limbs. Chairman sees this happening, and he looks at them with pure terror. He knows that there is nowhere that he can go, and Jamie thinks to herself that he is finally paying for all that he had done. Jamie thinks about how she thought that she was prepared to die, but when she was staring death in the face, she had realized that she had the Bracelet of Concealment, which was an illegal artifact that the guild had received from their sponsor. It prevented detection and burdened the body, so it couldn't be used for an extended period of time. She thinks back to when they were all together and thinks about how she could have been so cruel to Yoke and how the atmosphere in the previous guild was so good in the beginning. Just as everyone had started making fun of Yoke, everything had gone wrong. She had tried to tell them to stop, but nobody would listen. She thinks about Yoke and begins to wonder whose side she is on. She thinks about how she can't support her little brother as she got kicked out of the guild and asks Yoke if it was obvious. She had told him that she was on his side. Jamie begins to think about how she had crushed Yoke's heart just because she felt sorry for herself and thinks about how she has just been the worst. Even though she quite liked Yoke, she was jealous of all the girls as they seemed to have so much fun and trust each other so much like a family. She thinks about how maybe if she had joined them as well, she wouldn't have had to force herself to smile for so long. Tears begin to slip out of her eyes as she thinks about how she had got nothing but regrets. She thinks back to when Yoke had told her that Simon and the rest should be judged by the law and that they shouldn't die there. She thinks about how if he could ever forgive her, she would want to repay him for what he did. And she wants to apologize to him properly, as her life had been nothing but mistakes ever since she became an adventurer. She thinks about how from now on, she wants to use her life on what's right, and therefore she begins to beg to God, asking to please give her a chance. After being saved by Jamie, Clover successfully managed to escape using a scroll of exit. But just after the incredibly taxing escape, Yoke had fainted right at the base of Clover. He had been fast asleep in the last 3 days since they had arrived, but then he had suddenly woken up. When he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by all 4 of the girls. Silk had told him that he had fainted right after they had escaped, as he was at his limit after running dry of mana and overcasting all those spells. The girls tell him that he had been asleep for a whole 3 days, and he is shocked upon hearing this information. Marina runs over and hugs Yoke, telling him that it is a relief that he is still awake, and Marina begins to thank God that he is okay. Yor cuts her back, telling her that he is sorry for worrying the girls. Silk brings him a hot cup of tea, to which he is still surprised and asks Silk if he had really been passed out for 3 whole days. After that, Yoke turns to Silk and asks her what had happened to Thunderpike, and specifically, what had happened to Jamie. Shark tells him that she had asked the guild to inform them of any rescue, but that it had been 3 days and they had still heard nothing. Yoke thinks about how most likely they were all gone and it says that he understands. He turns to the girls and tells them that he has something that he would like to give them. The girls tell him that they had watched his magic bag since it had gotten so dirty and something had fallen out. It was a letter from Jamie to Yoke. Rain tells him that because of how crumpled it was, she thought that it was jammed in there in a hurry and that most likely it had happened in the middle of the battle so she thinks it was a very important letter. She tells him that she had not opened it yet and Yor thinks about how. It was weird that Jamie had given him a letter in the middle of such a dangerous situation and begins to wonder why she would do something like that. He tells everybody to come to him as he opens the letter and begins to read. He begins to open it, and the first thing that the letter says is that she is sorry and that this might be the end. Silk thinks about how it reads just like a will. Marina says that it is full of apologies and thank you talking about the party after Yoke had left. It had also mentioned her little brother's illness and how she couldn't stop Thunderpike from what they were doing. It had also mentioned that it was all in past tense, and it almost seemed like Jamie knew this would be her final letter. In the letter, it also mentioned the man that had given them the artifact, saying that these were artifacts that would come in useful in the dungeons, and that he had prepared them all for Simon. Yor thinks about how that guy, Beshio Salas, was the mastermind behind all those nasty ideas that Simon had had. He had told them that he knew that they really wanted those girls and that they were trying to go a little too far to have them. He had told Barry that it was a runt like him. They all had started to discuss the girls and talk about their childlike appearances and how they had really brought out the saddest in them. The letter had stated the events that had taken place right before Thunderpike had attacked them. Simon had talked about how he didn't expect them to only have made it with the very first staircase. Barry had asked if they were going to attack them in their sleep, to which Simon said that he wanted them to realize what a fool they had been, especially Yoke. He said that the most dramatic thing for him would probably be if they had made a mess of the girls before he had even woken up. Jamie asks if that man that they were supposed to be on their side after this, and that it would probably be better just to tie up the girls, and that even if they struggled to debate her, it was not like they could kill them. Simon and Barry headache rate with her saying that she was right in that she had some very good ideas where every now and then, Silk mentions that Jamie was the one who had saved them and that it was just a good guess, but that after Jamie had heard what Thunderpike was up to, she went into the labyrinth and prepared to risk her own life to protect them. Yoke begins to feel very frustrated thinking about how he didn't notice what Jamie was thinking. He begins to wonder what would have happened if he had just noticed a little sooner, and if he would have never sent her off alone back then. He begins to create himself, to which the girls tell him that it was not his fault and that they understood how it felt, but that he couldn't have done anything to save her. Marina tells him that that is exactly why they have to do something. Do you think about how the villain Hope put Thunderpike up to this whole thing and made Jamie had to be taken care of? How the man that was responsible for everything that had gone down was still living a carefree life in luxury, and that was not fair, as the rest of them were struggling just because of him. Neen says that that is right and that the behavior was unforgivable. Rain says that they need to be punished for what he had done. All the girls decide that they want to do something in honor of Jamie, and Yoke says that they are right and that they will make sure that Guy got the punishment that he deserved for doing what he had done to their guild. This chapter starts as Silk asks Yoke what he thinks they should do. She mentions that they don't even know where Beshio is, not to mention that he is the heir to the great sales group. Yoke says that if it goes wrong, then they will be erased themselves, but with their powerful ally on their side, it will be fine. The girls begin to wonder which ally they are talking about, to which he says that the ally is Ben Wood, who was the guild master of finance. He tells them that he had often forgotten, but that the guild was the largest organization in the country of dungeons, and that among all of its branches, Furnace was the most important one, owing to the large number and scale of the transactions that it had managed. He continues, saying that Ben Wood is the guild master of that branch, meaning he has an enormous amount of influence. Marina says that this really reminds them of how amazing of a person Ben Wood really is, and that, as expected of her member of the legendary party, he was amazing. Yoke says that even the sales group was only one of the financial conglomerates of finals, and that it was no match for the guild. He thinks about how, thanks to Jamie, they'd finally have proof of everything that had gone down, which would help them in the future. He says that most employees might be susceptible to bribes or threats, but that Ben Wood would manage if they can just hand him both the culprit and the evidence. Marina turns to him and tells him that that sounds perfect, and Neen begins to wonder how in the world they would even catch him. Yoke tells her that that will not be an issue either, as he is sure that he will show up there by himself. Marina asks Yoke what he means, and Yoke tells the girls that Beshio is after the girls, and therefore he is sure that he has already found where their base is. He thinks about how, in addition to that, according to Jamie's documents, the only two people registered to give orders with Rain's collars were Beshio and Simon. The collar of slavery was an illegal artifact that forced whoever wore it to move as commanded by the person designated as master before it was equipped, and so he was certain that he would show up to contact them himself. Yoke says that he also thinks that he won't bring many people, as he would probably not want to stand out. He asks the girls if this does not sound like the perfect situation to turn the tables on him and watch the girls. Yoke tells them to wait a moment, as they still have no idea when he might attack them. He says that if his prediction was correct, then he already has their base surrounded. He says that this was the slim margin they were talking about, and that he was sure he had already found them in the last 3 days that he was passed out, and that he will definitely be coming soon to try and end things before their guild wakes up. He thinks about how Beshio must be in a bit of panic since he lost contact with Thunderpike, who was useful pounds to him. He adds that he is sure that all of them are staying inside, being wary of the collar of slavery, to which the girls say that that was why they were staying inside, and that they had tried really hard not to get discovered. Yoke thinks about how he definitely has to be panicking, as Beshio had already lost both support nets and time while they hadn't shown an opening, and that he was panicked and therefore will probably make poor judgments, meaning he will walk right into the trap that they were planning on setting for him. He begins to wonder what kind of trap they could possibly use and thinks about how the collar of slavery has a powerful curse that prevents them from removing it. Yoke says that as long as it's still there, they are at a disadvantage and that they should better get Rain out of there to some safe place. The girls get shocked, asking what he means, to which he asks them to just leave it up to him, considering he has a plan. They all see off Rain and tell her that it's time to leave and that she should probably be careful. Silk tells Rain that she is the one that should be careful, and Rain tells them that she will be fine and that the girls should definitely remember to lock their doors. Marina says that to think that the guild would call them at such an inconvenient time was probably not a coincidence. They all begin to run towards the guild, and Beshio is seen sneaking around the property. As they finally leave, Beshio begins cheering, thinking about how it's finally time and how this was the perfect opportunity. He thinks about how he had waited so long and thought he was going to die because they seemed so careful. But in the end, he guessed that they were just girls. He thinks about how he had been so damn patient and that he will just have to make sure to have plenty of fun with the girls to make up for all the last time. Beshio thinks about how all he has to do is take her using the collar of slavery, and all he has to do is tell her that Beshio orders her, and once he does that, he will use her as leverage and get all the other girls too. He thinks about how he will take advantage of each one of them, and when Yoke finally wakes up, he will use the girls to bring him under his control as well. Beshio walks towards the door and tries to open it, but realizes that it is locked. He begins to get frustrated and pulls out a key. It is the key of lock-picking, a very expensive illegal artifact that could open any and all doors. Feeling satisfied with his decision, he slides in the key and thinks about how he is about to finally get Rain. He steps inside and begins to call out for Rain, and once he cannot find her on the main floor, he decides to go to the second floor, thinking that maybe that was where she was. His mouth begins to water, just thinking about how much he could do once he had found her. He thinks about how he will start with having her kneel and acknowledge his superiority. Just while he is thinking about this, he is suddenly faced by Rain. Rain begins to run away, but Beshio tells her that he orders her to stop and kneel. Rain carefully stops and then begins to kneel. Beshio begins to laugh and thinks about how there are so many things that he could do with her, and thinks about what kind of service he should have her leave do first. Beshio kneels down towards Train, and Rain gets frustrated and picks up a vase and hits him over the head with it. Two of Beshio's guards come up from behind Rain, trying to attack her, but they are attacked by two of the other girls. Beshio is shocked upon seeing them there, and Rain turns to them and thanks them, telling them that it was unexpectedly satisfying. Yoke enters, saying that he didn't think that their plan would go off without any sort of hitch. Beshio is shocked, asking what he meant. Yoke tells him that this whole thing, leaving Rain alone, was a trap to catch him. Beshio is shocked. Yoke asks if he doesn't get it, and that Marina and Neen had only pretended to leave while waiting just nearby so that they could intervene if Rain was in any sort of danger. Beshio is shocked, asking how that was possible as Yoke was sleeping, to which Yoke tells him that he had woken up just a little while ago. Beshio is amazed, asking why the collar hasn't worked. Yoke tells him to see for himself, and when Beshio turns around and looks at Rain, he realizes that the collar is no longer around her neck. He turns back around and sees that Yoke is actually holding the collar, rattling it. Beshio asks how that is possible, and Yoke tells him that he should accept his fate, that it would be wrong of Beshio to think that he could possibly get away with this as he could not save himself now. Beshio begins to shout, saying that he is the one and only son of the Salas group. He says that Yoke couldn't be able to live anywhere on Earth if his uncle had given the word. Yoke asks if he had even wondered why Silk wasn't there and asks if he was really that stupid. Yoke tells Beshio that she was on her way to meet with Benwood in town and tells Beshio that this is his end. Beshio begins to get frustrated, wondering how this could happen to him, considering he had normally always gotten what he wanted. Beshio asks why they couldn't just do exactly what he wanted, and considering he had kept crying for it again and again. But he had just ended up working so hard to end up in this crappy situation, even though all he ever wanted was Rain. Beshio turns to Rain and tells her that this was all her fault. Ren tells him that she thinks anyone would agree and that it was all actually Beshio's fault, and that it was his fault that Jamie had died. She tells him that she will never forgive him for being the reason that that had happened. Rain steps away from Beshio and goes over to Yoke and holds his hand. This begins to anger Beshio, who shouts at them, asking her not to hold the hand of that guy. Just to frustrate him even more, Rain leans in and gives Yoke a kiss. Beshio is shocked, wondering what's going on, and before he can say anything more, Rain leans down and hugs Yoke very tightly. She then turns to Beshio and tells him that she already belongs to this man. A while later, dealing in certain transferring and using illegal artifacts, especially the activation of the collar of slavery, was considered a human rights violation. On top of that, trespassing on private property, sexual assault, and so on and so forth were all on the list of things that Beshio was convicted of. Ben Wood thinks about how he had surely been up to a lot and thinks about how there is so much evidence to back up everything that he was told. Beshio begins to cry, asking Rain why she would do something like this. He tells her that if he cannot kill himself, then he will just kill her. Yoke goes over to Beshio and tells him to stop messing around. After he does this, Beshio seems to experience some kind of shock, and Rain turns to Yoke and asks what he had done, to which Yoke tells her that he had just taught him a harsh lesson. Yoke tells the others that he had cast a spell on him so that if he thinks of women in that way, his blood will begin to boil and kill him. He tells the girls that no woman should ever be brought to tears by Beshio again. Rain asks if such a particular spell even exists, to which Yoke turns to Beshio and tells him that he will really die if he does so too many times. Marina looks at him and realizes that he has fainted and reassures that considering she had never heard of that spell and the pattern, it was weird to her. Yoke tells her that it was dark magic and that it really had tremendous power. Earlier as well, Neen recalls how he was able to easily take off the cursed collar using dark magic and asks if that is the magic that he was talking about. Yoke says that the evil cord's power doesn't mean that that is what dark magic is. Marina asks if the evil cord's power meant something else, and suggests that she knew it was the power of Lady Persephone given. Yoke says that it was, and tells the girls that he had become very familiar with it and laced its intelligence he had received after defying the blessing. Or rather, it was the blessing of an evil cord, and so saying that he had just got cursed was probably more accurate. The girls get shocked hearing that he had got cursed and asked if he would be okay, especially using magic of that kind. Yoke tells them that it shouldn't really be a problem if he doesn't use it, and that he will just only use it for emergencies. He tells the girls that what worries him more is that using dark magic or even learning it was strictly forbidden, and they were accidentally live-streamed while he was using black magic. Neen asks why they hadn't been arrested yet, especially considering the dark magic wasn't actually streamed. Yoke says that he does not understand, to which the girls tell him that it was destroyed during their attack, and Yoke says that that explains it. Marina says that that means nobody had witnessed his dark magic on live stream or otherwise, and Marina adds that that is a relief to know that it wasn't harm to him if he did not use it. Silk asks if it is fine to call this matter settled now, and if they can move on, trying to be happy for Jamie. Yoke says that he was sure that Jamie would have been happy as well, especially now he needs to pay a debt of gratitude as Jamie has saved his life. He thinks about how using dark magic most likely depletes your lifespan, and therefore he hopes that he never has to use it again. Right then, Ben Wood enters, calling out to Yoke. Ben says that he had just received an emergency messenger bird and asks what is going on and if something had happened to Beshio. Ben tells them that it was another matter and that they needed to borrow a table. He tells everybody to look at this live stream, and Yoke realizes that he cannot see anything but that there is just some sort of static. He realizes that it is some kind of noise, and as he tries to concentrate more on the noise, he realizes that it has someone asking to be saved. As he listens even closer, he realizes that he recognizes the voice that is coming out of the broadcast, and that it sounds like Janie asking for help. As soon as Yoke hears the voice coming out of the broadcast, he realizes that it is somebody asking to be saved. As he begins to listen closer, he realizes that it sounds like Jamie. All the girls have the realization at the same time and realize that she is still alive. Yoke turns to Ben Wood and begins to plead with him, and he tells Yoke that he cannot do anything. He tells Yoke that Yoke needs to understand just how dangerous that place is. He tells Yoke that the guild cannot send a rescue squad and that they can't senselessly create a second disaster in which more people might die. Yoke tells him that he understands that, and that is why he's willing to go in himself. He tells Ben that they can rush in right now as part of the mission and asks Ben to please let him go. Ben tells him that there is no point in doing that as the national mission has ended. Yoke asks him what that means, and he says that they have practically already decided to reveal endless darkness. Yoke asks how that is possible considering Jamie is still in there. And Ben says that the top brass has judged that the place is far too dangerous. Ben asks Yoke what the pattern on his cheek is, and he does not say anything. Ben tells him that he is in no place to rush or push too deeply for this, and that even supposing he didn't dive into it again, he would be going into that mad gungeon in subpar condition, and that he would most definitely die. Ben tells him that as the head of the guild, He can't just watch adventurers kill themselves. He tells Yoke that there is nothing that they could possibly do. Yoke wonders if that is true, and there is nothing that they can do. He tries to think really hard, thinking about how there has to be something, and eventually he realizes that there is something that they could do. Yoke tells Ben that he finally has an idea on how to save Jamie and asks to be let go. Then asks if he is serious and tells him that he has no idea how hard it would be to find a single person in there, and in addition, it was still changing. Ben reminds him that they were talking about the huge dungeon and that there was no way that Yoke could find her. Yoke tells him that the tangent hadn't changed at all, to which Ben asks what he means. Yoke tells him that this was an educated guess, that endless darkness might appear chaotic, but that he thinks he had identified the rule that it worked by. He tells Ben that not a single adventurer in the 300 years since it was discovered, them included, had been able to understand what the place was at all. Ben says that there is no way and that it is absurd, but Yoke asserts that he had understood something through only 2 trips. He tells Ben that if his hypothesis is correct, they will be able to find Janie for sure, and he begins to plead with Ben to let them go. Ben says that he guesses he's partly to blame for telling Yoke that Janie was still alive and that he should not get the wrong idea. He tells Yoke that he will give him the chance to persuade him, and that if he is able to persuade him, then Ben would allow and personally escort Yoke to the entrance of endless darkness. Yoke sits down with Ben Wood and tells him that what everyone had been thinking about endless darkness was that, in the first place, he wondered if it was really changing. For example, the place that he had gone through the first time, once he had left the floor and come back, it was completely different. In the second, they even beyond, everything inside was so different that you couldn't map it out. However, every time you go back up the stairs to a floor that they had already seen, it was different. And so on. Every time you drove in, the map had changed. Yoke says that there was a possibility that endless darkness was not actually changing, but instead that they were being teleported. Ben is shocked upon hearing this, asking what he asks Yoke why he thinks so, and Yoke tells him that he has 3 reasons. The first is that they had gone to the underworld, and in other words, a whole different world. He says that that thing was no illusion and that they really went to the underworld and even met its god. Ben says that he understands and asks Yoke why that would make him think that he was deported. Yoke says that there is actually something else. He asks Rain if she remembers what floor they had arrived. Rain tells them that they were on the stairs between the 2nd and the 3rd floors. Yoke asks them to take a look at this. It was the stream recording that Janie had left them. Look back to the part where they were asleep, and he thinks about how he had not expected Simon or Barry to have only made it to the 1st floor staircase. All of the girls begin to get shocked, asking if that is the 1st staircase, and say that they had not noticed that at all. Yoke says that, in other words, Thunderpike was sent directly from the 1st to the 3rd floor. Marina says that means that they had skipped a floor and that normally it was impossible to skip floors in dungeons. Yoke says that it may be a side effect how the boundaries between floors blur during an overflow, and that normally it would be unthinkable. Yoke says that lastly, the biggest reason that he had thought they were being teleported was that at the deepest point of the tangent was the Abyss Gate. He says that the gate was the gate that connected different worlds, and that, in other words, in that place all kinds of different worlds were connected most likely, and endless darkness was reproducing these other worlds, and that was why they must be based on the shares or something. He tells Ben that in order to connect to who knows how many different worlds and even allow skipping them, that it was crazy. The girls all began to look around and disbelieve, thinking about how that is crazy but agreeing that Yoke is probably right. He says that that would mean that there was no way that they had ever be able to understand endless darkness. Silk thinks about how it will be many times greater than they had ever imagined, with hundreds or thousands of floors connected completely at random. It was just like a labyrinth. Ben says that he understands and that that would certainly make sense, but if that was the case, then they'd have an even harder time finding Janie, and he asks Yoke what his plan is. Yoke says that the teleportation seems to have regularity and that they can take advantage of that. The girls, including Ben, ask Yoke what he means when he says that there is regularity. Yoke says that they need to think about it, that when they went in, they didn't encounter a single other party, but despite that, Thunderpike found them pretty easily. He asks Ben if he really thinks that that was a coincidence, to which Ben concedes that it couldn't be. Yoke says that the regularity that he was referring to was that you will always be sent to the place that you want to go. Neen tells him that it seems to be true, and if it was, then all of it made sense that it was the same for them. Yoke says that they were sent in there on the mission to find out about the dungeon, and so they were sent to the most bizarre floor in the entire dungeon. The girls all begin to get really impressed thinking about how Yoke works with so little information. Yoke continues, saying that if they can be sent to wherever they wish, then all they need to do was wish to find Jamie, and he was certain that they would be sent right back to her. The girls began to ask Ben if he could please send them back and tell him that he is a kind man. Ben asks Yoke if he has any proof, to which Yoke asserts that he does, that the expedition log of the party. It records that the deepest floor is the 30th floor, but that he was certain that that was wrong, that back then they were sent to investigate the attention because it was acting up just like now, and that in other words, they could also skip floors back then. Marina thinks about how the expedition party went in to find the most difficult and deepest floor, and she suspected it was the number they could accept, and that 30 was quite deep. Ben tells Yoke that so many people had died on that expedition and that they were completely at their limits. Mentors that they might have been subconsciously wishing for it to end as soon as they could accept that their job was done. Yoke says that although it was only during the abnormal, they could go to the deepest floor and that right from the very start, if Yoke quashed for that, then he could go. Yoke thinks about how what attention it is, and when turns to him and says that he could easily have saved so many people if only he knew, but in the end, it was still dangerous and therefore he could not give Yoke permission to go in as the guild master. The girls are all surprised and heartbroken hearing this, and Ben says that on a completely unrelated note, he thinks that endless darkness will be sealed off again tomorrow afternoon. And since the afternoon will be busy for him, he is thinking of resting in the morning. He says that he will probably be bored out of his mind at the guild with nothing to do, and so they should pop up if they have the time. Yoke understands that this was a sign that Ben was giving them, that he would let them go back into endless darkness to try and find Jamie. He turns to the girls and tells them that they were going back in and asks them to ready up all the equipment. At Clover Base the next morning, the girls tell Yoke that they are finished maintaining their armor and other weapons already. They have also gotten all their portions that were on the list and have acquired enough food for 6 people for 3 days. Yoke adds that he has made as many scrolls as he could. They were somehow able to get ready in time thanks to Jamie, but now they just needed a scroll of exit, which is a consumable artifact that lets the user and any nearby companions escape the dungeon immediately. He turns to Silk, asking if she thinks that they can get one. She tells him that she asked Benwood for one, but he hasn't replied to her yet. He realizes that perhaps it is not that easy to get that item. He stands in front of the girls, silent for a moment, but then tells everyone that if they can't get their scroll, this would be far more dangerous. Even if they end up in a dangerous spot, they will have no choice but to fight their way out of it, which is why he will be relying on them. Hearing this surprises the girls, as they thought that he was going to say something along the lines of he would go alone. The others thought that as well, and they were surprised that he grew so much so quickly. They tell him that they have been relying on him for so long, but it was not like they were just hanging out next to him. They have learned a lot working with a great match like him. As the first time before him, they tell him to rely on them as much as he would like. Hearing this leaves a smile on his face. After they had decided, Yoke opens the door and finds a tall, well-built man standing in front of him. That man is none other than the leader of Scordia, Lucent Rain. Yoke stands in front of him, starstruck for a moment as he asks him why he's here. Lucent replies that Yoke helped them during the mission. Slyn is quick to tell him not to mention it, as they helped them as well. Lucent then tells him that he heard what's going on from the guild master, as he reaches into his back pocket and presents him with a scroll exit, telling Yoke that it seems like he's looking for one of these. He asks if he's really going to give it to them. Lucent tells him that it is what he's planning to do, but first he wants to ask a question to Yoke. Standing outside the base, Lucent asks Yoke that the lives of adventurers can be extinguished at any moment, and that goes double in a dungeon. Yet he seeks to put himself in such danger, asking him why he wishes to do so. He thinks that perhaps he's being tested by one of the world's greatest adventurers. Yoke stands in front of him, silent for a few moments before he tells him that he's doing so to save a friend. With slight anger on his face, Lucent asks if he's talking about one of those scumbags from Thunder Pike. Determination fills his face as Yoke tells him that he is. Lucent notes how quickly Yoke answered as he looks down and stands silent for a moment. He then hands him the scroll and tells him that as long as he understands what adventure should treasure most of all, he should go save what he can. As Yoke is handed the scroll, he looks down at it, and then they all bow down to Lucent and thank him profusely. As he leaves, he tells them that they should thank the guild master instead, since he was only able to get this because he lowered his head to the Phineas leader. As he walks away, they think about how he's so cool, wondering if that is the only reason he came and why he would go so far for strangers like them. As Yoke looks down at the scroll, he wonders if his great senpai who risked his life countless times found his answer acceptable. Well, he thinks back to what he said to him and then proclaims that they all need to go to save their friend, and they head out towards the dungeon. The Clover Guild arrives below the Finnish Guild headquarters at a teleportation circle even further below the guild, the entrance to endless darkness, a grand underground cave. They walk with Benwood as they thank him, telling him that they will be back soon. He asks why, not knowing what they're talking about, telling them that he just thought he would show them around a little. Yoke turns his face to him, telling him that they will be sure to return the favor someday. As he stands back, seeing them walk off, he thinks about how they should make it back safely. As they head further away, they decide to double-check the plan. Yoke says that first, they will make it to the first airway, and the teleportation most likely occurs at the stairs. So they need to desperately wish to see Janie as they go down, and he assures they'll be sent to the floor that she is on. They will take the same route to the first staircase as last time, and they hope they find Janie right away, but they may end up somewhere dangerous. It might be another irregular floor like the underworld, or they might even be sent into the middle of an orc's nest, and extracting her through the stairs might prove difficult. They arrive at the gates, and Yoke tells them that the first floor is just behind them, asking the four if they're ready. The ecstatic little group confirms that they are, and they head in. They are shocked to find that the floor they arrived on is the same, but they find massive rocks falling onto the ground, wondering if it's getting bigger. The floor is collapsing at their holes, and rocks are falling everywhere, as well as the presence of lots of monsters. They look into the distance, and just like with Ian, when the rocks touch that space, they twist and disappear. If they get caught up in a cave-in over there will be nothing that they could do. They all stand quiet for a moment, as Yoke turns to everyone and asks if it's too overwhelming for them. Silk tells him that it is certainly scary, but that she is not afraid. He turns back with an even more determined look on his face and asks if everyone has their life ropes. A life rope is an artifact for emergency use, and if activated with mana, it will connect the magic rope to a nearby tree or something similar. Yoke tells them that he brought many falling control scrolls, and if the floor collapses under them, he will use one of them right away. They should all keep calm and find a tree or pillar nearby to attach themselves to if that happens. Yoke tells Neen that she will guide them and avoid as many monsters as possible. Yoke tells Sei that he will be counting on her to secure their way across missing pieces of floor with Dryad. Both of them are firm as he further does Rain that she will be covering Neen's blind spot with sense magic, and Marina will be on guard for any monsters crossing into their floor from above or below. After everyone got their instructions and roles, Yoke told everyone to head in. As they started walking, monsters started coming down from the ceilings, while Neen told Yoke that there were lots of monsters on the route that they used last time, so they were going a different way. They also faced holes in the ground with soot dryads, while also facing the floor disappearing from under them, and them having to use life group. Every single member had to use their skills to save the entire group. They reached the small pathway as Neen told them that she would go ahead and scout once more, telling them to stop there for a moment. It was the only route without caverns and with only a few monsters, but there were 3 monsters that they had never seen before. Marina noted that they felt creepy, as Rain added that they were probably magical creatures but wondered what was wrong with them. Silk told them that there were only 3 of them, which is certainly fewer monsters than other routes. However, they had no idea what they were capable of, but Yoke told them that he had seen them before, adding that they were demons, and they're quite troublesome monsters since attacks don't work on them. Upon hearing their attacks don't work on them, the girls are shocked as Yoke tells them that Hecto-Eyes may only be C rank, but their constant magic barrages are annoying. However, they have another much more troublesome thing going for them. They're not only highly resistant to magic attacks, but completely immune to physical attacks. Hector-Eyes are seeding monsters under lesser demons, also called summon failures or what remains of fools who form contracts with demons. This completely shocks Silk as she asks Yoke how they're supposed to defeat them. He tells them that there is just one way that he knows of, which is to use sacred weapons specialized against demons. Sacred weapons are holy weapons made of silver and blessed by a temple. Yoke, however, tells them that just using secret weapons is not enough by itself, as they have to strike them in their weak point, which is their core. Also, they have to kill everyone in the flock at once because unless they do so, they will regenerate indefinitely. The guild, however, only has 3 arrows for Silk's bow as all the sacred weapons. Yoke thinks about how he did not expect to run into demons, and sacred weapons are delicate and quickly lose their effect, and arrows are single use. At this rate, his lack of enthusiasm makes Silk ask him if he does not trust her. He quickly tells her that he does trust her, but that if she fails, he's sure that she would feel solely responsible and that there is no other way forward. He tells her that she only has one arrow per enemy. She tells him that she does understand and that she will take down all three in one shot, and that they have no choice but to do it since she just wants to see if Jamie, which is why she would do their very best. Hearing this encourages the girls but shocks Yoke. Rain states that she might not be able to do damage to them, but she can still slow them down with ice magic. Marina contributes by identifying their weak spots using samurai, and Neen states that even if they fail, she is sure that she can save everyone, including herself, by luring them away. A look of determination appears on Yoke's face as he calls out to Marina, telling her that this is a magic stamp, and it can produce magic seals as he presents this time before her. He tells her to find the weak spots of the demons and mark them with this as she tells him to leave it to her. He tells the girls that he's counting on all of them to save Jamie as they go over the plan once again. First, Marina uses the ability of Samurai, identifying the weak spots of any enemy she cuts to find all of their weak spots, and then Neen will distract the enemies so that Marina can focus on identifying the weak spots. As she does so, Neen thinks about how Yoke stated that these monsters are much faster than they look, so she needed to be careful. As she was trying to distract them, all three of them attacked her at once as she jumped up to try and avoid them. As she landed, they were about to attack her once again, but she looked up and found them being hurt by Shadow Needle and Scroll of Light Shield. In the distance, Yoke told her that he had her back when she could not dodge and told her to keep running. Once they found the weak spots, Marina would mark them, and then Rain would get ready to use ice, coughing on them to try and slow them down while she thought about how her magic barely worked on them, and this bill was supposed to stop them in their tracks, but they're still moving. Now all that was left is for her to shoot the marked spots, but they were still too fast, and she did not know if her arrows could pierce that ice. But she had to try as Silk readied her aim. Yoke used gravity as they fell to the ground. He told her that he did it just in case, asking if she could do it now as she stated that it was more than enough. He put her hand on the small of her back and told her that she would also get his support magic to buff the piercing power as much as possible, and that she can think of the ice as not being there and stay calm and shoot. She preps her bow and aims with her eyes filled with determination. Silk aims for the spots that Marina had previously marked for her as she proclaims that she can see them now. She releases her arrows as they go hurtling towards the demons, piercing the demons and the spots that Marina had previously marked. All of them look on, waiting, and then quickly celebrate as the demons fade away. Excited, all of them proclaim that she did it and hug her tightly, stating how amazing she is and thanking her. Yoke had never imagined that just by believing in his comrades and leaving everything to them, he could increase their abilities as a party so much. It was in that moment that he felt everyone had made him the leader in the truest sense of the word. He thought back about Silk telling him that they did not want to hurt him by having him carry the responsibility of their lives ever again. They wanted to be with him, not as a teacher and student, but as a family. As he stood there looking on at them, embracing each other and lost in thought, all of them told him to hurry up because they needed to go find Jamie. After moving further on the floor, Neen tells everyone to look as they hurry ahead and find the stairs. Yoke proclaims that Jamie is smart and that he is sure she would know to stay in the stairway to avoid danger. They don't know where the stair leads, but hopefully they can find Jamie on the stairs just like how Simon found them. They all decide to go down while thinking about meeting Jamie with all they got as they head down the stairs. As they walk down, Silk asks if it would really work. Yoke tells her that most likely, telling her to just proceed down. But at the bottom of the staircase, they realize that there's nobody there and that they were not teleported. Rain tells everyone to look as they find blood on the wall and on the floor close to the door. The blood is still fresh, and it's leading through the doors. They wonder whose blood it is, but they also find a cloth. It is hard to tell since it's stained by the blood, but Yoke has a horrible realization that it seems like they were transported after all. They ask what he means, and with fear in his eyes, he tells them that this is Jamie's blood. They ask if this is really Jamie's blood, and Yoke tells them that the ribbon he's holding belonged to her. Marina insists that it must mean that she is really hurt since there is a lot of blood on the ground, wondering what happened here. They realize that the blood leads outside and deduce that Jamie has bonded and decided to leave the safe area. They decide to head to the door and go save her right away. Yoke quickly casts physical enchant protection and a little blessing on them. They stop in their tracks and look over at Yoke, asking what these buffs are. He tells them to calm down and think for a moment. Janie wouldn't leave the safe area when she was so badly hurt, and most likely she was wounded by something here. They agree with the way he's thinking, and that they were just so concerned about Janie being wounded. Marina adds that it is amazing that he can keep calm in times like these. Yoke tells them that they have to proceed carefully and have no idea what the next floor is like. They decide to quickly go over the state of their equipment. After doing an inventory, they open the door and head out onto the next floor, but their faces fill with shock and surprise as they find themselves standing in front of the Finny Guild. They wonder what's going on and why they're killed in the middle of the dungeon, and that it is always so busy outside the kill, but there's not a single soul to be seen, adding that it feels really creepy. They ask Yoke if it is a copy of the kill in another world. He tells them that he does not know, but this is where Janie wished to go, and that he can't help but feel her emotions are on public display here. If she wanted to return to the guild, the dungeon should have taken her to the first floor, but it didn't. Janie probably hasn't forgiven herself, or maybe she wanted to be alone. Yoke tells them to hurry, asking Neen if she could go scout ahead. She complies, asking where they are headed. He tells her that he knows where Janie would want to go in this kill, and that she's definitely headed to an apartment in the West Residential District where her little brother is. They must bring Janie back to the real Finny. Clover Guild heads through and arrives at the West Residential District entrance plaza in front of the apartment building. Near the well in the middle of the plaza in front of the building, they find Janie lying there. They quickly hurry towards her, asking her if it is okay. They realize that she's holding her little brother's teddy bear. Yoke holds her and pulls her close to his chest, telling her in her ear that her little brother is waiting for her to get home, and everyone in Benwood in the guild too. He asks her to wake up and give them the chance to thank her, begging her to wake up as he starts to cry, holding her. She slowly opens her eyes and weakly calls out to Yoke. They all emphatically say her name and smile. Yoke states how much of a relief it is to see her. She asks if they all came here to save her. He tells her that they did since they are friends. A smile appears on her face and she thanks them. He hugs her even tighter and thanks her too for holding out. As he's doing so, he sees Simon in the distance and wonders why he's here. He asks Simon what's wrong because it looks like Yoke has seen a ghost. Yoke stays silent for a moment and then, in intervals, states that Simon is still alive. Simon stands there with bright white eyes and states that he's so happy to see Yoke once again. As he walks towards him, he states that he is sure that Yoke would come back for Jamie. Lee embodies that Simon will attack him as he tries to call out to him, but Simon lifts his sword, prepared to attack. Yoke raises his hand about to use magic, but Simon suddenly falls back. They all stand quiet, wondering what just happened, and they realize that he's dead as he lies there. Janie informs them that the illegal artifact that makes you regenerate incredibly quickly was what Simon was using. When Simon was being eaten alive by the orcs, she believed she saw him regenerate quicker than he was being eaten. She was only focused on escaping to the stairs, and judging by what he just said, she thinks he thought he would find Yoke if he followed her. Yoke thinks about how helpless he must have been on killing him and how much he must have hated him. As the girls call out to Yoke, he pulls something out of his bag and takes a piece of cloth, putting it over Simon's body. He thinks about how they never came to an understanding, not even at the bitter end. The girls, concerned, call to Yoke. He apologizes to them, telling them that he's fine, and asks Janie if she's okay, asking what happened. She says that she was hurt and used all of both mana and portions, but she barely managed to make it to the stairs and make the emergency broadcast. Then she heard footsteps coming down the stairs, and it was only a single pair of footsteps, so she knew it wasn't them and decided to run away. Thinking back on it now, it must have been Simon. Yoke tells her that it was quick thinking from her, telling her that she did good as he hugs her once again and embraces her, urging her to look away from Simon's remains. As they all decide to go home to the real Finny, as the paper head back, they hear noises from behind them and snapping and cracking. They look back at Simon from under the piece of cloth, moving. He then mutates into a terrible being with pieces of flesh everywhere. Yoke looks on horrified. He tries to call out to Simon, but it was Simon no more. It was a horrible monster. The group looked on at Simon as he proclaimed that it hurt a lot. As his body grew, they heard the crack of his armor, and as his headband of armor on his forehead broke, it revealed the medallion of incarnation. The girls asked what it was, as Yoke told them that it was a curse of the most illegal kind. It is a cursed artifact that revives the user endlessly. using the flesh of the devil. It has unlimited uses, and wounds would be immediately healed by incarnating, making its users immortal. Eventually, their bodies will get corrupted by the devil, and they will become monsters. The girls looked on horrified, repeating parts of what he stated, while Simon simply proclaimed that it hurt. They wondered what they could do, as Yoke told them that there was nothing they could do about it, and they had no choice but to defeat and see him as the monster he has become. The girls stood silent as Yoke wondered who gave him something like that, thinking it might be Beshio. But no matter who it was, he most likely used it without fully understanding its effects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so fearless of death back at the orc nest. Yoke thought about how he was an idiot, while Simon, filled with rage, just proclaimed that he would kill him, even if it was the last thing he would do. Yoke tried to understand Simon's hatred, asking him why he hated him so much. Simon screamed out that he had no parents, no place to call home, and that Yoke had nothing, while Simon was the son of the great lord of Almatek. The timing is not like him, and he has a terrible job, and that he's useless, while he's an amazing knight and the leader of an A-rank party, which is why it makes no sense for him to have everything that Simon does not. Yoke finally realizes that Simon is jealous, while Simon screams out, telling him to be quiet, adding that he's so much more talented than him, and that he could never find happiness knowing he was happier than him. He shouts out at Yoke to fight him, and if he can just beat Yoke, then he can have everything he wants back. Yoke stands silent as the girls tell him to run since Simon will be sealed here soon enough. He looks back at them, apologizing but telling them that he needs to do this. Silk adds that fighting an immortal is way too dangerous. Simon tells him that he must because the monster is his childhood friend, and this is the first time he seriously hit him, so he has to respond in kind. He withdraws his sword and preps to attack Simon, and an epic fight ensues. Yoke grips his sword and stands before Simon, telling him that he's ready to do this as the battle to the death between old friends begins. The two step towards each other, and Simon jumps up into the air with his sword ready to attack. Yoke thinks about how this is the end and uses multi-quick cast with 100 genes and slow paralyzed collapse on Simon. Simon stands there as Yoke's magic engulfs him, and 100 genes push into his body. He thinks about how he must move, but is unable to, and just looks on at Yoke charging forward, getting closer and closer. With a single swift movement, Yoke moves past Simon, and as he does, his sword meets Simon's neck and cuts it off. Simon's head hits the ground, and his face, now detached from his body, has a look of surprise and shock. But in a single instance, it flies back and meets with his body once again. Simon comes back to life and attacks Yoke once more. Simon wonders what's happening, asking Yoke what he just did and calling him a crafty monkey, telling him that he cannot fool him. Yoke thinks about how Simon still does not realize that he's losing this battle as Simon shouts out at Yoke, telling him to fight him fair and square. He looks back at Rain and tells her to cut the feed. Silk asks if they should really do this, and Benwood simply complies. They talk about how they don't think Yoke wants the world to see this while the two continue fighting each other. Simon calls Yoke a cheat. Simon pauses for a moment, however, and wonders if it is all an illusion. He tells Yoke not to mess with him, asking if he really thinks that he can scare him with a cheap trick. He proclaims that he will never allow someone as weak as Yoke to make a fool out of someone like Simon. Simon stands before Yoke with his hands wide as his body becomes even louder. New parts of his body push through the towers around, breaking them. Simon then pushes forward, trying to attack Yoke as he uses the black magic curse bind on him. The girls look on at the chaos ensuing as they find all of Simon's body engulfed in black magic. They see Simon defeated but still proclaiming that it is not enough. Yoke tells him that he does not get it yet, wondering why he remembers that day. It feels like he's remembering something very important. On that day in his family was busy with ruling matters, and his older brother was a dignified man. His second oldest brother was smart. These two brothers of his, far older than him, were put in charge, while Simon just watched on. There were days he often went to at times like this since he liked the scene with her. When he arrived, he found Yoke sitting there and asked who he was, telling him that he had never seen him before. Yoke told Simon that he just came to this village. Simon asked why he came here. Yoke, however, stood silent, but Simon persisted, to which Yoke told him that monsters destroyed his hometown and killed his parents, so he had to live within acquaintance from now on. Simon sat down next to Yoke and stood silent, telling him that it was rough. Yoke told Simon that the spot was really beautiful, adding that it was his favorite spot. Simon then told Yoke that from now on, He would be his underling since he knows all about this area, so he will be his leader, and he will take him all over the place. Yoke told him that it was really kind of him, and they bonded sitting on that spot many years ago. Simon then adds that he finally realized that Yoke was the one who saved him. Yoke realizes that Simon is no longer existing, and in that case he bids his old friend goodbye. Rings of magic appear under and over Yoke as he stands there, only saying, Esperanto chant, do not this. He keeps repeating it over and over as Marina realizes the pattern appearing on his neck, telling him to stop, while Rain calls out to Marina, holding her back. Yoke, now being engulfed in magic, keeps stating only that one chant until he opens his eyes, holds his hand out, and uses 8th tier magic, Prismic Missile. Rings of magic appear all around, and a beam of pure energy beams down, hitting Simon square in his chest, burning all parts of his body and reducing them to only his original form, leaving only his torso and his head. Marina states that he keeps getting destroyed and regenerating, but that spell is not supposed to destroy. Yoke tells her that he added that spell with the power that Lady Persephone gave him, and that this spell won't stop until he's dead and until his brain's gone, and he won't be able to think ever again. Silk adds that Yoke wanted to free him from an eternal living hell. They look at Simon with his face down on the ground, no longer moving and bleeding. Yoke states that that is what he's hoping for as they place a sheet of cloth over his body once again. They'd hold their hands and look at Simon's body on the ground covered with a sheet of cloth as they bid goodbye and leave this dungeon.